Okay, we're going to reconvene our meeting, and we're going to go over to section L, which is individual consideration items. But I want to remind everyone that item number 10 is a presentation, and that is a presentation, which means there is no action, so there's no public comment on that one. There is public comment on item 11 and 12. So the presentation on the Corpus Christi the item number 10 is a presentation on Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and Ship Channel Far-Field Study with modeler Spheros Environmental Group with a Far-Field Committee member comments on study results. Mr. Winkleman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. And as IT pulls up the slide, there's some people I'd like to thank for being here tonight. First is Mr. Pradeep Mugunthan, and he is with Spheros. He's our lead modeler. Next, we have Mr. Tim Osteen of Hazen and Sawyer. He is a subcontractor for Spheros on this effort. And then additionally, as we move through this presentation towards the end, we will have 5 members of the Far-Field Committee talking, providing comments. Those members are Mr. David Loeb, Mr. Jason Hale, Dr. Sharon Herska, Ms. Deanna King, and Mr. Roger Tenapple. So we appreciate all of them being here tonight. First, I would like to kick it off and review history of the far-field assessment work that the city has conducted. First is our far-field assessment 1. And this is, it's not just, I do want to mention, it's not just what the city has conducted, but the far-field assessments that have been associated with the Inner Harbor project. So far-field assessment number 1, it was commissioned in 2019. It's often referred to as the Suntans model. That was commissioned by the Port of Corpus Christi. It studied a 50 million gallon a day facility at Harbor Island at the time, and a 30 million gallon a day facility at the Lakina Channel. Those results showed that there was less than a 1 part per thousand increase in salinity in the bay. Far-field assessment 2, this is also known as the EFDC Plus model. That was ran in 2023. That was commissioned by the Port of Corpus Christi. 30 million gallons a day at La Quinta, again 50 at Harbor Island. Also included the desalination plant at CC Polymers as well. And then again it did include the Inner Harbor. That study showed less than a 0.6 part per thousand increase for 30 million gallons a day at La Quinta, and also with Inner Harbor operating. The third far-field assessment was a mass balance evaluation conducted in 2024. And some of you may remember the graphic at the right of the slide showing the inputs and outputs of the bay system. This showed a 0.3 to 0.6 part per thousand increase in salinity in the bay. The graphic on the right is a very simple representation of the bay, but it certainly shows that the bay system is 282 billion gallons, and it shows the water movement in and out. Far-field assessment 4 was the Kiewit assessment. That was conducted by their subcontractor, GHD. That was an assessment that was initiated in 2025. The contract was terminated before the completion. However, there was a presentation given to council. Far-field assessment 5, which is where we are at today. It's an assessment conducted by Spheros Environmental and their subcontractors, which is Hazen and Sawyer primarily. Couple of things to note on this. This has been a primary effort that's been conducted with a lot of work over the past couple of months. This council has, along with the city manager, you compiled representatives to establish a far-field committee. And again, as I said at the beginning, 5 members of that committee will come up and provide comments at the end of this presentation. The other item that I do want to point out is that Spiros Environmental, there was a review of qualifications done. The city put together a request for qualifications. A number of firms submitted. Both the city staff and the Far-Field Committee recommended Spiros Environmental for this group. So we're thankful for their great work, and we're thankful they're here tonight. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Pradeep, who's going to go through the findings and the results of the work that he's conducted to date.
And Mayor, while he's coming up, this is a presentation briefing to the City Council, so there's no action. Similar to other briefings, citizen comment won't be part of this item.
Right.
But we will have those 5 members from the committee that'll speak, and that'll be it for this citizen comment.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winkleman. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity here to present this work to you all, and hope this is informative to you in your decision making.
Pradeep, could you pull the, or up, down a little bit, I think. Yeah, a little closer to.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, much better.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, everybody. Okay, so what we're going to do today is review our study objectives, talk through the modeling team that did this work, just so you all get an understanding of, who's behind all this work. We'll briefly review estuary and hydrodynamics, just a very high-level overview of what is it that all of these technical terms are going to mean. Then we'll get into the model development and how we use the model to answer the specific management question that you're all looking to make a decision on. We'll close with a summary of our findings of what we found from the modeling study. So our objectives here was to develop a hydrodynamic model of Corpus Christi Bay, and such that it would reasonably represent water levels, salinity, and temperature. 3 key parameters that control the movement of water and the movement of salt and heat in the system. Then the next main objective is to apply this model once it is worthy for application to assess what is the effect of the discharge from the proposed desalination facility. So just outlining the specific modeling tasks, this is what was in our scope of work in the contract with the city. So our scope entailed developing a baseline simulation that incorporated recent bathymetry and model grid improvements. So for bathymetry means it's a measure of the terrain underlying the water. And that's the key information that goes into the model. So we had to, we compiled recent information on that. And then we also extended the model inputs to recent years so that the model is representing current conditions and not conditions in the past. And then we also were tasked with implementing some key model enhancements, specifically to represent the intake and the discharge in a very real-time manner so that it's not a static input to the model. So the model is very knowledgeable about what is coming in and what is going out as it simulates the system. And that's a pretty important refinement for this particular work. The last item was to also simulate ship traffic, to simulate the effect of ship movement through the inner harbor and how it mixes the water column. So we'll briefly touch on that towards the end. So just a brief overview of the modeling team. So I'm Pradeep Mugundan. I'm the lead modeler. I have a PhD in civil and environmental engineering. I've been doing environmental modeling for over 20 years. So this is something that I do routinely. I've applied models on both coasts, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, now in the Gulf. So this is something that I do routinely for a living. And at Spheros, we also have a large team of modelers and support staff who contributed to this effort. And you have all of those folks listed there. They're all highly qualified and trained to develop this kind of work and apply environmental models. And of course, our teaming partners, DSI Incorporated, is one of our key teaming partners on this, and Hazen and Sawyer. And we have Mr. Osting here, whose team also assisted us in various aspects of the modeling work. I'd like to note that DSI Incorporated develops and maintains the EFDC Plus modeling code, which was applied for this particular application. So they really know the code inside and out. They maintain it, they develop it, they enhance it. And their role was to put in the code enhancements that we specifically needed for this project to dynamically take the seawater and then put the brine back in real time. So that was a lot of work that was done it was customized for this project specifically. And then of course, Hazen and Sawyer team helped us with a lot of the compiling the model inputs, bringing the model up to date on various items. And yeah, so they were, overall, like it's a broad team and not just, one person doing this work. So I wanted to emphasize that. Okay, so now, I know this is pretty late in the day, and I'll try to keep this at as high level as I can. We're going to talk a lot about stratification, mixing, water circulation, and so on. But there are some fundamental concepts that are really important to understand when we're trying to make a decision on what does stratification mean in the context of an estuary, right? So there are various types of estuarine circulations, hydrodynamics that you can think of. The one on top there is what you would call a salt wedge type estuary. So a good example of this is your Mississippi Delta, where there you have a very large or a high flow from a river, and you have seawater that is really, cannot really compete as much in terms of the tides moving back and forth. So what happens in that case is that the salt water forms a wedge and flows under the fresh water, right? Rivers bring fresh water from the land. Seawater is salt water. Salt water is heavier. So the salt water moves underneath and the fresh water goes over. So you don't get a whole lot of mixing between the top and the bottom in that situation. Then what happens then is that the conditions in the top and bottom are completely different. So for a parameter, for important water quality constituent like dissolved oxygen, predominantly comes from the atmosphere. So in a highly stratified system, what comes from the atmosphere doesn't go all the way down into the water column because the water column doesn't mix very well. That's when you could have low dissolved oxygen conditions in the bottom. So that is stratification, right? So a good example of that is the Mississippi Delta. Then you have, and most important to note on the middle panel there, we've shown salinity, and we've shown the salinity going from water surface to the bottom. And those numbers do matter. I mean, it's not to scale here, but it gives you a representation of what is strong. So salinity difference between the top fresh water and the bottom dense seawater or salt water of more than 30 parts per thousand is considered strong stratification. So that would be indicative of very, very little mixing between the top and bottom. Then you have the situation of a partially mixed or moderately stratified system. Here, you do not have very strong freshwater inflows, or the tides are strong enough to move back and forth and mix things up a little bit more. So periodically, they may stratify when during periods of high freshwater flows, like if you have a storm event, there is a big runoff, then you might see some stratification, but then the tides will mix them up. So that is a partially mixed river system. Good examples of those are, Hudson River, even the Columbia River system. It goes between, on the West Coast, that goes between a very salt wedge type estuary in spring to like a partially mixed system. So it gives you a flavor for what kind of conditions causes these. The third one, and so typically a salinity range of 3 to 30 parts per thousand between the bottom and the surface salinity is what you'd call a partially mixed system. So anything, a difference of 3 parts per thousand or higher, up to about 30. Like the closer you get to 30, the stronger the stratification is going to be, right? So the last part is what we call a well-mixed or a weakly stratified system. So here, either your freshwater inflows are very small, or your tides are strong, or both, combination of both. So the Nueces River is not a very high-flowing river. The Inner Harbor doesn't have a whole lot of freshwater coming in. So really a dominant forcing for Corpus Christi Bay right here is a great example of what is a weakly stratified system. It is not very strongly stratified, and the data supports that, right? So wherever we see the salinity data, whatever limited depth profiles we have, you do not see very strong salt wedge coming in. So that's important to keep in mind. So we're starting with a system that is not a very strongly stratified system. So again, before we get into the details of modeling, I'd also maybe like to touch on a very high level on what does a model do, right? What is a model? So a model essentially applies fundamental scientific principles of energy, momentum, and mass conservation. So these are very basic principles of physics, laws of nature, essentially. And it has very sound science behind it. You know, any physicist or a fluid mechanics expert or a modeler would tell you, like, yeah, these are the basic principles. This is what it is based on. And you can derive these equations. So these laws of nature are written in mathematical form. And then they are solved in discrete chunks of space and time. That's what a model does. It tries to simulate nature in blocks of space over time. So it gives you a prediction of what is the condition of the water in a block over this time, and then it does that over a period of time. So it's important to recognize that models provide a prediction of reality, but it's not reality. You can never really truly replicate nature, but this is as close to replicating nature as you're going to get. A good model is one that explains what you see in nature well, right? So that's going to be your benchmark for your model, and we'll go through how this particular model does relative to measurements. The last thing is a very important point. A model is a tool, and it can be applied in multiple ways to study different things and inform decisions. How you apply the model is up to the modeling team, and the questions that are posed to the model, right? So that it's appropriately developed and applied. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. In this case, we applied it to assess the effect of desalination plant operation within Corpus Christi Bay. Is this an appropriate tool? Absolutely, right? You want a three-dimensional model that can simulate the tides, that can simulate temperature, that can simulate salinity, and it should be able to give you predictions of all these parameters in space and time. Okay, so what does our model look like? So this model is like we said, a three-dimensional model. It has 12,300 or so horizontal cells. So it's basically split Corpus Christi Bay into these 12,300 discrete chunk blocks in space. And then vertically, it has up to 10 layers. That is our base model. Overall, it has 34,400 active cells when you look at it in 3D, right? 12,000 horizontal and then all the vertical layers. So it's a pretty, detailed model. The main refinements that we made to this model are to enhance the resolution within the Inner Harbor. As you can see in the bottom left of that picture, there are multiple smaller blocks. So in the Corpus Christi Bay proper and in the ocean, you'll see that these blocks are bigger, but as you get into the Inner Harbor, it gets smaller. And the reason it gets smaller is so that you can better represent the bathymetry changes, the impacts of the desalination. Now keep in mind, this is a far field model. So the goal of this model is not so much to get the very close to the pipe, mixing very close to the pipe, but the goal is to represent how far that brine discharge gets into, right? And whether it can get into Corpus Christi Bay at large and can it have a potential to have a negative consequence. Okay.
Eric?
Very good. So the overall modeling approach here was to develop and validate the model for 2023 and 2024. So once the model was validated to observations from these years, we then apply the model with the proposed discharge and then compare conditions, the predicted salinities without and with the desal brine discharge. We also collaborated with the Far Field Advisory Committee in the process. We took their input. Some members of the committee proposed a hypothetical future scenario. So we'll go through findings of that too. So the future scenario essentially was considered a relatively worst case condition, right? What are the impacts under this worst case condition? Is it going to be is it similar, or are the conditions getting substantially worse under these different set of conditions? Then lastly, we'll also show the effect of ship traffic through the harbor. Okay, so the information sources for the model development. So like I said, bathymetry, which is the information of the terrain model, essentially, that forms the underpinning of the model, came from NOAA Blue Topo, which itself compiles information from various sources, Army Corps of Engineers, Texas Water Development Board, and so on. Then we have the water levels, right, which is the critical component of the model. We need to make sure that the model can predict the tides and the water levels correctly. So those data came from NOAA's various gauges that NOAA has deployed throughout the bay, and some CBI gauges as well. Then the salinity and temperature are the other two key parameters that the model is predicting. So those data came from USGS, CBI, Texas Water Development Board, Texas Environmental Commission for Environmental Quality. And the temperature data similarly came from USGS, NOAA, and CBI. So what this figure on the right is showing are the various point sources. The ones in squares are the withdrawals. The ones that are showing as circles are the discharges, right? And some of them are, are both intake and release. A good example of that is the power plant, NBPS power plant. Barney Davis is another example, right? It withdraws from one place and discharges to another. Okay, so now we're going to get into a series of charts like these. I'll try to go through the first one slowly, and then we'll get through the rest of them relatively fast. And if you do have if you need clarifications on any of these, please feel free to stop me. So what this figure is showing, there are 3 panels here. And so these are model predictions shown compared to the observations, the measurements that were made. The top panel is showing the water level, and this is from the mouth of the inner harbor. So the data are for the water level and temperature are from NOAA's USS Lexington station, and then the salinity data comes from the USGS station, which is on the other side of the inner harbor mouth. So what you're seeing here on the top panel are the predicted models, water levels, what the model is predicting. Right? So those are in blue, and you'll see 3 lines. Well, you won't be able to see 3 lines because they're on top of each other, and that's important. So the surface is the solid line. The 2 dashed lines are the depth averages and the bottom. So remember, early on we talked about what stratification exists when there is a difference in salinity between the bottom and the surface. So when the bottom and surface are very close to each other, that generally tells you that there is not a lot of stratification. And that's one of the main reasons why you're seeing all these 3 lines on top of each other. And that's generally true most of the time, right? And there are places within the inner harbor and within the channel where it'll stratify, and we'll highlight that as we go along, where you do see some stratification, and whether that is strong or partially stratified or weak, and that's important in terms of our interpretation of the effects of the discharge. Okay, the other important point I want to make here is you can barely see the little gray line behind, and that's because the model basically falls on top of what the measurements are showing, meaning the model matches the measurements very, very closely, and that's expected for water level. You should not see, if your bathymetry is correct, your tidal forcings are correct, the model should be able to explain the observations of water levels very well, and as it does. So the numbers there are what modelers typically use as goodness of fit, as we call it. It is, the closer it is to zero, the better it is, right? And in this case, our model matches the observations within a few centimeters, essentially. So that, this would be considered an excellent fit for the model. Then the next important component of this is salinity, right? So this whole thing is about brine discharge, and so we're looking to make sure that the model can reproduce observations on salinity. Again, these are high-frequency data. These are measured every 15 minutes or so, and so you can see there the number of observations that we're comparing it to. Right, this is the tens of thousands. So it's it's not just one point that we're showing that it is matching. It is continuously matching it over time, which is really important. For salinity, you can see that the model's bias or errors are very small. It's within about 1 ppt for the bias and within 2 ppt for the absolute mean error. Again, these would be considered, you can take this to any hydrodynamic modeler who's been doing this for a while and tell them, is this a good fit? And I'm sure they'll agree that this is excellent fit. It's capturing the seasonal trend, and same thing for temperature, the bottom panel. The model shows a very slight bias in terms of warmer waters, but again, what is really important is how does the model predict the seasonality of the temperature, right? It's not drifting off. In the winter, when it's cooler, the model is predicting the colder temperatures. In the summer, when it warms up, the model is able to get that. Same thing by January of 2024, you can see the temperatures drop off again, and then it goes back up again. So this is a model that is getting the seasonal dynamics very well. It's predicting the salinity very well, and it's predicting the water level very well. So this is a very good calibration at this location, right? So now how does it do in other locations? So throughout this, I'll point out, maybe I should have put the map up first. I'll show you in the map where these locations are relative to each other. There is concern about what can happen to the brine discharge which comes into the inner harbor in the deeper portions. There is concern about some of that water being withdrawn and released into Nueces Bay, right? Because the power plant withdraws water not far from the proposed outfall location for the desal plant. So then we need to be able to make sure that we can get Nueces Bay modeled appropriately. So we'll show calibration models performance within Nueces Bay. And then we'll also show elsewhere in Corpus Christi Bay how the model does. So there are three locations we'll show. But when we're looking at the effects of the desal discharge, we'll show maybe one other location within Corpus Christi Bay. And I'll point out what those different locations are in space. Okay, so this is the inner harbor. So the next one is going to be within Corpus Christi Bay. So this is a Texas Water Development Board station. This is farther out, close to Mustang Island there. And here we don't have water level data at this location, but we have salinity and temperature. So you can see both of them. The middle panel is showing the salinity data. The bottom panel is showing temperature. Obviously, the data here is not as extensive as it was at the USGS and NOAA locations. But where we do have data, the model is doing an excellent job of predicting those seasonal patterns, and both for salinity as well as for temperature. Again, the errors are very small, comparable to what you had at the USS Lexington station and the USGS stations. So one other thing I'd like to point out here, similar to the NOAA USS Lexington station, which is a shallow station, as is this, there is not really a big difference in terms of the surface to the bottom salinities. Again, it is not very stratified, and that's important. So within Nueces Bay, Again, here we, at this particular location, this is Nueces 2, or close to the NBPS outfall on the other side. And we picked this location primarily because there is SALT-1 data available. There's a CBI station data available, but this is also one of the stations where you really want to make sure that you get it right, because that's where you would see the effect of the desal discharge when it is discharging. So in the middle panel there, you're seeing the salinity predictions. You can see there again, like the model matches the data very closely. There is a period where you have some freshwater inflows where the model is maybe slightly overestimating the salinity in spring of 2023, but after that, the model is pretty much in line with the data. Again, with temperature, the model captures the seasonality very well. As before, the error statistics are very important. They're very small, less than 1 ppd in error overall, and bias, and 2 ppd in terms of salinity. So again, this is something that you'd consider a very good model performance within Nueces Bay. Okay, so I'm going to briefly touch on this topic of vertical resolution, and this is important because this is a concern raised by some members of the committee, but it was also one of the things that the previous modeling work had used higher resolution. So the importance of resolution in a model, there is a point of diminishing return. You can keep making the layers finer and finer. It adds a lot of computational burden, meaning like the more layers you have, the longer it takes for the model to run. So you have to find the balance of what is a reasonable computational time versus can I get sufficiently accurate results to inform my decision, right? And so we picked 10 layers based on our experience, doing it in various systems. But to specifically address, if you increase the resolution, are you increasing the accuracy of the model? So we wanted to make sure that we left no stone unturned on that. We did test that, and we're going to present the findings in the next few slides on that. So the higher resolution model has up to 20 layers in the channel in particular. That's where you get a lot more layers. And it's the thickness goes from 2 meters to about 1 meter, right? So that's about 3 feet. But you can see there, the most important thing here is that the number of active cells goes to 61,400. It takes almost twice as long to run. And when I say these models take days to run, they're not, for each year, it takes more than a day and a half, the 10-layer model. So this takes roughly 2.5 to 3 days to run. So it comes at a cost, right? And so that's where we had to balance resolution versus the computational time. Okay, the next few slides we're going to show results from both models. Now in this case, we're showing the depth averages. As you saw in the earlier slide, vertically, there was not much of a structure, right? So at these locations in particular where we have data. So we're showing the 10-layer model in blue and the 20-layer model in red. So the main thing to point out here is that they are practically on top of each other. There is not a big difference in terms of the vertical resolution. They provide about the same prediction. And the other important thing is that the error statistics are almost identical, meaning both models are performing equally well. There is not an apparent bias in one model over the other. Right, so both models are pretty much giving you the same level of performance. So the 20-layer model is not giving you any additional insights over a 10-layer model. But we did go through this exercise, and we also have these findings for our base case scenario in both. So I'll present both a little later too. So how does this change when we go into Nueces Bay? Not by much. Essentially, they give comparable performance in Nueces Bay as well. There's not a big difference between the two models. Okay, so from here on, actually, let me just pause on this one. So this actually shows you the surface and the bottom and the depth averages of, in the top panel, the salinity. The middle panel is the temperature. And the third panel is the density of water, right? So in the very first, or not, in the early slides when I pointed out the profiles of what is considered strongly stratified. So really, the fundamental driver of stratification is the water density, right? So, and density is not an inherently simulated quantity in the model, but it is calculated from salinity and temperature using a standard equation. So that's what is shown in the bottom panel. Now here we're not showing any comparisons relative to the data, but we're showing the distinction between the surface and the bottom as predicted by the 10-layer model versus the 20-layer model. So that tells you, like, in terms of your stratification, are they deviating substantially? So I'd like to point your attention to the top panel and also to the bottom panel. So both of them give you an estimate of the extent of stratification. Now, I don't expect you all to recall this, but in the earlier slide on the hydrodynamic modeling in estuaries, we said a stratification of 3 ppt or higher is considered moderately stratified. A stratification of 30 ppt and higher is considered strongly stratified. So this is from the inner harbor. So this location is deep. So this is actually 18 meters or about 50 plus feet depth in the inner harbor. So if you see stratification, this is where you're going to see it, right? Along the channel and in the inner harbor. So here what you're seeing, there are periods where it stratifies. So if you can sort of point your attention to like around that, midsummer period between August to September of 2023, you can see the top and bottom deviating from each other. So it's maybe about a 7 kilogram per cubic meter difference in density. So that would be considered moderately stratified, right, according to a typical textbook definition of stratification. But what is also equally important is that it doesn't go on forever. It's over a short duration under summer conditions when there's, things, not a lot of freshwater inflow. Then you see a seasonal sort of stratification. And it's only in the inner harbor. You're not seeing this at other locations, right? And then by the time you get to winter, there's really no signal at all. They all collapse on top of each other, meaning like there's not much of a stratification. So there are periods where it can stratify, and that's important to recognize. And the other important thing to recognize is that your conclusion of what that stratification doesn't change appreciably, particularly if you pay attention to like the summer periods. You can see that you don't see a dashed line separate from a solid red line for the surface or for the bottom in the density panel. What that tells you is that both the 10-layer model and the 20-layer model is giving you relatively the same predictions of density and stratification. So they're both equally reliable for the questions that we're posing to the model. Okay, so this is farther out in the ship channel. And again, I want to point this out because this is very important. You saw in the inner harbor, so this is also a deep location here, right? In the inner harbor, you saw some level of stratification, whereas in the ship channel, you're not seeing that much stratification at all. And the reason is because of the tides, right? So by the time, the tides are stronger here, you get a little bit more mixing with the tides. As you go farther and farther, that signal gets weaker. But I do want to emphasize that the fact that they mix tells you that tidal water moves all the way into the inner harbor. So even though you don't have any freshwater inflow, doesn't mean that there is no flow. It's not like it's just a stagnant pool. The water does move in and out. And it's just physics, right? It's gravity. If you have water here, you raise it here, it has to fall down by gravity. That's exactly what the tides do. So when the seawater goes up, that's going to fill in, go all the way to the inner harbor, and when it goes down, the harbor is going to drain back to the sea, right? That's what tides are. That's the basic principles of tide. So the flows may not be as strong as in other tidal systems, but there is flow, without a doubt. So, okay, and within New Essex Bay, of course, there is no stratification at all, and both models provide virtually identical predictions between the surface and the bottom. Okay, so from here on, we're going to look at, now is the application, right? So far, what we've seen so far is some basics on modeling, what stratification means, how do you model, how does the model as a tool perform? I think it's reasonable to conclude, based on all the evidence presented, that the model is very successful in explaining observations, field measurements, right? So the model is representing reality reasonably well. So at this point, I think we can say the model is worthy for the questions that we're asking the model to answer, which is, now what happens? How does the stratification change when you introduce desalination discharge into the inner harbor? So these locations were recommended by the Far-Field Committee to look at, and we did look at all of these, and we will provide model predictions at every one of these locations in our final report. For the purpose of efficiency, I'm going to focus on the 4 locations that I've shown in red squares there. So one is the inner harbor, which we've been looking at a decent amount so far. We've also looked at the Nueces Bay 2 location, which is located right on the other side, near the power plant outfall, just on the other side of the outfall. And then we have farther out on the Corpus Christi ship channel, the ship channel 2 location, and then we have a Corpus Christi bayfront location. So the bayfront location represents a shallow location, right? So that's where you would have concern about beachgoers and, what happens if brine comes out, and, does it cause stratification near the shallow parts of the bay, and could that cause any problems? So we'll look at every one of these locations. So first and these are all with a 10-layer model, and I think I also have results for the 20-layer model, and I'll show that for the base case at least. So one thing important to note, in our base case model predictions, we do not have ship traffic, so any mixing that is probably happening due to ship traffic is perhaps underestimated in this. So this is more what you'd call a conservative analysis, right? You're not accounting for processes that would actually break up that stratification, so you're keeping that in the model. Now, as we saw overall, there is not much stratification to begin with, except perhaps within the inner harbor and the ship channel during some short duration time. So a lot of lines here, so I'll try to walk you through this slowly. So first, if I can have your attention on the top panel, which shows the salinity. So you're seeing 3 sets of lines, one for the surface, that's the red, and then one for the bottom, that's the blue, and then you have the depth average. So the key ones here are the surface and the bottom. How does that change when you have desalination discharge? So the dashed line is the scenario where we have desalination discharge. So this is essentially showing results from 2 model runs, 2 comparable model runs. The only difference between the 2 runs is that one does not have the desalination discharge and the other one does, right? So it isolates the effect of the desalination discharge alone. If desalination had a significant effect, what you would see is that both the density and the salinities will start to deviate if it had a significant and persistent effect. But what you're instead seeing is that there are periods where it deviates very slightly from the solid blue line for the bottom. For the surface, it doesn't deviate much at all, and the depth average is about the same. So the bottom is maybe a little bit more saline in the inner harbor. The surface and dense, and the surface is about the same. And overall, those differences don't really persist for long. As you saw in the previous baseline simulations when we were showing the comparisons to the data, the density lines is actually clearer here. They all start to collapse on each other. The other really important point, does desalination discharge suddenly make this a very strongly stratified system? And the answer quite simply is no, right? You can see that the density difference that you're seeing are still about the same as what you see for the case without the desalination discharge. Meaning the difference from the bottom to surface, the primary component of the stratification, really doesn't change appreciably. It changes by a little bit, but not by much, right? And you'd expect that. You're taking fresh water out, and you're concentrating the salt, and so you would expect some change. But it's really like, all of a sudden, it doesn't go from a weakly stratified system to like a strongly stratified system, or a partially stratified system to a strongly stratified system. Where it's partially stratified, it still stays partially stratified. And where those stratification patterns break down, it'll continue to break down, right? So when the tides get stronger, or over the winter months when those gradients break down. So one thing I'd like to maybe sort of remind everybody, the desalination does not add any extra salt, right? It's taking water out, it's putting a portion of that water, but with more concentrated salt in. So it doesn't actually add salt. What it does is it extracts fresh water out. And that's important to recognize, right? The plant itself doesn't add any salinity because of adding salt, but it's rather it's concentrating the salt that is already there in the water. And that's an important distinction to keep in mind. Okay, so this figure is actually a pretty more involved figure that actually gets right at the question of how much does the stratification change by. Again, so the top panel is showing two lines. The blue line shows the condition without desalination, and the red line shows the condition with desalination. So if you, overall, like so far we've been defining stratification, and that as a very loose way of saying is, what is the bottom minus the surface salinity, or the bottom minus the surface density. So the middle panel is showing that difference in density. The top panel is showing the difference in salinity. So in the bottom panel there is showing what is that change in stratification, meaning if your stratification under the no desalination discharge is 1, and if your stratification under the with desalination discharge is 2, then the change in stratification between them is 1, right? 2 minus 1 is 1. So why is that bottom panel important? There are two very important lines there. The sort of the pink purplish line that you have there, that's the salinity difference. And then the green line you have there is the density difference. If you recall, like a change of, the difference itself is, first of all, on the top panel, the difference itself goes from about 2 to 6 at best. A lot of times it is 0, and this is at the inner harbor. This is where it gets the most stratified. So at 6 is probably partially mixed condition or moderately stratified condition. And when it gets to below 2, it's weakly stratified or well-mixed condition, right? So the model with both with and without desal, you're seeing that the stratification doesn't really change dramatically, right? You do not, like we saw that in the previous one, but this shows that a little bit better. And then with and without, by how much, what is the magnitude of that increase in stratification? We're generally talking, and this is, Nick presented this in the other previous work, we said like a change of 0.6 ppt. This work is again showing a comparable difference overall, right? So the change in salinity from between the bottom to surface is about half a ppt to 1 ppt at most, 1 parts per thousand, right? So it's really not a big change, a very small change overall. And even more important, the more fundamental parameter is density. The density changes are, even within the inner harbor, is less than 0.5 kilogram per cubic meter. As you saw, like for anything to be even considered moderately stratified, that difference was 2 or higher, right? So but it's really not changing your stratification by that much if it does happen. The other important thing to note here is that you see there are periods where that change goes to 0, right? A good example is in August 2023, and then it happens periodically again in October 2023, then in February 2023, and so on. So like what happens is that these increases, if it was permanent to the system, you would not see that change go to 0. What this means is that the tides are strong enough to kind of reset the system, if you will. And so it is not persisting. It is persisting for order of weeks, perhaps to month. But periodically, when the tides get strong enough, you see that pattern break down. Okay, now what happens farther out in the Corpus Christi ship channel? Here the effects are even smaller, because, like we said earlier, the tides are stronger here, right? And so it does, and also it is much farther from the point of discharge where the brine is discharging. So by the time it comes here, it's already mixed a little bit more. So the effects are not as pronounced. Again, the magnitude of the effect varies from 0 to 1. It's very similar. Maybe overall it's lower in general. I would just call your attention to the bottom panel to make it easier to interpret there. And then now you're seeing a lot more breakdown of that much more frequently. In the inner harbor, it didn't break down as frequently, but as you go into the ship channel, it is breaking down much more frequently, and there are extensive periods where you don't even see the effect. That's important, right? So it's not really, all of a sudden you don't have this massive brine plume sitting in the system that is exacerbating the conditions, the stratified conditions in the ship channel. Now this is just the ship channel, right? This is the deep part. This is where you would expect the effect to be the most. What about the shallower parts? So if you look at the Corpus Christi Bayfront, the most important thing here to note here is the change in the axis scales. So maybe if you start with the bottom panel there, it actually makes, and sometimes it is less stratified than the existing conditions, sometimes it is slightly more stratified, but the real punchline here is that those changes are so small, they are within 0.1 plus or minus 0.1 kilogram per cubic meter, that it's not even a perceptible change in terms of your stratification in shallower parts. And so, and that's important, right? So the fact that you cannot really, it's not persisting for a long time. When it does happen, it's very brief, and it can be in either direction, meaning it can actually be less stratified than your current condition. To me, this is essentially very small numerical differences that I wouldn't read too much into. This is almost no impact outside of the channel. How about Nueces Bay? This is where you could have a potential to see a more sustained effect, because you're taking the desal discharge in the channel, in the inner harbor channel, and then the power plant uses it, and then it puts it out in Nueces Bay. So if the ship channel was getting substantially more saline, you would see that effect in Nueces Bay. The fact is, the overall increases within the ship channel itself is very small, meaning, therefore, you really are not changing the salinity patterns within Nueces Bay by that much. And that's pretty apparent in the top panel there, which shows the bottom to surface salinities. In general, you cannot tell the blue and the red lines apart, right? And that's because they're really under both conditions, you're more or less seeing the same model predictions. And the bottom panel confirms that. Your differences are very, very small, within about 0.05 kilogram per cubic meter. So this kind of shows the same patterns in a full sort of aerial extent of what that change is. So what you're seeing on the left side is the average over the entire simulation period of your surface layer salinities, and then the differences of the averages between the two, right? So with desalination, without desalination. And the right one is showing the same thing for the bottom. So what's important here are the colors, right? So essentially, the bluer it is, the less impact. It's virtually zero. Once you go to green, with desalination actually reduces the salinity. And if you go to yellow, with desalination increases the salinity, right? So I know you're all squinting to see, what are you showing me here? That's the point. You cannot, everything is blue. The only place where you see a tinge of yellow is within the inner harbor, and then you see that extend into the channel, right? So that's really the only place where you're seeing that effect. Now, we saw this on a point-by-point basis, but this is just bringing it all together over space, right? Now, you can look at a zoomed-in version of this here in the next slide. Again, now you can see that a little bit more clearly. So the part where the desal discharge comes in is where you see the biggest change. That's where it's the most closest to yellow. It's still not quite yellow, maybe about 1.5-ish. And then as you go farther out, those effects tend to be smaller, right? and that is only in the bottom. At the surface, like we saw in those time series charts, both of those lines were on top of each other. That's why it is blue everywhere. So you don't really see a big difference at the surface. So most of those changes are in the bottom, which you would expect because you're discharging denser brine water, and therefore the changes are likely to be at the bottom. Okay, so this is showing another way of looking at the same information. Is the time average of stratification. So previously we saw the bottom and surface salinity difference. This is actually showing the stratification directly, right? So this is the bottom panel of those 3 charts that we saw earlier, but averaged over time. That's what you're seeing on the left side. And then on the right side, and this is important, is we applied a threshold of where do you see a significant enough salinity difference of 1 parts per thousand or higher, right? And that's what is shown, and over what proportion of time do you see it over the entire simulation? And that's important because, you simulated it for 2 years. Is it bad continuously for 2 years, or is it only a small fraction of that time? So that's what that right side is showing. So you can see that color, the pink color bar goes from 0 to 10. 0 is all white, right? And meaning it never goes to 1 ppt during the simulation period. 10% is 10% of the simulation time. So we did a 2-year simulation. 10% of the simulation time is about 70 days. About 70 days or more, right? So the upper end, it's more than that. You're seeing an effect of 1 ppt or higher. As we saw in the previous one, those changes are predominantly in the inner harbor, limited to the vicinity of the discharge, right? Outside of that, you're really not seeing a big effect. So I think that's the base case scenario. So now this is just showing the same thing zoomed in so you can see that more clearly. So you can see the pink part. So I want to clarify that, the really pink part can be actually more than 10%, right? But it's just we limited the scale at 10 so that you can see the rest of it. So the extent of that impact is really in the vicinity of the discharge. All right, so this is just a sensitivity just to show that, would our conclusions change if we were to use a 20-layer model? The answer is no. So what you're seeing here is the left side is the 10-layer model, which is what you've all been seeing so far. The right side is the 20-layer model for which we showed the predictions relative to the data earlier, but we ran a similar exercise of with and without the decel, what happens. And the key point to note here are, maybe if you could focus your attention on the bottom panel, right? The scale didn't change. The magnitude of the effects is similar. The performance between the 2 models is very similar. And in fact, the 20-layer model shows a lot more of that breakdown and formation of that stratification because it is more sensitive to those changes. But it doesn't necessarily tell us that it's actually higher, right? So the extent of the impacts are relatively consistent between the two. So this is within the inner harbor. Same thing within the ship channel. You have periods where you don't, you can see the impacts are almost 0. There are periods where it forms, and then it breaks down immediately with the tides. Both models are essentially telling us the same thing. Your conclusion would be the same, right, in terms of what is the magnitude of the impact, whether you're using a 10-layer model or a 20-layer model. And within Nueces Bay, would we come to a different conclusion with a 20-layer model? No. Again, the differences bounce around the 0, both sides. It's really not that substantively different. So here, you saw this earlier in terms of the strength of stratification and where it is happening, right? On the left, you already saw that earlier. Now I'm just showing the same thing for a 20-layer model. Again, do we suddenly start to see the pink or yellow hues anywhere else outside the channel? We don't. It is all still relatively the same geographical extent of that effect. Yeah, and this is the proportion of time, right? And so very, very similar predictions between the 2 models. Okay, so one of the recommendations that came out of the committee was to simulate a hypothetical worst case. So this is to reconcile, this plant is going to be operated for 50 years. There could be climate change effects, there could be sea level change, there could be warming of the water, and then there are other critical conditions that we want to evaluate, like what if there is no freshwater inflow, like all that freshwater inflow goes. So now you essentially are forcing that salt water to remain in the system. Nothing gets flushed out or diluted. And then we also, in addition to that, the committee recommended taking out the OSO facility and Allison facility discharges. So essentially there is, talk about these facilities no longer operating, right? They are actually discharging fresh water to the system. So by taking these out, you're actually removing fresh water, so you're making the system overall more salty, right? And then, of course, the other important addition there is the inclusion of CC polymer desalination discharge in the inner harbor, right? So the base case didn't really have that because it's not operational yet, but in future it could be operational. And if it is operational, then what is the effect of that additional sort of brine coming into the system farther up within the inner harbor? So we added that as well. So the figure here shows similar to what you saw before. The dashed line is with desalination, and the solid line is without desalination, and then the blue is bottom, red is surface, and then the green is depth average, right? So most important thing to point out, the extent of stratification doesn't really change, and in fact it is even lower than what you see in your current condition. And the reason for that is because once you're raising the sea level, you're pushing more of that seawater in, and that's actually diluting a brine which is more concentrated, right? So you're actually providing more flows in the process. So sea level rise in this case is actually tending to moderate the impact, not make it worse, right? And then you can see that in the density as well in the bottom panel, right, where through the winter, and you don't really see a change in pattern overall. It's essentially like they all coalesce over the winter. You see that similar summer stratification period. So really, nothing really changed substantively. So this is showing the same thing in terms of the stratification itself. The previous one we just saw the surface to bottom. Again, I'd like to point out the scale here. Really, the positive ones are the more substantive impacts. The negative ones means that it's actually not having an impact. So you can see essentially those magnitudes are smaller than what you had in the existing condition. So within the Corpus Christi channel, very similar. You saw those taller lines before. Now they're all shorter overall in the bottom panel. So you're essentially it tends to have a more moderating effect than an exacerbating effect. Do we see any changes in the shallow parts? What about the Corpus Christi Bayfront? Here again, the impacts are relatively small, nothing substantively different than what you saw before. Same with the Nueces Bay. Almost comparable performance. Maybe towards the end you're seeing a little bit more of an effect, but again the scale is goes to 0.3. So nothing that would tell you it's either persistent or that it's more severe. This is showing the spatial statistics as before. So we're seeing the time average stratification difference overall, where you see the footprint and is again close to the discharge. It's even smaller than what you saw under the existing condition. This is just showing the zoomed in extent of that. Actually, you can see this more clearly. It was darker pink in the existing condition, closer to the discharge, but here in the bottom panel, it's somewhat paler, meaning it's you rarely go to one ppt, even within the inner harbor. All right, so the last thing I want to present, and there's just one slide on this. I know you're all probably tired, and we did simulate ship traffic. in what this is showing, if I can play this animation here, is a movement of actual ship through the Corpus Christi ship channel. So what the colors are showing, like you'll see the colors change, is the effect of the velocity changes as a result of that ship wake, the ship action, right? But I will point out that those velocity changes are actually quite small. If you look at the color bar closely, you'll see that. The biggest changes really happen within the inner harbor, right around the point where the ships are turning and making their turn within the inner harbor, which would make sense because they're actually slowing down there, but they're also turning and persisting and having their propellers go for longer there. Overall, the differences that we saw in salinities were very comparable with and without ship traffic. We didn't really see an appreciable effect, but I will note that this is only a 2-week simulation. We didn't do a long-term simulation on this. So the reason we prioritize this a little less over the others is because this is more conservative. What this will likely show is that because of the effect of that propeller action, it's actually going to mix things up, so there's going to be even less stratification. So it's a more conservative condition overall where we are actually evaluating the impacts. All right, so to close out, I have 3 more slides. I promise I'm done after that. The modeling is showing us that the introduction of the desal discharge into the inner harbor could increase salinity stratification locally in the vicinity of the discharge. Even there, those increases are of the order of 1 ppt and less most of the time, but as a very conservative upper bound estimate, it's 2 parts per thousand, right? And that's right in the vicinity of the discharge. Those changes, could persist maybe 2 weeks to a month, but they often get dissipated because of the tidal action, tides moving in and out. Outside of the inner harbor and the Corpus Christi channel, those changes are really, I say 0.5 ppt in that slide, but as you saw in most of the figures, that's less than 0.1 ppt pretty much everywhere. So it's really a very minimal impact outside of the channel. Now, we did not model dissolved oxygen in this study. However, we talked about stratification, right, and how stratification can make or exacerbate your dissolved oxygen conditions. Now, if these modeling findings showed that your salinity differences in the shallower part or even in the deeper part go higher than, say, the current condition of 3 to 6, then you could say like the desalination discharge would have some notable effect on dissolved oxygen. But based on what we're seeing here, those changes are very minimal. And so we're not really seeing any increased risk for lower dissolved oxygen than what you currently have, right? So your current conditions are going to be more or less similar with the desalination discharge. It wouldn't change things appreciably, is our estimate based on these model findings. So just to leave if I were to bring all of that together, both in space and time, where are you seeing this impact? What is the magnitude of the impact? And how sensitive it is to different vertical resolution. So this figure brings that all together. This is what we call a box plot. And what we're showing here is the proportion of a particular area that is exceeding a certain threshold. So the yellow one is showing where you have salinity changes of 0.5 ppt or higher, right? The density, bottom to surface. The orange one is showing 1 ppt or higher. The red is 2, and then the deep dark red is 3. Within the inner harbor, roughly about even if you take the upper part of that box, that is roughly 75th percentile is what we call it. About 75% of the time, less than 30% of the area of the inner harbor is actually showing an increase of 0.5 parts per thousand or higher, right? And that's important. What it is telling us that we simulated it for 2 years. We're seeing less than 30% of the area where you even see a magnitude of 0.5 ppt. Remember from our earlier slides, this is already only a partially stratified system. This is a very, very, very minor impact on that. And then at 1 ppt, which is a slightly higher impact, that area shrinks to less than 5%, right? So it's really not a big footprint at all. It's right in the vicinity of the discharge. And those conclusions don't appreciably change when you have a 20-layer model. That's what you have on the right side there. So the findings remain the same regardless of the vertical resolution of the model. Now, what about the hypothetical worst case? You saw this earlier, right? So again, your existing condition is actually more severe, as it turns out in this case, than your hypothetical worst case that we came up with, primarily because that increased sea level actually tend to mitigate the effect rather than exacerbate it. The other important thing I want to point out, outside, within Corpus Christi Bay and within Nueces Bay, you don't see any bars, right? That is 0.5 ppt or higher, and that's because it's really not, the impact is pretty much limited to the channel. Okay, so I'd like to take a moment to thank the city and the Far Field Committee for all their collaborations through the process, and we appreciate having the opportunity to present this to you all. And if there are any questions on, we're not doing questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Mayor, I think we were going to go to, so we have a number of the Far Field Committee who'd like to make a statement, so we're going to go through that.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to read them in order just so, and we're going to provide about 3 minutes time for each of them. So the first one will be David Loeb, followed by Brad Bartleson, Jason Hale, Dr. Hertzka, Deanna King, and then Roger Tenapel.
Great. And Pradeep, thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
And Pradeep will be available after the discussion items for more questions.
Thank you.
David Loeb, committee member. I want to thank City Manager Zanoni and Nick and the staff. City Manager Zanoni for appointing me, and Pradeep and his team for doing this work. If you didn't notice, there's 6 PhDs and 4 professional engineers on his team, and they did a huge amount of work in a very short period of time. There are folks that are not going to be happy with this study. They weren't happy with the previous studies. I just want to remind you that this study was not selected by any of us that were proponents of the project. We accepted the results of the previous studies. This was the specific model, the specific type of study, and the specific vendor recommended by folks who oppose the project. And so, of the vendors that applied, both were selected. There were some research scientists that were invited to put in to do this project who did not choose to do so. So the salinity changes are essentially identical to the previous studies. Those previous studies were used in environmental permitting and review with third-party independent agencies who have lots of scientists, marine biology, hydrologists that look at these things, marine fisheries, EPA, NOAA, Fish and Wildlife, and those were under Biden administration. The theoretical plume that would cause hypoxia throughout the bays doesn't exist in this model. When a plume does form, it shows it dissipating and not being a level and duration typically associated with hypoxia. In 60 feet deep water, you will have salinity differences purely from differences in depth and solar heating. All models, this one included, are constrained by their inputs, so I wanted to let you know a couple of those. This model does not include all the freshwater inflows into the bay. Specifically, it doesn't include rainfall runoff from anything that does not drain into Oso Creek or Nueces River. And this is a very large source of fresh water. This is a model of a plant, not the plant. You can't model the plant until you design the plant. And that's your next agenda item. In this case, the model simulates an open channel discharge system and a permit maximum size plant, which is about 60% larger than what you are considering in your next item. So this is a permit maximum, and I think your permit discharge maximum is 55 million gallons a day. So this answers the question on whether this is an expandable thing. To move forward, I would suggest you do a long-term study like they did in Sydney. They hired a third-party independent scientist to do a before construction, during construction, after construction. I'm sorry, I was told I was presenting and I kind of cleared my statement with staff. But so I think you should retain the Bays and Estuaries Foundation. I don't think you guys should do that study. I think you should ask Bays and Estuaries or program or somebody like that to do it for you, to hire somebody to do it, and then have your engineering and design company actually finish designing the plant and do modeling based on that and make sure everything's okay from that. But I just wanted to thank again Peter for the opportunity to represent the 10,000 commercial CCW customers. It was an honor and it was a privilege, and once again to thank Pradeep and his team for all their hard work and sleepless nights in getting this ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb.
Brad Bartleson. I did computational fluid dynamics modeling for about 12 years. So some of the things that I was concerned that I saw, and this is largely a fact of not having time. You know, when you first start modeling, you get married to the model and you just work the model. But at each point in here, what you're looking for is validation. So some things at each point, are we getting the flow profiles that we expect out of the power plant? I haven't seen any velocity profiles. Do we have stagnant areas? Given the small depths here, I wasn't expecting we'd see much stratification. But we do have large flat areas that could have pockets in there. And we do actually have data from the scientists showing something that we didn't see in the model, and that's that extended period of time we will get Nueces Bay going extremely high. So if the model was working right, you see most of the results, everything stays pretty slight difference in salinity. But we should have gone long enough and let that model run long enough to say that the model does predict those periods of high salinity in Nueces Bay. And those come from those reduction of those saltwater inflows when we put the reservoirs in. 99% reduction, and we saw that the oyster fishery got lost. So we're really talking about here, by the way, we've got a buffer solution that's just a couple parts per thousand, and it's higher. So we have this impression, in fact, I did in the beginning, that salt is going to move from the inner harbor and into Nueces and then out to the ocean. The ocean's at a higher salinity. What we're trying to protect is a very small profile of a lower salinity where the fish want to come in and spawn. And so we really needed to be looking at a lot of spatial and not really so much on the depth, because we don't have enough depth really to get that stratification just from closed form solutions. We should have done some bulk mixing models. I did some myself, and I would have liked to have seen that from the modelers. I asked for that. The flow patterns, more parametric sensitivity analysis. For example, if the model isn't really changing much with conditions, then you have to ask, is it really behaving right? So we should have done things like, let's drive the salinity, the incoming, much higher. Let's put a lot more salt in. Is it really even responding, or are we looking at results that don't indicate? And I think the biggest factor is I would have liked to seen us get to that period of high salinity in Nueces Bay that actually happens. And not only does it go higher, but does it extend for a longer period of time that would impact not just fish kills, but fish avoidance. I don't like this area anymore. And that shows up in fish populations. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson.
Hi, council members, Jason Hill, Corpus Christi. So climate change makes desal less impactful. It's really interesting. I I was appointed to the committee by Eric. I think I belong in the skeptical camp. Basically, I thought the city really needed to do far field modeling for a number of reasons. The bays are salinity stressed. Ann Arbor is 20 miles from the Gulf. Experts have discredited the city's far field assessments. So basically, for the past 2.5 years, I've been asking for the city to do a far field model, and I'm really glad that y'all did it. I really appreciate that. The advisory committee, that was pretty cool. We had 19 members who represented a diverse group of stakeholders that represented their community groups and brought a lot of expertise to the committee. There was 19 members, so there was no shortage of input. We definitely delivered on the advisory part. There was a very condensed timeline, and I think the modelers did the best they could to work in our recommendations to the modeling. And as long as everything's accurate, I'm happy with what they put together. It's all very new, the results, and we haven't really been able to see the model files, so hopefully we can do that soon. Basically, I think what we signed up for was an upgraded version of the Ports 2023 far field model, and I think we got that. For me, the main question that this study answers is whether or not there's enough flushing and mixing in the channel and the bay to prevent salinity levels from building up and becoming overly excessive. For me, my big questions when it comes to desal is, what are the impacts to the ecology, and how does desalination affect the bay's long-term health? And I think that's important to look further into because the model did show salinity increases and it did show DO risks in the channel. So basically, I think what the city has done is a monumental, huge first step in answering some of our biggest questions on desal in the bay. And I hope you all continue to build on that work as we move forward or not move forward on the project. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale.
Good evening. I commend you on your stamina. It's very impressive. Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, Mr. Zanoni, Mr. Winkleman. I'm Sharon Hertzka, Dr. Sharon Hertzka. I'm a faculty member at the University of Texas Marine Science Institute. I'm here with Dr. Michael Wetz from the Hart Research Institute, and we both participated in the Far Field Committee. We want to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this committee and to provide feedback for the Far Field modeling effort in focusing on the Inner Harbor desalination plant. The scientific opinion that I'm going to present here represents a consensus of 13 local PhD level scientists who have extensive expertise in estuarine science, modeling, and fisheries, and that cumulatively have worked over 300 years in these systems. I want to make a very important distinction. The modeling effort focused on quantifying the potential impact of brine discharge into the Inner Harbor on the Corpus Christi Bay system, particularly the location and extent of salinity increases. In contrast, our aim is to assess the potential ecological outcomes given the modeling results. Because there is a lot to this, as you have just seen from the presentation, we prepared a preliminary report that is being given to you now. It includes explanations about stratification, the importance of stratification. There is stratification in the system naturally, and I would suggest that the modelers look at the values that they were using when they were classifying the different levels of stratification. You can't compare something like Chesapeake Bay to a hypersaline system of the coastal bend directly. Dissolved oxygen was very important. It was not included in the model. It was outside of the scope of the modeling. Based on the preliminary results presented to date, the modeling exercises have not produced convincing evidence that desalination would not have detrimental ecological effects across the Corpus Christi Bay ecosystem. The model results so far indicate that desalination discharge will increase stratification and layering of water masses, and that is conducive to the potential for low oxygen events in the inner harbor and the Corpus Christi ship channel. The Corpus Christi ship channel is a primary pathway for the dispersal of early life stages of commercially and recreationally important fish and shellfish. And it is also a gateway to the arrival of young individuals to habitats of Corpus Christi Bay and Nueces Bay. There's still uncertainties about the model setup and the ability to predict real-world conditions. The modeling results will be turned in, and we hope that they're going to be released and they're allowed to be subjected to extensive, independent peer review and interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Y'all do have stamina. We appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to give our feedback to this far-field study. My name is Deanna King, and I was on the committee. The initial findings did not include wind speed, ship traffic within the channel, no dissolved oxygen. The initial findings, the data was measured for 8 feet depth, which Spiros identified as the shallowest part of our bays, which is not correct. The shallowest part of the bays is 17.5 feet, which was pointed out by one of our committee members. The next meeting on May the 28th, the Spiros corrected it to 17.5 feet. The problems that still exist with this study is the model still does not address or indicate environmental impact to aquatic life. The study only measured levels of salinity with or without the desalination plant from top of our bay. There's at levels and not more vertically. The ship channel traffic is not realistic. Data reflected ship traffic for only 2 weeks and for one ship going in and one ship going out. The data is only for a 2-year span and not long-term impact. No data for Inner Harbor desal plant running at the same time as CC Polymers proposed desal plant. There was also no data from the top to the bottom of the CC Bay, which the deepest channel, the deepest part of the ship channel is 47 to 54 feet. There's no data on dissolved oxygen to determine whether or not fish can survive or live with brine discharge into the inner harbor. No data on changes in conditions of our bays, no data on whether or not the brine discharge or chemicals from an inner harbor desal will harm human life for people who swim at North Beach. And that question was asked, and we were told that that data cannot be collected. But the preliminary findings did reveal that the inner harbor right now has high salinity without a desal plant. The animation slide that was presented to the Farfield Study Committee depicted real-time data, but did not address real-life variables. It looks like I don't have much time, but I just want y'all to know, thank y'all for letting us, again, to say our words and our piece, but I don't think this has answered any of the questions, whether this is going to be an impact to human life or aquatic life. Thank you.
Okay, if we could share the slide that's currently on the screen.
Okay, thank you. Council, city staff, this was a very interesting and worthwhile initiative. I'm Roger Tenaple. I represented CBIA on this important far-field effort. I'm here to speak to you about the committee's process. I also want to give you some separate information that may help you put the committee's work into perspective. The Far-Field Committee initiative, I should say, was very responsive to concerns that the project might significantly impact the ecology of our bays. You can assume correctly that the assumptions and data were challenged by this committee, and special scenarios were created to address their concerns, and you've seen some of the output from that. The dialogue was very healthy and productive. I have an engineering background. I've been involved with complex models over my entire career. I believe the work that was done is very credible. The modeling conclusions did not meet everyone's expectations, but I still believe the work was credible. Some of you might be still struggling a bit to maybe accept on faith the science and engineering that was presented to you. And I'm thinking that I could maybe give you just a quick alternative perspective to help you get a feel for the dynamics. And that gets to this far-field bathtub model, okay? The numbers that I want to talk about are, first of all, you look at the arrow pointing up, and it says 600 million gallons a day. That is the amount of water that evaporates on average every day out of our bay system. Councilman Campos has been reminding us of what comes out of the western lakes for a long time. This is an even bigger amount, and it's very important. That happens because the data from the U.S. Geological Survey points out that the evaporation out of these water systems ranges from 57 to 70 inches a year of water is evaporated. That's where these big numbers come from. That's 500 million gallons a day of water that's being taken out, and the salt's being left behind, okay? The other number is this yellow arrow over on the right-hand side that says tidal exchange. And all the numbers on here are, millions of gallons a day. We talked about 600 million gallons of water being evaporated. Well, 3.3 billion gallons are being exchanged in and out with the tides. So now my point being, that tidal exchange has been going on forever. The tides don't change. The sun and the moon and the earth generate tides. Tides have been going in and out for decades and centuries. That is what keeps the concentration of salt in our bay constant. Take and put that now into context with the fact that we're talking about taking out an additional 30 million gallons a day of water by desal. An additional 30 on top of that 600. That's 5%.
Thank you.
Mother Nature keeps our bay system where it needs to be. That tidal movement moves the salt in and out from 500 million gallons a day. And it's not 500 million gallons every day. It's a range of
Thank you, Mr. Tenaple.
450 to 550, and that's on an annual average. The days are even wider than that. So the point is, Mother Nature moves things and takes care of it. And another day we'll talk about hypoxia and oxygen. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the committee members for talking today and their comments. We appreciate that. At this point, I want to make sure that all of you know that Pradeep and Tim are here to answer questions, as am myself.
Yeah. Thank you. I got Pradeep, you want to come to the front here, and we've got a few lights on. Councilman Cantu?
Mayor, can we have Aaron Price come up and give us his point of view on the study?
Who's Aaron Price?
He was on the committee.
Well, I don't think we can break that, because then we'd have other other committee members that would want to come up.
Okay.
Well, it's not fair. I mean, they're not here. Sorry. You guys established that 5 or however many we're going to do.
Can we do a motion then to see if other council members want to hear him?
How many committee members do we have?
Did we invite them all here today?
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't in charge of that. Peter was.
Yeah, we invited all the committee members. We encouraged all the committee members to attend this council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
We did ask for volunteers at the last Farfield committee meeting, and it was 4 initially, and then there was one more that asked, and so we added that 5th one on. And when we left that meeting, it was understood there'd be 5.
There were 5. Okay.
And so everybody spoke.
Right. Councilmember, go ahead.
But you said you can ask questions from any of them in the audience. I specifically asked.
Right, you can ask questions. Councilwoman Vaughn said, can we bring up one to ask a question?
I'm sorry?
That's right. Councilwoman Vaughn asked me at the last Farfield committee meeting, if we have a question of the committee member, can we ask them to answer the question? So we can. I don't know if that's what Councilman Cantu wanted to do, to ask a question or not.
Who's the committee member? Where is the committee member?
Aaron's here somewhere.
Is there anybody else
appointed him
here?
myself. Yeah, he's there right next to.
No, I know. But is there another committee member here? Okay, would you guys like to speak as well? Because I'm going to give everybody the same opportunity then. Mr. Price, come on up. And if the two of you would like to say anything, come on up.
Let's just ask what, you just have a question, don't you?
Yes. I just
Yeah.
wanted to hear his point of view.
Yeah, tell us what you think.
Aaron Price, committee member, 38-year-long resident of Corpus, lifelong fisherman of the Bay system here. I want to reiterate what Dr. Hertzka said as far as the ship channel being a highway and a estuary for larvae and things that come and spawn from the jetties. They come through that highway. Think of a small town in America, right? You have rural America, and they're all getting fed their supplies, their fuel, hell, their mail by highways, okay? If you destroy the highway, okay, the fish and all the small critters cannot get to their spawning grounds, cannot get to where they live. And I've been fishing this area since, I have a picture on my phone since I was 7 years old at Cole Park, and where I caught my first southern flounder. And southern flounder are a bottom fish. They are actually hurting in the state right now. There's been a lot of movements by Parks and Wildlife to cut back on regulations for those fish. People say this wasn't a economic study, but you have a lot of economics that are driven by the Bay system. And you have shrimpers that are out there by the ship channel all the time. Bay shrimp season is actually open right now, as a few weeks ago. You have fishing guides that fish the Oasis. I know several of them that fish that area all the time. I fish the Lexington. I have photos. We have great speckled trout fishing right in front of Lexington. Mangrove snapper fishing is all right in that area as well. I want to make another point that the inner harbor itself is not a desert per se when it comes to fish. There are tarpon back there. There are snook that are back there. There are large black drum that are in that area. Obviously, we cannot recreational fish it because Homeland Security, 9/11, it's off limits, but those fish will move in and out. And there is a Dr. Tolan, retired Parks and Wildlife, responded to a red tide situation inside the inner harbor, and there was multiple offshore species that were found dead due to a red tide event, which is different than salt, but it proves that those fish do live in that back harbor. So as far as my thoughts on being on the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the committee. I believe I was the only fisherman. There may be some other people that have fishing licenses, but I've been fishing for over 30 years in this area. Yeah, I would definitely have time, give the scientists some time, and we need a better look at it, for sure. Thanks.
Who else was going to come up and speak? Carl?
Can we say no?
Okay, my name is Carl Kroll. I've been through 4 droughts here in my 45 years, and decisions impact future generations. That was a comment that was made. Well, the Mary Rhodes pipeline and the other pipelines have made the water supply of today. With respect to some comments that were made earlier, there was a request made about DO modeling. Well, that's all well and good, except that there is no real-world data about dissolved oxygen. So you can model it all you want, but how do you compare it to the real world? Because there is no data. The other part of the DO dissolved oxygen is there are other impacts, organic and so on, that affect dissolved oxygen. So you've got to model that. You know, I think the modelers did a great job in the time they were allotted, and it was a crunch to get this done, I'm sure. You can't continue to study to try to get all the information. At some point, you've got to make a decision and move forward. And you make the decision based on the best information you have available. Now, with respect to the fisheries and so on, I did a little research, found some Texas Parks and Wildlife, not data, but commentary, and they showed no decline in the main species of fish, redfish, drum, sea trout, in Corpus Christi Bay or Nueces Bay in 2023, 2024, or 2025, which is a high salinity period of time when there was no inflows. Shrimp declined. The shrimp harvest declined, but part of that they attributed to the competition from farm-raised shrimp, where the price of shrimp has gone down so far that people are no longer shrimping. So you can't really determine whether the shrimp have been impacted. That's basically all I have. I'd urge you to take this study and move forward with the desal plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Carrie Meyer, I was on the committee serving the North Beach community, and because I'm a business owner and swim and use the water there, really close to the Inner Harbor, like I told you earlier today. I think just being on the committee and hearing it all and going through 8 long meetings, the one thing that they haven't mentioned is that the first, I think, 5 meetings we were with one modeler named Jordan, and we shared all of our information with him, all of our concerns. He answered us, and then he just disappeared because he was released from the company. And then Pradeep came into his shoes, but it was almost like 2 different models, and so that was a strange part of the process, I thought, right? So, why did that happen? We never found out. It was just, we're on to this new guy. And so then I also thought that the end result from what he's just told us tonight is that there will be increased salinity in the ship channel, especially near the Inner Harbor. There will be increased salinity in the Inner Harbor. That's not a question. Now, the model was not set up to model the impact to marine life. But I think when City Council wanted this, they said, we want to know about the health of the bay. We want to know if marine life will be affected. You just paid for a model that doesn't show you that. Okay? So now we have these amazing scientists that sat through all those meetings as a volunteer who are PhDs, and they want some time to take this information and run it again as a peer review, run it independently. They want to assess the impacts that it's going to have on our bays, because they know this just like I do in a different way. I know it physically, paddling through it, seeing the animals, taking people and experiencing nature. They know it scientifically. They're the ones that we need to engage next. Don't move forwards with this until we know the real impacts of the bay, of this plant on the bay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here on the committee? Okay. Councilman Hernandez. Pardon? Or did you not ask your question? Oh, you said you wanted to ask him a question. So did you?
I'll wait.
Go ahead and turn your light on.
Thank you. How long was the study done? How many months was it?
We started on the project in, I believe, in late March, early April, and the study itself is not, our report will be done by the end of June. So
we did April, May, 3 months?
3 months, yeah.
How much did we pay you for the study?
I think our total contract was around $298,000 or so.
The slides that you showed us today, is it the same slides you showed on the Thursday meeting?
A lot of the slides were similar. Some of those figures are new that were created subsequently.
So why didn't you show these slides on Thursday?
Based on the feedback I got from Thursday, there was some confusion on interpreting some of those figures. For the purpose of improving the clarity of those figures, I revised some of them.
Do you think that this study was rushed?
I'll be honest, the timeline was tight, but I wouldn't say, we had a large team to be able to support that and deliver this work product. So I think we exercised all due diligence that's necessary for proper model development.
So you had a bigger team to do the study. That's why you could do it in 3 months. So within those 3 months, we figure all the different conditions of the Inner Harbor, all the different seasons.
Yes, so the model was set up to run for multiple years. So it simulated winter conditions, summer conditions, wet conditions, dry conditions. All of those were represented in the years that were simulated.
Do you think that the model has been ran long enough?
I believe so. So a similar question was raised earlier too about, if we run it long enough, would we see something different? And it's a valid question. The key thing to note is that this is what we call a system memory, right? Meaning like something stays in the system and you're seeing the effects propagate over time. If those effects were propagating over time, in our findings that we presented earlier, you would not see that stratification difference go down to 0 and then go back up, right? Go down to 0, go back up. Whenever it goes down to 0, it's essentially a reset at that point. It's not persisting, that stratification effect, right? That's what you're looking for. So you can run the model longer. The tool is available to do that. Would you come to a different conclusion? I don't think so.
don't you agree that the model matches the data because it's short? Like, I just...
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. So we validated it to 2 years of measurements, right? And those are high-frequency measurements. So we're taking every 15-minute measurements, and we're comparing how the model performed relative to that. That's as high a bar as you can set to the model, right? And the model did very well over that two-year period. And there's no reason to believe that it wouldn't do well if you extended it backwards or forward into the future. And in terms of the validation, the calibration of the model itself, right? So and this is important for a physical model. Unlike a water quality model or other more higher level models, like if you have a biological model, your fundamental science becomes increasingly more complicated and uncertain. So you have other parameters that you have to use to explain, biological behavior is different from gravity. Gravity is very well known, right? So that's what this model is essentially based on. So when you have a physical model like this, a hydrodynamic model, your inputs are correct, then you don't have to do a whole lot of tweaking of the model. So when you change the conditions, the forcing conditions as we call it, the model will automatically adjust because at the end of the day, gravity applies in future, in the past, it doesn't matter when, right? So the model will be able to explain those conditions in the future. So I don't believe, so hopefully that answers your question.
I just can't believe that you guys use this model. You added the ships to do the mixing. I mean, I don't know, that doesn't make sense. But my question to you is this.
Can I respond to that question?
Sure.
So our base model actually did not have ship. We assessed it on a conservative condition of no mixing from ship, right? Most of the assessments, including the hypothetical worst case, was actually based on no ship traffic. So the ship traffic was only added towards the end because that was part of our contract, and it represents reality in the system, right? And mixing will actually mitigate that effect of stratification rather than make it worse. So in fact, most of the assessments were done under a more conservative condition, more protective condition.
I don't want to be rude or come off rude, but I'm going to ask you point blank. Do you think you guys are smarter than the 13 scientists that's saying that this is not looking good?
We stand behind our work, and we applied all scientific and professional rigor that we would take. Now, opinions differ. Scientists don't agree with each other. Academics don't agree with each other, right? You may take it to another set of academics and they may have a different opinion.
But do you think having 13 different doctors, scientists, do you think you should listen to them? Like for example, if a doctor tells you you have type 2 diabetes, are you still going to drink Coke and eat all your candy?
Well, our job was to develop a physical model, apply that model to assess what are the changes in stratification. We've done that. We've provided the outputs. That's our, that findings are there.
Okay, maybe this question is for the city staff. Nick, do you think we should listen to the scientists first?
The input from the Far-Field Committee, and you can see it in the results, they developed the hypothetical worst case. Right. That input was provided, the modeling team accounted for it and modeled it. I feel the model is strong in what it was set out to do in terms of the approach, the guidelines, the input from the committee, and what the scope was, which everyone agreed to as well. So I think the model, and you've heard it multiple times, not just from me, is strong, it's accurate, and and I'll just speak personally, I've been impressed every single Far-Field meeting we've had with the work of this modeling team.
I'm just concerned, Nick, because in the past, city staff will tell me, we can't do a Far-Field study because it's going to take over a year to get it done. And they told me that plenty of times. and I'm not going to say who it is. I'm not going to put you guys in the middle of it, but they have told me, city staff, far field studies don't take a long time, and we're going to do a far field study that's only take 3 months. I mean, and then you have a report from the science doctors saying that, hey, this is not looking good, you know, and I just don't understand how we're gonna not listen to science. It just blows my mind.
I wouldn't say we're not listening to science. I think what the doctor's report is saying, they're requesting additional research, additional study, which we are certainly not against that at all.
Do you agree with that then, that we should?
Well, I think, so a couple of things to note. The Inner Harbor plant, when it's in operation, it will have a monitoring plan. So that will continue to happen. What's going to happen is the city staff, the operators will continue to monitor it. I'm confident there will be the academic environment will continue to review it and model it. The question at the last Farfield meeting was asked of me, will all of this data in the final report be available? The answer is absolutely yes when it's done. Look, and then the other component is Plummer, who we have as a consultant and all, will review the final report to make sure it's complete before it's released to everyone.
My concern is we should have done this since day one. 2-3 years ago, we should have done a far field study. The last person that was standing there where you're at told me they were doing a far field study and lied and didn't do one. And what concerns me is you guys want us to vote on the Inner Harbor project today without a study, a strong study on paper that, you know, that we could look at, and you can continue to do your studies on the far field, but then if something's really bad on it, we're going to be $78 million more in the hole. It's going to be harder to back out from the deal because we have too much money in it, you know, and it just bothers me.
You know, and this approach was presented. It was the city manager's plan on another path to move forward. It was presented, and we're advised by this council to approve in that manner, which we have.
I understand.
In absolute earnest. And there was a previous study that was being done by the previous contractor, but that was canceled. But we were in the middle of that study as well.
My understanding is that there was never a study being done, and it just blows my mind. But however, I'm not going to go against the doctors, the scientists, you know. These are the people that study our backyard. Shark Week probably calls them for advice. I mean, this is serious business, you know, and it's just disturbing. But I come back with other questions in a little bit. Thank you.
It's me.
Oh, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. What happened to Jordan? I mean, what happened to him? I mean, we hired Jordan and we ended up with something different. What happened to Jordan?
We hired Spheros, right?
No.
We didn't hire a person. He was terminated from his company, but I don't feel like I should talk into detail about a personal circumstance.
Okay, well, I mean, I felt like I was buying an orange and got an apple. But that, I mean, okay, we'll leave it at that.
What I can say is that I'm still very impressed with this team. They've continued to provide the data. They've worked with the scientists. They've run the hypothetical worst case. We've got a great product.
I appreciate your opinion. Okay, you know, for me, it was never an issue about how much this particular plant can put into I figured, you know, a small plant like that would be able to sustain the amount similar to Tampa Bay. wasn't concerned about that. What I was concerned about was the limitations of this. So I would ask our modeler, you know, according to Roger, who talked about the bathtub thing, about 600 million gallons a day being evaporated, can we build a 100 or 150 million gallon a day plant here and not have any effect?
Before I answer that, I just want to address the Jordan question. So I want to reiterate that, you know, the city hired Spheros as a team, including our partners. I was also part of the original proposal. I was included in that, and I was overseeing the work that Jordan was doing. So, you know, in terms of the circumstances were different, and Jordan's exit from this project had nothing to do with this project. Like, it had nothing to do with the quality of the work that the city was getting prior or now. So I just want to make sure that the record is set straight on that. Like, you know, it is like Nick explained, it's a personal, it's a different reason altogether, his exit. And so we should not conflate the two. And I want to make sure that the record is straight on that.
Well, it's hard not to, considering you kind of changed people in the middle of it.
Yeah, but things can happen, but that may not have anything to do with this project.
It's hard to.
And I cannot go into the details of a specific
I get
situation.
your position. I mean, I'm not trying to beat you up with it. It just, when you change cars in the middle of a race, you kind of wonder why. Yeah. So, okay, can you go and answer the other question? Because I said, I really wasn't concerned about what you could do with this one. To me, it's not smart to spend $1 billion on a 30 million gallon a day plant. You should build 100 or 150 million gallon a day plant where you can grow with the city as our water needs go. So I'll ask you again, can this area sustain 100 or 100 million gallon a day, 150 million gallon a day plant with, you know, the 200 or 300 million gallon a day discharge of brine?
We did not specifically model that, but the tool is available to run that specific simulation. And
well, give me your best.
It would have a bigger effect than what you're seeing now, because the flows are higher and you're concentrating more brine. So
would be, I mean, percentage-wise?
we didn't model it, so I don't want to give you a number. Off the cuff, but the tool is available to do exactly what you're asking. It's already been built. The city has invested in that, and that specific simulation can be done.
Okay, and also your graphs were very small. It was hard to see the differences between your lines. Was that intentional to keep it small?
It showed the range of the salinity in general and the temperature. Like if you looked at the axes, the part of that reason those are more meaningful in terms of the actual stratification.
Well, it made it hard to see what was actually happening because, I mean, the visual was so small.
Yeah, so we...
Plus, and I mean, this is for staff, the presentations in Legistar and in Granicus and the pads were cut off. So we couldn't even see the full graph. I don't know. I couldn't review it beforehand.
So can I address that question? So we presented the information in different ways. We showed the blown-up version where we actually showed you the difference, what that difference was, specifically exactly what you're asking, right? I couldn't tell the difference between the two lines, which is why we presented the charts that actually showed the difference.
Okay, but that doesn't help us here. I mean, we can't see it here.
I showed them to you, so it was throughout the presentation, so that information was presented. So my point is that
what I'm saying is what you presented was too small to make hydrohera out of it. The resolution was too small. I couldn't see anything.
But that's just the point. They're not that different. You cannot tell the difference.
Well, but the visual was too small.
You mean the chart size itself is too small? Yeah, I'm limited by the space on a PowerPoint slide, unfortunately. But we can certainly we can zoom into any of those if we need to.
Okay, you had pointed out a couple of things between the 10-layer modeling and the 20-layer modeling. Why not just do it all in 20-layer?
Because of the time it takes to run a 20-layer model. And it takes longer to run.
You didn't have enough time?
It was, first of all, the point of that, the sensitivity, it concluded that you really don't predict something different with a 20-layer model.
Even in that small resolution that you had, you could tell there was some significant difference between the 20-layer model and the 10-layer model, even with the small resolution, I mean, the small graphs. So I think that would have been more obvious if you had done it all in a 20-layer model.
We could have, and I don't think, like I demonstrated with and without decel what happens with a 20-layer model. I think to answer your question, the effect of the decel itself was evaluated with the 20-layer model. That didn't change the conclusion. We just didn't run it for the hypothetical scenario.
Okay, and I'll read I guess this memo that we got from the Hart Research Institute, University of Texas Marine Science Institute, several doctors that have been researching the bays for a very long time here locally. Based on the preliminary results presented to date, the modeling exercises have not produced convincing evidence that desalination would not have detrimental ecological effects across the Corpus Christi Bay system. So, I mean,
So I want to reiterate what we were asked to do, what we produced. We were asked to develop the effect on stratification that can then be used for various applications, dissolved oxygen, to inform biological assessments. The primary question is, what is that risk of change in stratification? That risk, the modeling has demonstrated, is very small. So whatever risks it may have on other effects, you would expect that it would be proportionally small. But I do want to acknowledge that we are not biologists. We didn't do that evaluation. We were not asked to do that evaluation. That was not part of our scope. But we did quantify the changes to stratification and what risk it poses. And based on what we're finding, that risk is very small.
okay, well, I'll go back to my original assumption. If we can't build a 100 or 150 million gallon plant a day at this location, then there's no point in building it there. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
I want to start by saying the amount of input, effort, thoughts, time put into this is just phenomenal. Watching the meetings over the last 2.5, 3 months has really been a lot of information. I am so grateful to everyone who volunteered their time, the individuals, the professionals who put work into this. It really has been incredible. And the only thing, which I didn't foresee, but the only thing that made that entire experience that much more three-dimensional for me was sitting here tonight at 9:30, 10 o'clock almost, and hearing each of the committee members and yourself and our water department come with their very unique and very important perspectives. That pulled a lot of this really all together in a way that you couldn't articulate unless you were here. And I really sincerely am grateful and commend everyone who had input on this process. I understand you guys were hired to study one very technical portion. There's so much more to the picture, which is what we're hearing here. What we have to do basically right now is take this incredibly high level, intense technical document and the understanding of what those parameters mean going forward. And how do we make that actually into a conversational action item for the decisions tonight that will impact the community for generations to come. So watching the committee meetings, listening to the different members, there was some questions for me as well. I think having heard the spectrum of different inputs that put all those pieces together, answered some of that, and some of that answer includes the fact that we don't know yet. More time would be needed. I'm not saying that for an insinuation that we need to keep kicking a can down a road or anything like that, but the reality is when you're dealing with research, it takes time. You've got to be able to run models, and then you've got to be able to pass those models and their findings through different scenarios. What we have here is what we hired Spheros for, which is this technical document on the stratification and salinity of what happens when we put in the Inner Harbor desal plant in the Inner Harbor. I have I am curious. In this process, the decision was made to move from Baycast to HICOM. Baycast, as the original boundary condition, is a system, in my understanding, that addresses an ecological system a little more similarly, in my opinion, to the inner harbor, something like an estuary. It's accounting for freshwater inlets. It's accounting for a variety of different water environments and textures and compositions, and then making the decision to move to HICOM, a hybrid combination ocean model, which takes a lot of that finite consideration out, and then to set that as the boundary. If I recall from watching those meetings, originally the model that was presented, the committee members kind of came back with the input that there was about a 15 parts per thousand difference. And so your team said, well, we need to go back and look at that. Then you came back with a different boundary condition parameter to fix that. But I don't think there was a lot of explanation on that jump. Perhaps you can share that?
Yes, absolutely. So, like you rightly pointed out, initially our model, this was specific to Nueces Bay. That's where we were really off on the salinity prediction. And as you all know, Nueces River comes into Nueces Bay. And the old model where we started, the model that was developed for the port, right? That's the starting point for a lot of how we began this work. And so I want to answer one of the earlier questions too. We were not starting completely from scratch. If you were to start completely from scratch, it probably would take longer than 3 months, but there was work already done, and that was one of the reasons why our firm was retained, because we had some past work experience in that. So that aside, the older model actually used a USGS. So essentially, you have to specify inflows to the model, all the freshwater inflows, where you get like Nueces River and, Oso Creek and so on. You get that data from existing measurements. So on the Nueces River, you have 3 gauges, like one all the way up in Mathis. That's what was used in the model. That actually has much higher flow for the freshwater. The gauge closest to it was Cal Allen. So when we looked deeper into the model, we were like, okay, that gauge shouldn't be used because it is actually over-specifying the freshwater discharge. And when you have more freshwater coming into Nueces Bay, it's going to underestimate the salinity. So, and in fact, in the very first meeting where we presented the model results, we had already diagnosed this issue. And that model run was not complete. So we actually pointed out in that specific meeting, I think it was the May 7th meeting, we showed this is the model as it stands, and that's why those results are preliminary, right? The model is still being developed. We're still refining inputs. This is the underestimation within Nueces Bay in terms of salinity, and we think the issue is the freshwater inflow, and we've updated it. That is ongoing, and we showed partial results from that simulation in that particular meeting. The switch to HICOM from Baycast that you were talking about earlier. So HICOM is actually developed by a consortium of scientists, NOAA, many academics, national labs, et cetera, specifically to provide, one of the main objectives of that is to provide boundary conditions for models like Baycast or any other coastal models. So using that is not inappropriate. It is the right use of that model for this application. The reason we switched from Baycast, which is a more, like you correctly pointed out, and as the committee members also pointed out, we started with Baycast. In fact, our colleague, Hazen colleague from Texas Water Development Board, he used to work at Texas Water Development Board. He was very closely involved in a lot of that model development. So in fact, it was his recommendation to start with Baycast. For the 2 years where we needed to drive the boundary conditions, Baycast was actually significantly underestimating salinities in the coast. And that was the reason we switched to HICOM, rather. And so the use itself was, perfectly, a common way to approach boundary condition development for hydrodynamic models. And it's perfectly consistent with the intended use of the outputs of HICOM. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So on one of your slides where you're talking about the, you modeled for worst case scenarios and you changed some of those inputs. How much time was that, were those results under modeling?
So those were modeled for 2 years, just like the existing conditions. We ran it for 2023 and 2024 meteorological conditions, but all the other inputs were adjusted as per the recommendation from the Far-Field Committee.
So based on your findings slide, what we see is there are situations where introducing this technology into this water system increases stratification. And you did show us periods of time, and you outlined that as 2 weeks to a month, where those higher levels could reach up to 2 parts per thousand. My issue, and where I think this kind of ties those two thoughts in, all of this facts, all of this seems, it's below that, those concern parameters for stratifications perhaps as far as what you would consider high stratification. But I don't believe that they're out of the realm of danger for what it could do to the ecosystem there, which you presented the technical information, but that's what I said earlier. Now we have to marry it into all the other elements. So I appreciate the report. That's where I'm at, is taking this, recognizing what you gave us, and now seeing what it could do. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. I guess my comments are really towards Dr. Sharon Hertzka, if you don't mind. Just only because I wanted to thank you and the other scientists for just standing steadfast and holding true to, the core of your work. That this was definitely rushed, and it's not finished. And I'm grateful that you also printed it for us. You didn't get to finish stating everything that you wanted to say, but I'm grateful that you at least, let us know about the key points. If anybody knows me, knows where I stand on this issue, I have been steadfast against it from the get-go, and only because of these scientists from the very beginning. I had already read and had been told about their study and how they had found that they did not find it safe, right, for fisheries. That is what we're talking about. We're talking about actual live things growing in that Bay estuary. So I just wanted to say, and of course, Dr. Pradit Matgunta, how do you say? Okay. I also wanted to thank you, just because I know y'all worked so hard on this, and y'all were under, very strong time constraints. So I really do appreciate your team. But again, I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know where this question would go to, but did y'all figure in how the CC polymers would factor in your stratification and all that? How did you factor the CC polymers?
So in the hypothetical worst case scenario, we included CC polymer as a brine discharge into the model. So that was one of the additional constraints, right? So that makes it more, you have another brine source coming into the inner harbor. But for our existing conditions, we did not use that because it's not a discharge right now that is desalinating, and so we have to simulate what the conditions as they are. Which is why we didn't use it. So.
Wait a minute. Okay, so you didn't factor it in?
We did in the hypothetical worst case.
As a worst case, and how was that result?
So when, if you recall from the results presented earlier, the hypothetical worst case was actually showing a lower impact overall. And part of that is because of the sea level rise that was put in.
Okay, I must have missed that. Okay, and again, I just wanted to thank the whole team. I, will not be supporting this, but I do appreciate everything that y'all have been doing. And again, I'm sorry for my glasses. I feel like somebody reminded me, I'm on a mission from God, and I'm here to stay with it. So I'm here to the end. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Thank you for your work. I know y'all worked really hard. I went to several of the meetings, and I know how hard you worked, and I appreciate it. It was really tough when Jordan left. I'm not going to tell you it wasn't, because I felt like he had momentum going, and we kind of lost that. I think and I want to thank the two doctors that were there, and we had so many smart committee members. We really did. Jason Hill, Bart Brazelton, Carrie was great, Deanna, they were all great. Aaron. Appreciate all your input. I'm going to ask y'all some questions in just a bit. Was Jordan released 2 days before he was going to do his preliminary findings? Isn't that correct? And if so, did you use what he had?
I can't remember the exact date, but it was mid-April. Was around the last date for Jordan.
I think it was a couple of days where he was going to do the preliminary.
Yeah, so I believe he was going to present to the council April 28th based, he was going to present preliminary results, not final necessarily. We certainly started where he left off, and then we, and of course, because that transition was abrupt, there was not a perfect exchange of information, and there are certain places where I didn't want to make assumptions. And so we ended up retreading some of the tracks that Jordan may have done. And which is exactly why we wanted a little bit more time to make sure that we can stand behind what we produce. So.
Is your report complete?
It will be by the end of June. That's our deliverable.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You had till the end of June. Why did we bring this report here when you already were going to go to June the 30th? It might have helped the scientists. The doctors, had they been gone through that complete thing, they might have gotten what they needed. Why did we bring it today?
I'm going to defer that question to
the request to the staff.
Schedule.
Thank you, Pradeep. The plan, Councilwoman, was to establish the Far-Field Committee, have involvement throughout the entire process, which included the committee, in fact, per the city manager, we opened those meetings up to the entire community to attend. It was broadcast on the YouTube channel. All the data was, as it was being developed, was available through what Pradeep was putting together and presenting. The plan all along was to bring this to council and present it corresponding with the next item, which is the contract for the Corpus Christi DC.
I know, which I've said from the get-go was not a good idea to have it on the same day. Here we are, 10:15 at night, and we knew this was going to happen, and y'all expect us to make a $900-something million decision. And I'm not saying it's you, Nick. That's not what I'm saying. But this is ridiculous. Okay. I'll go back to you.
Oh.
You said you did the study, I think, from 23 of November to November the 24th. Why didn't y'all go through November 25?
We initially had this conversation with the Far-Field Committee. We selected these 2 years as candidate years for the simulation. The model can be extended, but given the time, we had to get through all these scenarios. Like I said, every year of the model takes about a day and a half to run. And it's not as straightforward as, you just push a button and it's done. Then you have to process the results and you have to analyze it, understand it. So that was the primary reason to select these 2 years was because number one was we had all the information necessary to constrain the model for those 2 years. Those were the years where we had the most data to compare the model findings. And the second reason, of course, is that it included wet and dry conditions, like I said. So from for the question that we're posing to the model, you already have a variety of conditions under which you're testing the model at. So you would get a pretty good understanding of what that change is going to be with and without the decel. Could you run it for longer? Absolutely. That tool is available. It can be run for longer if need be.
Okay, does the model show that the salinity levels will be higher in the Inner Harbor as a result of the desal discharge?
It would be higher by, depending on the time of the year, that change in stratification would be half a part per thousand to 1 on average. Under very extreme conditions, it might go up to 2, but that's primarily in the vicinity of the discharge where the desal discharge itself is coming. It's not very extensive.
Okay, does your model show how heavy, how having more salinity in the Inner Harbor will affect marine life that live there?
We did not do that assessment, no.
And see, to me, the most important question that I had, is it harmful to the bay? Is it going to be harmful to the marine life? And we're not even going to get that. Was that not in the directions y'all were given?
Our scope was to assess the changes to stratification and the risk of change to stratification, like what, and we did that, right? So we...
it's not telling us if the marine life is going to be harmed.
Well, what the modeling is telling us is that the change in stratification is very small, so that risk is small.
Do you know what marine life lives there? Do you know what species? Do you know what they are?
I'm not a biologist, and I'm certainly not a warm water biologist, so.
Okay, then you couldn't have even answered the question to me if you don't know what kind of marine life lives there, if it was going to be harmful. I'm not trying to be ugly, but I'm thinking you got to know what lives in there if you're going to know if it's going to harm it.
Yeah, I'm not making an opinion on the marine life. My estimate and assessment is on the stratification itself, right? So those are...
So let me ask you this, it's not being a smart butt, but all of those slides that you put up there, they were difficult to read, and because of the smallness of the screen, they all ran together. Is it just a theory, or do you really know what it is, or just based on numbers?
I know what it's telling me, and I know how to interpret that.
It's not just a theory.
No, it is. It is science, and I did my best to explain it.
Yeah. So it's a lot of it's based on numbers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you. Thanks for your study. I don't have a question for you directed at this particular point in time, but I want to just make a statement. I was reading your modeling team, and I look at the individuals. You have several PhDs, hydrodynamic modeling support, hydrodynamic modeling support. You have a coastal ecosystem dynamics person, and so forth. Multiple engineers. And just from hearing what you're talking to council about, your goal or your mission was basically to look at the change, I guess, or maybe state that. What was your goal? What was the number one thing that you were going to accomplish?
So our primary goal was to build this model and apply this model to assess the changes to the salinity and stratification within the Inner Harbor and Corpus Christi Bay at large.
Okay. And Dr. Herska, I haven't met you before, but I want to ask a question. How many far-field studies have you completed in your career?
None.
None. You've never completed a far-field study before because you're a different type of scientist, right? But I bet you know how many, what's in that bay, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's interesting because really what we have here was we have one group of scientists that were in place and they're looking at certain things, but we have another group of scientists that have other opinions about changes within the area from another perspective. Is that true?
It is true. We're interpreting the
based on your expertise,
exactly.
Based on your niche in
but
terms of
they are
what
in
you know.
relationship to the environment.
Right.
Because we really can't understand biology without taking into account the environment.
And you said you've never done a far-field study. You've never done one, so you're not an expert. You probably had a better working knowledge of watching that than I did, I'm sure. The reason why, thank you, I don't have any more questions. The reason why I bring that up is because when I take a look at the steps that we've went through this process of trying to come to a decision, you know, for the most part, when I look at the individuals that have come up and talked, and I appreciate the ones that were on the actual study and were part of that process, because I think it went extremely well, and you guys did a great job working together, and that was a feat within itself, because that's sometimes it's tough when you have a lot of people trying to get together and come forward. But when I look at this, you have basically two sides. And I think it's been like this from the beginning. You have a group that basically believes and supports the Inner Harbor, and you have another group that, for whatever reason, doesn't support the Inner Harbor. And so we're sitting here, and I haven't seen one person. We have come with multiple presentations, given multiple data, and I haven't seen anybody from one side go, oh, wow, that's interesting. I learned something new today. So I think I'm going to go ahead and maybe I am now anti-desal. And then we've had some anti-desal people. I've never had anybody come up to me and said, you know what, now I see the light and I'm ready for the Inner Harbor and this project now. So what I'm saying is all of that, because I think it's critical anytime you look at these things in terms of having an open mind. And that's what this council has to do here. We have to maintain an open mind as much as we can as we look at this and ask questions, because we're up here trying to make decisions based on our beliefs, but also our constituents' beliefs and what's good for the community and what is defined as good for the community. Is it good from an ecological standpoint? Is it good from an economic standpoint? We have to take all those factors in and make a decision, and it's tough. And so that's what we're challenged here today to do, because if we only look at a very narrow scope and look at one section, you know, if the only thing I looked at is, okay, how much money can, you know, the area prosper from? What we also have to say, okay, yes, there is the possibility that, are we going to do any damage? So I just want to ask my fellow council members just to make sure that as we go through this process, to keep an open mind. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Pradeep, thank you for your time. And I'd appreciate, let me ask some questions here or make some statements. It's been 10 hours and 20 minutes in, and I think I've behaved myself. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the job that you did. I didn't watch all the meetings, but I did watch some of them, and I thought they were productive, and I appreciate different points of view. So tell me again that your data is based on a 30 MGD Inner Harbor plant. The discharge is based on 30 MGD?
Yes.
Okay. And does it matter that we inject oxygen into the stream as it comes in, and so it's more oxygenated as it comes out than it is when it comes in our desal facility? Does that impact anything?
The treatment engineers would know more than me about that. So.
I can speak to that. So the preliminary design process shows that the brine will have oxygen included in it in its discharge. So that would in effect help dissolved oxygen. To the modeler's point though, that was not modeled in this
that's fine. At all. The point is we modeled as if it's just a stream in, stream out brine, but everything we're being told, and I guess maybe we'll ask later, is that our design will include, I guess, what's the DAF, dissolved air flotation, so that the stream is more oxygenated coming out than is coming in. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to ramble through this. I apologize. I was curious about Nueces Bay. I have opportunities to fish back there occasionally, and so I have a relationship with it. And I appreciate your study in that. I understand what Mr. Bartleson said, and so I think maybe if we do go forward, we ought to spend a little more energy on that. But I do appreciate the data that you put together. I think it's important. Nick, I appreciate you kind of walking us through the 2019 study and the 2023 study and the 2024 study and the GHD study. It did lead me to a question. So GHD used to say we did 400 million iterations, which I assume is basically every 15 minutes. Is that what you do in your, like if I were to ask you how many iterations that your model review? Would that be an appropriate question, and can you answer?
Yeah, maybe I'm going to ask a clarifying question. So are you asking about how brief a time does the model calculate these variables? Yeah. So the model time steps that's what we call a time step in the model. Like I said, it takes discrete blocks in space and discrete chunks in time. So it treats things are the same for every 6 seconds. So the model recomputes this every 6 seconds and advances that. So, 86,400 seconds per day, 365 days per year. So you can,
I'm going to have to write that down now. Every 6 seconds?
Every 6 seconds, yeah. That's the time step in the model.
That gives me something to do for the rest of the evening. So, and that basically ran for 2 years? Is that the?
Yes.
Right?
So it essentially computed the physics every 6 seconds.
Got it. Okay. Hey, Nick, at some point, can you pull out all that information that Fries and Nichols did for us during the last iteration where they were trying to educate us on what species are inside the inner harbor? My recollection was they said it's an impaired body, which is one of the reasons why it's a good location, because you don't find a lot of larvae or baby species in the inner harbor, right? So if that data exists, I remember a presentation that one of those biologists gave us, and I'd love for us to see it again.
Yeah, they did a white paper on it, and that is actually posted on our website, and it was distributed to the committee. And then you're right, Fries and Nichols had a biologist, Mr. Dave Buzan, come and talk about the aquatic life. So that work has been previously done as well. Yeah.
And Mr. Loeb made a comment about the data didn't include rain events and the flow, I guess because it's just random. There's no way to. I guess I get the flows down the Nueces River and Oso, but is that true that the data didn't include the runoffs into Corpus Christi Bay from Corpus Christi and?
That's correct. So we did not simulate direct runoff, so that would be more freshwater inflow.
Yeah.
So it would actually, it makes the model a little more conservative.
Right. So your model is more conservative than probably the reality. That leads me to, so what are we doing for the month of June? What are you going to provide us at the end of June?
We're going to document our work. We're going to write a report, and then we're going to turn over our model files to the city.
So tell me about the ship traffic. Tell me, you did a model of one, right? Or one going in?
Yes, so we did one ship coming in empty and going out loaded, but only for a 2-week window. We might study a longer window to see if that makes a difference.
Because wasn't that one of your work products? Wasn't it?
Yes, so it's to assess the effects of large ship traffic, correct. And technically we've done that, but we could extend it for a longer period of time.
Do we have a number of how many big ships go in and out of the ship channel into the inner harbor on a monthly basis?
The port provided us some data. We looked at it. Barges are by far the biggest traffic within the harbor. There are ships, about 1,700 ships in the 1.5 periods or so, data that they provided us, so that ships do go,
The number would be interesting. My sense is the barges are less impactful because they're on the shelves, I guess.
Yes, so the ship propeller goes further down. I think a lot of the barges are also, they use tugboats to move them, so they would be less impactful.
And that data is not included in the model?
It is not, no.
Okay, you simulated what looks like, I remember seeing that earlier.
Yeah.
But is that number, can we get that number, Nick, at some point, or can someone provide the council how many average big ships go in the inner harbor on a, whatever that basis they like to quote it?
Yeah, we had a member of the port on the committee, and he was very helpful in sharing data, so we can do that.
Probably even on their web, I could probably.
Yeah. Essentially, as Pradeep showed, the data, it was more conservative approach to not include that.
Yeah.
And we felt more. And then the other thing, Councilman, that white paper was dated February 14th, 2020. And then the other data was presented March 25th, 2025, Dr. Buzan presented.
I think that would be helpful.
I can give these to you after this meeting.
I'd like you to share it with the whole council. There's questions about, you know, what critters are coming in and out and where they exist. And I remember a big presentation, but, and that was, you know, like you said, that was a year ago. And
it sure was.
Brain. Yeah. My last comment, I think, is that you say the risks were very small. Is that what the term you used?
Yeah, the risk to change in stratification is very small. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, yeah, my question's going to be probably for staff. We may call you up anyway, but you know, I guess one thing when we looked at this in 2020 when it was made a presentation to us at the discharge point with the diffuser system. You know, and you know, it's funny, some of this I was looking back and it validated what I said. So, you know, it made me feel smart. So that the average salinity of the bay and the ship channel is about 40 parts per thousand. And at that point, I remember, because I know I've said it many times on media, that at the discharge point, it was like 50 parts per thousand. So now, am I correct in assuming that this model has gives us better factors than that 10 points per thousand?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a comment, and then I'm gonna let Pradeep answer that. But there is a natural fluctuation to the bay of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Pradeep, of anywhere from 15 to 20,000 parts per thousand. So an increase of salinity at 0.5 or 1.5 or 2, Pradeep said was the highest, is well within that normal fluctuation of the bay.
But I'll wait, hold on. Maybe but the thing is that this was at the discharge point in the Inner Harbor, and then that's the whole deal between the near field study and the far field study, because then by the time it reached 100 meters, then that's when we got to that 0.5. So what is it at the discharge point and the diffuser?
I'm going to defer to Pradeep, but what I can say is previously the comment was that, you know, the impacts outside of the Inner Harbor were so minuscule that the focus was on studying the Inner Harbor. I think Pradeep's data confirms that.
Don't go too far.
Yeah, so I think the question you're asking is in the near field, what is the change in salinity? So by definition, this is a far field model, right? And that's why I showed all those maps to highlight that specific question. What is the far field effect? And it's really important and relevant. In the near field, you do see the impact. A lot of the impact that I was explaining earlier, the up to 2 ppt was really in the near field, like right near the discharge. You don't see that outside in the ship channel. There, the impacts are much smaller, right? So the far field effects are much smaller. I don't know if that answered your question specifically.
No. But it's okay. I think I know where but it's within that, and because I'm going in a certain direction about that. But thank you very much. So I guess my point, Nick or Peter, is you can go ahead. Feel free. I'm suffering from PTSD because I told a major general, you can sit down, and I was told I was disrespectful, so I don't want you to feel disrespected. You know, so.
And Councilman, I do have your answer. I was able to.
There we go.
Was able to find it. It was. I apologize. I wasn't able to find it.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
And I guess my point is that all that fell within the requirements of TCEQ. Correct?
Yeah, it's important to note that the TCEQ ran their own model of this, and they approved it, and then the EPA, federal EPA, approved that work and also approved moving forward with the permit. So they did their own analysis.
Okay, so we're exceeding actually and I guess the purpose of the other study was, and I'm going to expand on, really, Mark started to ask my question, but I'm glad he did because it gave me more time. But in that study, did we determine the salinity boundaries of different species within the study area?
There, in this presentation that I'm referring to back a year ago, they do some species analysis, and they talk about red drum, maximum salinity, 50 parts per thousand, blue crab, 67 parts per thousand. This is just information from this presentation.
Okay, and once again, that was, I'm just going to state for redundancy, it was approved by the TCEQ and the EPA.
That's correct.
TCEQ under a Republican, administration, and EPA under a Democratic administration. So I think that was the whole thing. So my point is that there was a group of individuals, I'm sure TCEQ and EPA have their scientists as well to review this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and hence, so we've exceeded, once again, we've already exceeded the requirement that we have to do from a regulatory perspective. And this is just for the purpose of satisfying, I guess, the community of the Vocal 12. Because really, nothing, well, here, you know what, I want to back up before I get into my soliloquy. So what was the difference between when Eric came, or Councilmember Cantu, pardon me, he did bring Jordan to us, Firos? Mm-hmm. Okay, so at that time it was going to be a $50,000 study versus now it was $300. So what changed?
I can honestly say that additional discussion on that quote, I never saw. I don't know what was included in that 50,000 study. I do know that Spheros in this analysis looked really hard and dived into the existing work that was done and updated to improve all of the inputs to make sure they're accurate. And Pradeep went through the example of the Nueces River previously where they were using the gauge near Mathis, and we all know that the way we operate the system, especially at stage 3 drought, water doesn't purposely go over the Cal Allen barrier.
Okay, and does anyone at Spheros know what the difference was in the specifications?
I do not, I was not privy to those discussions that Jordan had. I didn't know what he scoped out at the time.
Thank you very much, thank you. Okay, and my point is that, I said this 6 months ago or whenever it was, that it wasn't going to change anybody's opinion. I said, we're going to go through this process. I said basically this is a fully permitted, it's approved by the Texas Water Development Board, EPA, the Army Corps of Engineers, TCEQ, and that there were going to be it wasn't going to result in any party saying, oh, okay, you know what, I was wrong. And instead, and I think it's reflective here of the council members that are basically making their statements, they're no different than they were before we spent this $300,000. So that's, so.
I'm sorry, Ms. Breland, this is the last warning, okay? This is the last warning. So officer, over here in the blue, this was her last warning.
I gave the first warning, what do you mean?
Yes, I gave you a warning earlier. You were sitting right next to Armand. So I'm letting you know. All right, ma'am.
Here, you're still using my time while they're doing their interaction there.
Well, this is ridiculous. Please stop the chat. Okay, please leave the council chambers. This is, there's no need for this. There's no need. You're constantly making, you're talking and making comments. It's ridiculous.
Here, you know what, let her stay. In fact, let her stay, please. Go ahead. I'm going to go on a limb. No, listen.
Fucking white men who come up here and break decorum all the time.
Ma'am, I offered you.
Fine, take me so I can see you.
Stop. Listen, stop.
Ma'am, I extended you a courtesy right now. Okay, you don't appreciate it, then fine, do your thing.
Please, just sit there like everyone else and listen. There's no need, listen, there's no need to be talking, and, I mean, someone's talking. When y'all are at the podium, no one else is speaking. It's simple. I mean, come on, it's just a courtesy. Please, it's 10:37. We're all trying to get through. You should be happy about all this. I'm sure you are. So just, please, you're putting me in a difficult position. Oh, my God.
Too many crickets. My point has been proven. Thank you.
Councilwoman Bond.
Can I get Dr. Wirtz and Hurskoff to come up? And I hope I didn't kill y'all's names, both of y'all. Thank y'all. And by the way, I do have an open mind. I just want to know if it's going to harm the bay. I want to be convinced that it's not going to harm the bay. So what I'm asking y'all is, and thank you for this sheet. It was very informative. What do y'all need so that y'all can make a conclusion?
Well, it will be really good to see the final report,
Okay.
to have the modeling results shared, independently reviewed, and to have time to analyze the results. You've seen a part of the results, and it's a lot of information. We've just seen the final results last Thursday.
Yeah.
That's why the report that we are giving you is preliminary. We are looking at the values, not only, is it a little bit, but what do those numbers mean, and put them into context of the ecological system. So time.
And what's reasonable time? What's the reasonable time?
I would say at least a couple months.
Couple of months?
So the first thing we need is to have the model code and the parameters released. And so an independent person can run the model and make sure everything they're saying is correct. And I'll give you one example. So on Thursday's meeting, it dawned on me that we haven't even seen what the salinity values are in the discharge that was used in the model. So for example, in the meeting, we heard somebody say, well, the salinity is 49, so under drought conditions, it's actually going to dilute the bay and it's going to improve the bay. But we don't know that because none of that information has been released yet. So it's difficult for us to really even say if the model is valid or not at this point.
Okay. So how soon can that be released?
Yeah, we can. Our deliverables are due the end of this month, so we can have everything ready by that time.
By when?
End of June, yes.
It's going to take that much longer?
Yeah, we have to document all of our work, and then before we hand it over, it needs to be packaged.
Okay, because the purpose of the report, and I disagree with Roland, I don't think we had these questions before, and I don't think I had the questions I have right now before. I just want to make sure it's safe in the bay, and I'm not hearing that tonight. Y'all are not convincing me that it's safe because there is no final conclusion, I don't think. So I guess we'll have to discuss that. Thank you. I'm going to read a statement. I want y'all to tell me if you agree with it. The desal plant will not adversely impact the bay system when it comes to salinity levels of temperature. In fact, the isolation of where the impact would be, which is dissolved quickly, is only in the location of the plant in the inner harbor. Do you agree with that?
Based on the data that we've seen so far that's been released from their model, no. Their model seems to indicate that there will be potential for impacts.
You too?
Yes, there are changes in salinity. When you have a graph with a plot with a very large range, you really can't see that, right, the way it's presented. But there are some periods of time when there are substantial ecologically relevant changes in salinity that can also lead to stratification, and then we can have periods of low oxygen on the bottom, which is something we said from the very beginning, that it was really important to have dissolved oxygen in the modeling. And there are measurements and there are studies that have shown that there are these events in the bay. So let's say that the bay has the capacity to have hypoxic events, and then if you add salt to it and you add layering in the water, then you can exacerbate the problem.
Okay.
So we're trying to interpret this, but we need time.
Okay.
May I give you one example?
Yes, sir.
So their model showed that stratification increases for weeks to months at a time in certain parts of the bay. And why that's important is because in this bay system, other studies have shown that low oxygen, what we call hypoxia, which is harmful to fish, it can develop within 24 to 48 hours. And what they're showing is you have these extended periods of time where you have this increased stratification that can lead to hypoxia. So their model actually shows that we potentially have impacts.
Okay, thank you. Do you agree with that statement I just made?
No, I don't agree with that, mainly because the question is, what are we talking about in terms of a magnitude of stratification? That's really important. That's a physical question. This is something that I'm very well trained to answer. We are seeing salinity differences that's of the order of half a parts per thousand. That would not cause a dramatic difference in mixing between the top and the bottom. The reason you have oxygen demand in the bottom and that is not satisfied is when that salinity gradient is really strong and that mixing is limited between the surface and the bottom. There are actual, even just relatively, without even going into all of that, just based on the salinity and temperature profiles, you can assess how stratified the system is. Okay. Temperature is a good example, right? Surface temperature to the bottom temperature. In a strongly stratified system, you'll see cold water in the bottom, warm water in the top, and that difference in temperature will be quite strong. There is certainly some stratification in the system. I never said it doesn't stratify, but if the stratification was strong, you would have seen, significantly cooler waters in the bottom, but you don't see that, right? And you see maybe the surface to bottom temperature differences of the order of 1 degree Celsius. So you can apply that same analogy to dissolved oxygen, right? You have an oxygen demand at the bottom. That's where all the anaerobic, essentially like the bacterial activity will consume the oxygen. And if the water column doesn't mix the atmosphere, so the only source of oxygen, primary source of oxygen, would be our atmosphere. So you have oxygen that we breathe also dissolves into the water column, right? Okay. In a strongly stratified system, that oxygen wouldn't mix down, and their concern is valid in terms of a strongly stratified system. I'm not at all dismissing that. What I'm saying is, based on everything that I'm seeing, that stratification is not strong, and therefore that mixing should still happen. Whatever is happening now wouldn't change appreciably with the desal discharge, particularly when you move out farther from the discharge, right? In the vicinity of the discharge is probably where you're going to see the biggest gradient in salinity, right? But that, again, that is a localized effect, and that's already been modeled with the near field model. That was not the goal of this model. Okay. A different modeling effort was already done that was submitted to for the permitting and other work. Our goal was to see farther out what is the effect. And we did a pretty thorough analysis of that. You're not seeing an effect in the shallow portions of the bay. You're not seeing effect once you move a little further out in the harbor. So to me, those differences are not substantive enough that would suddenly exacerbate a dissolved oxygen problem, which is exactly what I said in my slides earlier, right? And so I do model water quality a lot, and I understand oxygen sag. I understand when that things can get worse. What I'm not going to opine on, which is outside my swimming lane, no pun intended, is on the biology side, right? That's their expertise.
Okay, and thank you all for telling me none of you agree with that statement. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to add, don't take my word for it. So you can go to last Thursday's meeting to the video, and they showed a graph that they did not show in here today. It showed vertical profile, so as you go down in the water, and it showed what happened to the layering of the water when you add the brine discharge. And it very clearly shows over time that stratification increases because of the brine discharge. So you can go back and look at that.
Okay, I was there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And the reason that I read this statement is this statement was given to Channel 3 News by one of the staff. None of you agreed with it. We're sending a mixed message to the people in all of you, the community. And that is very concerning. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Councilman Vaughn, for pointing that out. Exactly. This misinformation that has been, happening here in our city is horrible. I mean, they keep, the city keeps going ahead of some of this information that is not conclusive, gets ahead of it, gets everyone, thinking that it's all clear, it's all, there's nothing to worry about, there's nothing to see here, and totally false. Now, I just want to remind the people that there was a reason why the Port Authority stopped the Inner Harbor desal. That was them. That was years ago. And it was still based on this same information. So that's why I'm still with the scientists here. Again, I applaud you. I thank you for what you're doing. But again, you need to work together with these other scientists. I mean, or at least we need to be able to, really is helpful to hear the layman. Like I felt like I got more information from them. I mean, as much as I know you know your information, I mean, it was just, for me, too dense. So again, I appreciate what you've been doing, but again, I think, back to Councilman Vaughn and what the information that we report to the media is misleading, and we need to stop that.
Councilman Cantu.
So let me understand this. We asked for a far-field study to make sure that it's going to be safe for the bay, the sea life, the whole bay, everything that lives in the bay. And my understanding is we paid you guys almost $300,000 to tell us that what we know is the bay has salt and the discharge is going to bring out more salt to the bay. You told Councilman Vaughn that you don't know what life is there. No, you don't know what kind of fish is there. You don't know what's underneath there. You don't know what's living there. And I thought that we asked city staff to do a far-field study to understand the impacts of the bay, of it's going to be safe. And he just said today that he doesn't know what's in the bay. I don't understand what we're doing.
I think we've done a very good job of explaining what we're doing. And I'm sorry you disagree, Councilman. The intent, the goal of this scope of work was to look at increase in salinity as a result of the operation of a seawater desalination plant at the Inner Harbor site. The scope was expanded to include other hypothetical worst-case scenarios that the committee recommended, and the modeler ran those as well, all showing that the increase in salinity is 0.5 parts per thousand up to the max of 2 parts per thousand.
Okay. Are they going to be working with the scientists? Doctors? Are they going to share the data with them? And
yes, sir. So the plan, and we did discuss this at the last far-field meeting, so we need them to complete their scope of work, and then all the final report and all the data would be available. So the data is a download. The final report we can put on our website and make that available for everyone. The final report that Spheros is putting together, that will be reviewed by Plummer and Associates. The city retained them to put together the request for qualifications package, and they have in their scope the obligation to review the final product to make sure it's complete.
Is the public going to be able to see the models?
So so the model data is run under very different scenarios, and then they're using, and I'm not a modeler, I'll probably let Pradeep talk about how it's run and the size of the computers running.
Model to the doctors and to the public.
Yeah, so we will provide all of our model inputs, outputs. Anybody, like Dr. Metz asked earlier, you can take our model, you can run it, you can reproduce our result. There's nothing to hide here, So we're going to turn everything over. What we cannot do while we are actually building the model is turn something that is halfway through. As you can imagine, you
I don't even think it's halfway through. I think it's a quarter. I mean, it's a short model. I mean, just at the end of the day, I'm gonna listen to the experts, the science behind it, the doctors. I mean, I don't agree with the far-field study you guys did. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
I'll make this short. Just want to make sure that you're going to have your report to us by the end of June. That's correct. Like June 30th, June, somewhere there? Okay. And Dr. Wetz, you had mentioned you need about 2 months once you get that data to be able to recreate that model and apply it to the information you have with the biological needs of the impact it might have to sea life, or is that correct?
I would estimate that for a modeler to take...
Can you speak at the mic, sir? I'm sorry.
So the question is, how long would it take for somebody else, for an independent reviewer?
Once you get all the data and information when the report is complete.
I would estimate 2 months is
2 months.
Probably reasonable.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Your team is made up of scientists, biologists, or what?
Yes, we are water quality modelers, hydrodynamic and water quality modelers primarily, but we do have biologists who are not particularly, since biology was not part of the scope, we didn't engage them on this one, but we do have biologists.
Okay, so what is it we're doing here? Because we have a few committee members, one happens to be 2 doctors? Okay. But you said, or you were asked, have you ever done a far-field study? The answer was no. But you're a biologist scientist. What are you? I'm sorry, Dr. Sharon.
Let me just clarify. I have never run a model because I'm not a modeler.
Correct.
I have worked with physical oceanographers that run these models for many years.
But what is your title?
I am a PhD.
Oh, you're a PhD.
I am a professor at the University of Texas Marine Science Institute.
In
marine science. I'm a marine scientist.
Okay.
And I'm the chair for coastal water health at the Hart Research Institute, so I have over 30 years of marine science expertise, including in estuarine
Are
science.
you a doctor, sir?
Yes, I am.
You are. Okay, thank you. So where I'm going here is, the question is, what are we doing? I feel like and the point was to get in the weeds, so to speak, but you have a team. Councilman Cantu is who said, let's hire Spheros, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, Jordan was working for...
Pardon?
Yeah, I think he said, let's hire Jordan Fernandez, who was working for Spheros.
But you don't hire a person, you hire a company.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Jordan didn't put a proposal in, Spheros put a proposal in.
Okay. And Councilman Cantu is who said, as was mentioned, he even said it's only $50,000. It's only $50,000. I remember that. And he waved around, and I guess it was an unsolicited proposal, I don't know. We end up hiring this company. And turns out that $50,000 was $300,000. because you have to, I'm not saying that in a bad way, Doctor. I'm saying this all happened right there. And your company has 44 years of existence with doctors and biologists and a full team of people. You went by what the scope of work was. You have some people on this committee. They happen to be here today. But what I'm seeing happen is this council is now saying, let's hand it all over there. Okay, well, I've got another, is there another doctor on this committee? Like, I feel like we're going a little rogue. We have a company. Now, if we want to add scope, if we want to add whatever it may be, I don't know that it's right to pick two people that happen to be here. And I don't know who else and what titles they have are on this committee, Peter, but if we're going to just say, well, they're here and they're saying X, Y, Z, and we're going to take this we're paying them $300,000. I'm concerned about that. I think that getting into the weeds is good. I think everybody asking questions is good. I think we also need to remember that what has been mentioned, first of all, we were in the middle of a study, and right before we went to Spheros?
What? I'm sorry.
A study, weren't we?
Right.
Okay, how much money did we spend on that?
Kiewit, I don't know if we have the task order amount.
Roughly.
Yeah. It was in the tens of thousands, I'm sure.
Tens of thousands of dollars. Why did we stop that study?
Because the Kiewit contract was terminated, and so this study
Okay, so it was part of that.
Yeah, there were subcontractor.
Okay. All right, and then this one came along. So TCEQ ran its own model. The EPA, I'm going to sound like a broken record. TCEQ ran its own model. EPA did an analysis on that model and approved it as well. So it isn't like this is a first, and we're treating it like it is, but I have to agree, I feel like this may never go anywhere. Now we need more time. And then as soon as the group gets this, they're going to say, well, we need to do this and we need to do that. And one thing leads to another. At some point, the conversation must give way to action. And I realize the majority of people sitting in this room don't agree with that statement. And whatever's going to, there is no action on this item. This is a presentation. But there's action on the next item, which is reliant upon this. And you are here telling us, you're a doctor. You didn't go do all this modeling. You had a team of people. You work for a company that has been around since 1982. So y'all know what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
If we choose not to listen to the professionals that we hired, we can bring into this group here, and I respectfully say that. I respect the work you do because it is specified, and that's important. But if we add, let's say, 2 more people from the committee who are also environmental doctors or biologists or what have you, and they disagree, we're going in circles. So I really believe, Peter, we need to stick to a plan. Whatever that plan is that this council decides, so be it. But I think we need to be very careful with who we are placing all of this with when we have a company we hired.
Just a quick response. So neither the UT Institute nor the Heart Institute applied to the application process for a far-field model. There was an open solicitation, and we received two responses. So
right.
The UT could have applied, as well as the Heart Institute. They did not apply to the solicitation that we posted. Spheros did, and the other firm did as well, and Hazen. So when we hire a consulting firm and council approve the contract, the staff generally believes the consultants that we hire that are the experts in far-field modeling, and we do believe them today. So people can have different opinions. There's nothing wrong with that, but We've worked with them. We've made sure their contract was good. We've worked through the delivery of their product. We tend to believe our consultants that we hire.
Right.
That not saying everybody else has to, but it's just, yeah.
Understood. Councilman Roy.
Again, I appreciate everybody, especially giving us some background information. But, I think one of the things that's going to be helpful is that when the study is done, because I know, if I remember, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, one of the things that we tried to get before, and I can't remember the company that started working on the far field study, and we asked for the data so that we could, several people asked for that data so that they could actually interpret it, and they were denied, and they said it was kind of like proprietary. Does that recall a bell to anybody?
Yeah, that was the Kiewit subcontractor.
So
GHD.
Yeah, so what I think is important here, because I know one of the things you said is you can't wait to see the end of the study, right? And I think there's others here that would like to see that, and I think the doctors also said the same thing. So I think that's a good thing, because then you'll have, then it can be studied by anybody that wants to look at it and challenge it or make opinion of it, because it's an end product. So that's the only thing I want to say is I think there is going to be some good there. I don't think we wasted our money from that standpoint. I appreciate the work that you guys have done. And when you finish, I think it's going to be even better, because we'll have an end product. And you said you're willing to share. Unlike that other company, they didn't want to share anything. But you're willing to share the data, and let's let the data speak for itself.
We don't own anything. The city paid for it. The city owns it, right? So we are creating a work product. We're delivering it to the city. So that's our job. And we picked a model that is a commonly used estuarine model in the country. It's an EPA. It has its origin back to EPA, the EFDC open source model. And Dynamic Solutions, who's in our team, also makes a free version of their GUI available to anybody that can visualize the model results.
Right, and I also wanted to mention, I'm glad that we are having somebody, another company at the end is going to peer review the information. So I really do think that what we're doing is on the right track. So thank you.
Yeah, and one other point I just want to add is we were paid to build a tool. We built a tool. That tool is available for everybody to use now, right? So like you said, that money was, in our opinion, my opinion at least, was well spent, because now the city has the tool that, and to the extent that that tool is available to everybody, anybody can use it, rerun it, extend it, do what they want with it. So
right, and again, on the same lines that we were talking about before, I just think it's important to have an open mind, and part of that is that when the data is done, then whoever has the ability to review that, they can review the information. I think it's dangerous if all of a sudden we go, okay, now we're going to put our eggs in this basket over here, and we're going to solely go off of the recommendation of these individuals. We have to collectively look at it as a group, and I think that's going to be important, especially because there's several people here that have experience in this field. So thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Pradeep, I just want to say thank you. I think you did at the studies what I think we wanted you to do. I think you did a great job. I just didn't want it to go unsaid that I appreciate the work that you did. And Nick, thank you for guiding Peter. I think you did what we asked you to do. Thank you.
Okay, looks like that is all the questions or comments. So thank you, both of you. Thank you, doctors. Nick, thank you. I think you're up, though, on the next one. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here, for the great presentation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Item number 11, we have item number 11 and 12. Item 11 is a one-reading ordinance awarding a design-build contract to Corpus Christi Desalination Partners, LLC for 60% design services, design and construction of the demonstration plant and development and verification of the GMP in an amount up to $78,610,000 for the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Treatment Plant project.
And Mayor, can I encourage Nick and for the council,
Peter, let's give him a minute.
1 second, yeah.
Let's give him a minute for
Okay.
everybody to kind of clear out.
it deals with the calendar, the timeline, so we heard specific dates here, like the report will come out at the end of June. The doctor said they would need 2 months. That puts it July, August, right? If somebody was going to wait for some analysis. In Nick's presentation, you're going to hear about the SWIFT loan that has date certain decisions that we have to make, that the council has to make, and they're before August, and so Nick will highlight those. So if there's a notion to wait to get more detail, more data, more analysis, that's possible, and Nick will highlight how that could impact the SWIFT loan. We may have to, there's certain things that are due to the Texas Water Development Board in mid-June, next week or two. There's more stuff due in July, more certainty has to be made in August, so I think Nick will go through some of that, and Sergio should be here as well, our finance director. So it's just an important thing to think through as we hear the presentation, that impacts of any type of waiting could impact the SWIFT loan, and we have to talk to the Water Development Board about another extension.
Our current SWIFT loan.
Right, correct, yeah. So anyway, I just thought that because we heard these months, I thought it'd be important to
Did you
highlight
say
that.
Absolutely.
Sergio's coming down, or who's?
Sergio should be here, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
our
that's
finance
fine.
director.
Okay,
Yeah, he's in charge of helping us with the SWIFT loan.
right. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, Mayor and Council, first I do want to recognize the team that is here that we've been working with, and the team that will also support in answering questions. I will be delivering the presentation. However, we have a number of individuals here that can help answer questions as we get further into this. So representing Acciona and the Corpus Christi desal partners is Efren Rodriguez. Efren, thank you for being here. Representing Mastec, again, another one of the Corpus Christi desal partners is Mr. David Bergstrom. David, thank you for being here. And then representing Ardura is Mr. Dan Leindecker, and Dan is here as well in the front row. Also, we have Chris Canonico from Ardura, and then earlier today we had David Crespo from Acciona. He had to depart early, and then Atan Garcia was here as well. Also with Mastec, Carl Zegler and Nathan Hoyle. Additionally, we have Victor Quiroga is here to help answer questions. And then, as Peter said, Sergio Vilsuana, our Director of Finance, will be here. And also Camille Terrace and Esteban Ramos from CCW are here as well. As I stated earlier, in the essence of an efficient presentation, I will be making the presentation, but this full team is here to help answer questions. And I am pleased to make the presentation regarding the next step that's needed to diversify our water supply portfolio, and that's seawater. I'll be going over the history and the project development, project details, financial impact, and staff recommendation as well. As referenced earlier, this is the timeline that we have been proceeding with. This is the plan as outlined by the city manager in the November 7th memo that was issued. On November 18th, council authorized an MOU with the Corpus Christi desal partners to develop a proposal with price certainty for design and construction for an seawater desalination plant at the Inner Harbor location. During the time frame of the next couple of months, Corpus Christi desal partners worked diligently to put together a cost-certain proposal. Additionally, and just to remind everyone, CCW shared all of the existing work that we had from Kiewit and all of the other information available so that they could move forward with their work. January 13th, this council appointed members to the Farfield Advisory Committee. Also, appointees were made by the city manager. February 24th, council approved staff to proceed in negotiating a design build contract with Corpus Christi desal partners. And that is, a portion of that is what we're presenting today. And here we are, June 2nd. That's what we're here to discuss. So just as a reminder, who are the Corpus Christi desal partners? We have Acciona. Acciona has tremendous experience in not just designing seawater desalination plants, but also in operating them. That is a key component to this team. They've already weighed into many facets of the plant based on their large operational experience. They currently have ongoing operations for 25 seawater desalination plants throughout the world, and they have been involved in the design and construction of 92 plants. One of the reasons that they are leaders in seawater reverse osmosis is their strong in-house design team and staff that is utilized to design and both operate very efficient systems. MasTec is a national and local construction company with tremendous infrastructure construction experience. They are ranked as one of the largest minority-controlled general contractor in the United States. We are very impressed with the MasTec companies. In fact, we've hired a couple of them to already construct city projects. And of course, Ardura is a long-standing professional engineering company. Over the last multiple years, they have continued to grow nationwide. But we've known them for a long time. They're very familiar with the city's both water and wastewater system, and they have extensive design projects currently and ongoing for Corpus Christi Water. The project timeline, time is a critical component of all of this. We talk about time a lot, especially when we look at our drought dashboard. Today is the approval. We are requesting approval for Corpus Christi desal partners to proceed with 60% design, proceed with the TCEQ required demonstration plants, and proceed with the preparation and development of a guaranteed maximum price. The process for that is roughly 1 year, so that work will be conducted approximately a year from now. At that point, at the 60% design, we will be presented a guaranteed maximum price and an option to move forward to finish final design and move forward with construction. If that approval is provided in August of 2027, then the mechanical completion of the plant is estimated to be March of 2030. The preliminary guaranteed maximum price that has been presented and is a key component of this proposal is $978,770,000. The delta, or the difference between that number and the previous provider, is $336,230,000. This number hasn't changed from the previous council approvals that we've discussed. Now I'd like to get into financial impacts a little bit and to go over the cost of this project and the costs of our water supply projects, and then the impacts of SWIFT loans. Again, I do just want to mention this is a pretty tight proposal because we have all worked through this. We've gone through this information with all of you, and especially with the details of the previous item and then additional work. I'd like for us to look at the water rate comparison of Corpus Christi as compared to other municipal utilities within Texas. This is purely meant to provide a little basis and background. These rates are estimated monthly rates for residential customers using an average of 6,000 gallons per month. This analysis is done on using 2025 data. As you can see, the lowest, it's really SAWS is the utility system. Their water rate in 2025 was $37.20. It's an average for a residential customer. We know from the news that those rates are gonna as much as triple over the upcoming years. The highest rate on this chart is the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District number 3. In 2025, that was $82.18. Again, this is just a water bill for the average residential customer. You can see where City of Corpus Christi residents lie. This is $42.07 a month. Couple of things to point out. There are other municipalities on this list. They are serviced by the San Patricio Municipal Water District, who of course they are a wholesale customer of the City of Corpus Christi. With that being said, we can talk about the rate impacts of this particular project. The numbers that have been calculated, what we've done is we are assuming the SWIFT loan at an interest rate of 3.9%. We are estimating the difference of using revenue bonds at an average of 5.5%. And then we are also estimating a decreased billing volume due to the drought. And before I get into the numbers, I brought up an important point here. As you know, our existing SWIFT loans are for approximately $755 million. The project is approximately $978 million. The numbers we've run is using revenue bonds to make up the difference. However, that delta in the funding, there's a number of options that we can use to make that up. One is revenue bonds, I just talked about that. Another one would be a potential additional SWIFT loan. A third one would be a Bureau of Reclamation grant. Now, we do know that this project, the Inner Harbor project, has been approved as a feasible project in that grant program. We are the only project that is proven to be accepted to be feasible. We do know with the help of Congressman Cloud that the initial limits to that program have been removed, and the Bureau is looking at extending the grant opportunity to larger dollars. And then, of course, there's potential for other grant opportunities. All that being said, if we could just walk through this. So the capital expenditure is $978.8 million. The annual operating expense is estimated at $32 million. That was a number that was initially presented by Kiewit and was verified by Acciona using their operational experience. For the project, at 30 million gallons a day, the cost of water per 1,000 gallons would be $8.26, meaning that the raw water rate impact to all of our customers, because every single one of our customers pays the raw water rate, that is residential, commercial, wholesale, and large volume, is $2.36 per 1,000 gallons. If you estimate that a residential customer uses 6,000 gallons a month, that means at full build out, at full completion of this project, the impact to their monthly bill would be an additional $14.16. If you look at a commercial company using about 20,000 gallons per month, and you can consider that as a restaurant possibly, Their monthly bill increase would be $47.60. And if you look at a large volume user, and I apologize for saying this, but it's a small, large volume user at 90,000, at 90,000 gallons per month. 90 million gallons per month. The impact on that user would be $214,200 per month. One thing that I do want to stress, and especially as we get into the other slides, that rate impacts don't happen all at once. Rates are developed on an annual basis, and they are developed at a long-term project. Costs are incurred throughout the course of the project, so the full rate impact isn't seen until the end of the project, until it's fully operational and closed out. So who pays for the project? I said earlier that the project would increase the raw water rate. The raw water rate is paid by every single one of our customer classes. It's the same rate across the board. It's an equitable rate as it is shared for every class. As you can see from this slide, and please remember these are Corpus Christi customers. The Corpus Christi large volume users would pay 31% of the cost. Commercial users would pay 14% of the cost. The residential customers of City of Corpus Christi would pay 13%. Our wholesale users would provide 42%. Just a reminder of what we talked about earlier, that wholesale category does include large volume users and includes other residential utilities. The wholesale category represented here today includes our wholesale customers. It does not include their customers. As you can see, nearly 87% of the Inner Harbor Desalination Seawater Treatment Plant would be paid by non-Corpus Christi residential payers. Would be paid by the residential. I've got to get this straight. I'm sorry, there's a typo in this presentation. 87% of the costs for Inner Harbor would be paid by customers that aren't residential customers of the City of Corpus Christi. I apologize for misspeaking there. One of the questions that this body is fully aware of is the new water supply projects that are occurring today and that staff and its professionals are working on. The chart here has been provided previously, and it shows the rate impact for these other projects. I do want to point out a couple of things. One, the Inner Harbor project is included on this slide as well. So when you look at the total, it does include Inner Harbor. If we look at the monthly bill increase for an average residential customer, and I will read through this a little bit, the Evangeline project would be $7.86. LI Ranch, which we just negotiated the water rights, but the closing on that is contingent upon the owner obtaining permits. You have the Corpus Christi water wells, that rate impact for residential customers, 72 cents a month. The extension, which is the ERF property, that impact is 66 cents. The brackish water conveyance system is $1.32. If you add the brackish groundwater RO plant at Owen Stevens, it's $2.52. The reclaimed water, which this council just approved from the Oso wastewater treatment plant to Greenwood, is $1.44. And then you've got Inner Harbor, $14.60. All of that being said, the rate impact, once all of these projects are fully completed and operating, would be an average of $29.10 impact to the residential ratepayer. Commercial customer is $97.40, and then the example of the large volume user is $438,300 per month. We know we have an existing SWIFT loan. We know there are conditions associated with this, and I like to talk through these dates. So on June 16th, the TWDB requires a draft version of legal documents, credit ratings, debt service schedule, and other financial documents that has to be submitted to TWDB as part of the loan process. In the August-September timeframe of this year, the finance agreement has to be confirmed with TWDB so we can move forward on the next tranche of funds. And then October, November is when the city would close on the bonds. One thing that we talk about the SWIFT loan frequently. The advantage to the SWIFT loan, of course, is the interest rate, which makes a big impact over time. So the SWIFT loan interest rate is 3.1 to 3.9%. Over the course of that loan, we will have a total interest cost of $495 million. If we funded that same amount as a SWIFT loan with revenue bonds, the interest rate would be 4.35% to 5.5%. We know our interest rates are likely to increase. The total interest cost would be $737,500. $737,500. Excuse me. So that is approximately $242 million more if we finance this with revenue bonds as opposed to the SWIFT loan. We're very grateful for the support of the TWDB. We know that the SWIFT loan itself makes this project more affordable for every one of our ratepayers. The effect of canceling this SWIFT loan. So the outstanding SWIFT debt would have to be removed from the balance sheet because the city will not have an asset to show for it. We will have to issue new debt to facilitate the defeasance transaction. We will have to deal with losses related to the defeasance, and that will have to be reported in the financial statements. The defeasance and the cancellation of the Inner Harbor project, specifically the cancellation of the SWIFT loan, also requires an accounting entry to record the loss of $32,320,000 for capitalized cost as of September 30th. So again, if you look at your financial statements, those are costs that we were spending towards an asset, and if the project is canceled, we do not have that asset. The team has worked really hard. We've worked with the TWDB. We've worked with Victor to try and put together an estimate on what defeasance may mean. Defeasance is a very difficult thing to discuss. The Texas Water Development Board hasn't had to deal with it in its history. There's a lot that has to be understood if the SWIFT loan is canceled. So some of the things that we wanted to present to you today. We have in that initial tranche, we have about $204 million left. So that money would be used to pay off the existing loan. However, like I said before, we still have the balance that we've already spent. We're going to have to borrow that money in an effort to pay it back. So the new debt to be issued for the defeasance transaction is about $21 million. The estimated interest expense on the new debt is approximately $27 million. And then the increase to the rates for the new debt is approximately 4 cents per 1,000 gallons, again, and that's to the raw water rate. Should this council decide to move forward with this project, the next steps as outlined below are as follows. We have our next agenda item, which is the owner's representative for the project, which includes the independent cost estimator. The Corpus Christi D-Cell partners, they have a scheduled meeting with the TCEQ regarding the demonstration plant. We are all very confident in the approach that they have put forth, and they absolutely understand the time constraint that we're under. That meeting is tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Austin. A portion of that team is on the road already. We have a contract to execute. The contract that we've negotiated with the Corpus Christi D-Cell partners is over 1,000 pages. We would need to notify the Texas Water Development Board to understand they know the path forward and how to proceed. Of course, we've got to notify TCEQ, as there will be permitting requirements with the plant, and we need them to be fully informed. We also know there's tremendous focus on everything water for the city of Corpus Christi and the coastal Bend region, the 7 counties that we serve. We would notify our accrediting agencies, S&P, Moody's, and Fitch. In fact, I'm confidently know that they are watching tonight. We would notify the Bureau of Reclamation. That's all associated with that grant. Again, they have declared our project to be feasible, so we want to make sure that we continue to move forward in the grant process. And then finally, there's a RFP for operating services for the plant over a 30-year term. That RFP has to be developed and issued so we can receive proposals on the operations of the plant. Staff recommends approval of this contract with the Corpus Christi D-Cell partners for 60% design services, the design and construction, facilitation of the demonstration plant, and the development and verification of the guaranteed maximum price for the Inner Harbor seawater desalination treatment plant. A couple of other items before I stand by for questions. This, of course, would be another water treatment plant for the city of Corpus Christi, which we're very excited about. And again, it furthers our mission, strategic mission, to diversify the water supply portfolio. With that, it's not just me standing by for questions, but we have the full team here, as I stated earlier, to answer any of your questions.
Great. Thank you for the presentation, Nick. This is very informative. Councilman Hernandez had his light on first.
Okay, I kind of understand why you pushed it to this day now, because of all the associated timelines of things instead of waiting for the far-field model report to be complete. But I'm curious, you didn't include how much water we were going to have considering all the projects we're doing now. And I'm going by you have that drought status report which shows our water usage. And for June of 2026, you have us requiring water usage of about 134 million gallons a day. July going up to 135, 136. It's hard to tell with the with that amount. But in looking at the water projects we have going, you're taking roughly right now in June, 40 million gallons a day out of Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, 72 million gallons a day from Lake Texana. You have, what, about 4 million gallons a day or 6 million gallons a day from the eastern well field, somewhere in there. And the western well field, you're up to 12 now? Is that according to your chart?
Right, correct? So roughly, yes.
So roughly about 128. So
the one comment though is, yeah, roughly about 128. I do want to just state that because of the recent rainfalls, we have the releases from Wesley Seal Dam have been primarily cut back. But
okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that.
Let's just say we're getting 40 million gallons a day from Nueces River.
That's right.
If you look at it from what you have on that chart, the maximum we use would be in July and August, which would be about 136 million gallons a day. Is that correct?
That sounds about right, Councilman.
Okay. So if we look at the projects plus what we have going, and I'll just use those numbers. If we add Evangeline, let's say maximum volume of 24 million gallons a day, Lie Ranch at 6 million gallons a day, wastewater reuse at 16 million gallons a day, you would have well over 160 million gallons a day of water.
The important thing to note is there are no permits for Evangeline or Lie Ranch. In fact, we haven't even closed on those purchases. Now, wastewater reuse, of course, is in full motion, and yeah, we expect the 16 million gallons a day in water supply demand offset.
Right. So, I mean, even if you drop that amount, you still have well over the amount of water required. Let's say we drop the 6 million and we drop, I mean, the 6 million gallons a day from Lie Ranch and the 8 million from the temporary ones, you still have more water than you need for that 136 million gallons a day. Now, I'm stating that for what we have. You also have a couple of other projects that are on the block set we're looking at, and that includes Aquatech with CC Polymers and Chapman Ranch with 7 Cs, which can give an additional 34 million gallons a day, maximum. But let's just say that it's half of that, and we'll get the initial 9.4 and 10 million gallons a day from Chapman Ranch and additional 20. You're still, looking at, 180 million gallons a day.
So a couple of comments, and I certainly understand with the information you're presenting, the importance of diversifying the supply is to be able to manage each source depending upon the current conditions. The addition of a seawater project certainly would lessen our dependence on groundwater, which I think is the right thing to do. Additionally, it's important to note, currently we've got 72 million gallons a day coming through the Mary Roads pipeline, which is fantastic. We do know there's confirmed obstructions in the pipeline. We also know that we want to take the pipeline down to address that. Without 72 million gallons a day, the system doesn't operate. So we've got to continue to build our supply so, one, we can manage it appropriately and work towards diversifying the supply. And the second thing is to build in the ability to operate in times that the Mary Roads pipeline, which is 26, 27 years old, has to come down for maintenance.
Okay, Nick, what I'm looking at here is if we max out all these items, we have well over 200 million gallons a day of water. Let's say you take out the 72 million gallons a day of Mary Roads, you're still well above the 136 maximum water usage that we're using. Now, you're not going to have it completely down all the time. So, I mean, that'll be, you might have some maintenance here and there, and that goes for everything that we have. We're going to have a lot of extra water, and you're going to add an additional $1 billion. All those projects are combined or what is equal to this Inner Harbor desal project. So with that, we don't have guaranteed revenue. Have we made any progress on contracts with our large volume water users?
So we
outside of the wastewater reuse.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are making progress. We know that there's a couple of entities such as Flint Hills and Lyondell that we've got to work with them. Lyondell, they've requested a contract, but we weren't going to negotiate with them until they got their backflow installed. So it's a longer drawn out story. That backflow is installed, so now we can start negotiating with them as well. The rates that I have presented today also take into account a reduced in billed water because of the potential effects of level 1 water emergency.
Okay, so you want us to make a decision on the contract before actually having guaranteed contracts with our large volume water users. So you want us to make the decision to go forward without having those contracts?
What we know, I understand your question, Councilman, and I will absolutely answer it.
It's not like we haven't been asking for this for a long time about these contracts with our large volume water users.
One thing that I would like to say, and I definitely want to answer your question, and I will answer your question, is many times people add up all of the available water. There's a reason why we don't include all of those projects on our water supply dashboard. I can't honestly, we don't have definitive answer on when we will be able to provide water from Evangeline. We know what we're working towards. LI Ranch doesn't have any they don't have any permits either. The reclaimed water that's in the dashboard, I've got definitive information, as is our brackish groundwater plant. The other projects that you mentioned with Aquatech, CC Polymer, with 7Cs, we are negotiating a contract. 7Cs, we're waiting on them to drill a test well and verify the hydrogeology. Aquatech, we know we've got a lot of work to do. Additionally, we know Aquatech also discharges into the Inner Harbor without any diffuser technology. Those are all considerations. All that being said, it is not appropriate to include those in a dashboard. But to answer your question, so we have a number of large customers, our large volume users. We know that council has advised us to continue to work towards contracts with them. We've moved forward very quickly to secure them, to secure both Valero and Flint Hills on effluent reuse, because that's an offset of demand. And we know that we've got to continue to work with them to develop water supply contracts. Now, to answer your question, staff is recommending approval for this item to add seawater to our portfolio. We've got surface water, groundwater reuse, add seawater, so that the region we serve has the ability to rely on a resilient water supply system that is diversified and we can manage, and we don't have to over-rely on one source, albeit surface water or groundwater.
I appreciate the answer. It's not really, it's more like a word salad there a little bit, but.
Just providing the information, Councilman.
I understand. The
context, just providing context.
Well, I mean, you're asking us to borrow $2 billion without having solidified contracts with the large volume users because they're preparing for curtailment. They've got a lot of projects, not only our large volume water users, but also our wholesalers that are doing projects. Do we know what that looks like?
We know that our large volume users, and I don't know specifics, but they are all working on efforts to be able to meet their allocation. I feel that they will be able to meet allocation. Now, those methods will include, we all know about our wastewater reuse, but those methods will also include wells and also reuse within the plant. The wells, what we've been told is not a permanent solution for them. It is a solution for them to get through so they can meet their allocation during a potential level 1 water emergency.
You're asking us to go out on a limb, and I'm not comfortable with it. You know, and considering what we heard in the previous thing, you know, we're not really sure if there's going to be any kind of issues. I would make a motion to table this until September 1st.
Councilman Kentu.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I can't believe that the city has not got any contracts. After all the pressure that industry is putting on us, you would think they would say, let's get these contracts signed so we could get our project done. I mean, you want us to approve this project with no contracts, but yet you guys got a 1,000-page contract done in how many months? 2 months? And we can't even get a contract with the industry? Like, it makes no sense. Like, you want us to pay all this money and not have a guarantee from the refineries that they're not going to bail on us and go find their own water or buy their own water source or whatever the case is. You know, and I just don't understand why we cannot get these contracts. These contracts, we've been talking about it for months. You know, and I know you guys have a lot on your plate, but hiring a consultant to do it. I think you guys did. What's a consultant doing about the contracts? And the reason I'm saying this is because, and not all the refineries, but some refineries protest the water rates. And we have to pay money for an attorney to go to court or do whatever we got to do. But, you know, they got to play in the same field. It's not a one-way street. You know, they want the ratepayers, the people of Corpus Christi, to support this project and pay for it.
Well, the data shows that they are also paying for the project.
I completely understand. Just for the record, so the people who's watching tonight, today we use 83 million gallons of water.
So that's treated water.
Okay.
Add about 25 for untreated raw water sales.
But out of the 83 million gallons a day, industry is using 50 MGDs from that 83, correct?
I would say it's a pretty good estimate. What we know is our large volume users are about 31%, and then wholesale makes up about 42%.
And out of the left 33 million gallons a day, small businesses use 16, and the residents use around 14, 15 million gallons a day. The residents are not the problem.
No one said they were the problem, Councilman.
If we get this project approved today, and we're still in a drought in the next couple of years, whatever the case is, can the people of Corpus Christi water the grass?
So so that's a great question, right? So it all depends upon the levels of the western reservoirs. That is how it's determined today. That's an aspect of our drought contingency plan that has not been addressed in these recent updates. Those percentages are still in there from what was before. So the discussion wasn't had to adjust those.
I just had, Councilwoman Paxton and I just had this conversation yesterday, so those were based on no additional water supply, so this is something we need to look at now that we're diversifying, we have groundwater effluent reuse.
Yeah.
It's not just going to be based on the western reservoirs, so it's, yeah.
And the current rates throughout Texas y'all put together, I'm going to disagree with some of these rates because my understanding, what I did, my homework this past weekend, we were the top 3 in Texas with the highest water and wastewater rates. I think Houston's like #1 or something like that. I got to look at my notes, but you know, the city of San Antonio, their water rates for 6,000 gallons and wastewater is like under $30, $32 or something like that.
So this analysis is water only. As the Inner Harbor is a water project, it would not affect wastewater rates one bit. It's
So they're
only
paying a lot
water.
more than.
So the only analysis is with water, and you can see where we currently fall. It's very low on the list.
So if the project gets voted down today, if I'm reading this correctly, if it gets voted down today, we're going to have an expense of the new debt of 21 million. Is that correct?
You know, I'm gonna turn this over to Sergio, our finance director, to further explain
Thank you,
this.
Nick.
I just want to make sure you get a clear answer.
Yes, sir.
Sergio Villasan, Director of Finance and Procurement. Yes, Councilman, if the project were to get canceled, we've capitalized cost of $32 million. What that means essentially is, as this project has started roughly 2017, that there's a feasibility study done, and from there forward, we start identifying cost on our financial statements of what is capital that's building this asset of value, right? And so as of September 30th, 2025, we have $32 million sitting on our balance sheet. And so we can't, that's an asset in construction. And so if this project were not to move forward, the asset comes off your balance sheet. You no longer have that asset, and it goes straight to your income statement as an expense.
So how much is that going to be?
That itself is $32 million.
Okay.
So
that's the total, 32 million.
No.
Okay.
No, so that is just to write off the asset. The city, I believe, the last time I looked, year-to-date expenditures for the project amount to about $46 million. So $46 million has been invested towards the project. 32 was capitalized. So overall, I would say a loss of 46. But the difference between 32 and 46 is just running already through your income statement this year. The other part of the transaction, once you cancel or decide to, if the council decides to do a defeasance or not move forward to this project, right, we'd have to do an accounting transaction for that. And what that entails is the positive note, we removed debt off the balance sheet. We have about, I think, $235 million outstanding debt. So that's got to come off our balance sheet. We're going to use the remaining cash that we have from that loan that we got to pay that debt. There's still so we have about $200 million in cash. So there's still a difference there that needs to be made up. And so that difference is about $21 million. So we'll have to go get a revenue bond for $21 million to pay off debt. So we'll use debt to pay debt, right?
How much money, if this project was canceled, how much money will the ratepayers pay per $1,000, per thousand? Let me rephrase that. If the project is canceled today, how much does the ratepayers have to pay extra per 1,000 gallons?
Well, that's a complicated answer. And so what I can give you as far as an answer on the new debt we issue is going to be roughly on what was presented on the slide, which is about 4 cents, an increase per 1,000 gallons.
So 4 cents
right.
is going to be the increase per 1,000 gallons of water if we cancel this contract for the new debt.
Can you repeat that again?
So it's going to cost 4 cents per 1,000 gallons of water for the new debt, correct?
Correct.
What about the other debt that you're talking about? So
that debt will be serviced with the debt proceeds that we have, the cash that we have on hand, plus the debt we're going to issue. What's not measured is, and then the cost I can't give you is the overall impact of that transaction is done, right? And so if we go in that direction, we'll have that defeasance transaction. But what's unknown is what that impact will be to our rate. And it most likely would be negative, because what we've presented to the rating agencies is, here's a portfolio of water projects that we're working on, and that includes the Inner Harbor desalination. And so once that project's removed off, you've introduced risk to their investors.
Can you give me a rough estimate what you think it will cost per 1,000 gallons if this project's canceled today for everything?
I can't, because it's unknown how those rates will impact future revenue bonds. Like I don't know what that dollar amount would be.
So you don't think anybody knows that answer?
We can't give you a solid answer, right? I mean, I don't.
So all the stuff on Facebook, it's a bunch of BS.
I don't do social media, sir.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So nobody knows the answer, just the people that think they know the answer.
The answer that I can give you is the accounting transaction that would happen, which is it's going to cost us $32 million on our income statement, and so that is also looked at by our investors. Positive note, we do take off some debt, but we do add debt to make us whole. So there's that cost there.
I would think you guys would came to us today with that answer. I mean, the possibilities of, going forward and then not going forward with it.
Well, the immediate answer, the answer that we have for you is like, this is the accounting transaction. And we ran this through our external auditors to say,
because with 21 million new debt, only 4 cents per thousand, that's pretty cheap. You guys gave us a contract of 1,000 pages. I mean, it's a lot to read. That's two packets of paper. I don't see how y'all expect us to read the whole contract for over 1,000 pages. I think my time's coming up. I come back.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
My turn. Sorry. Well, I'm getting rum-dum. I'm about 2 hours over my bedtime, and I get tickled when I'm tired, so there's no telling what's going to happen up here. I'm not sure if I'm going to can explain what I'm trying to find out, but you're saying 29.10 for residential rates, and then we have to add what we currently pay, correct? Which is like 4207?
4207.
So that would be 71.17.
That's correct. That's with all the projects done and all the costs incurred.
Okay, and we didn't include Harbor Island, C.C. Palmer, or the Chapman Ranch thing, that's possibilities either. We didn't include that. Okay, that's not counting the rest of our water bill, because you have to include, when you get your bill, you get your gas, you get your wastewater. I know, and I know it's not this, but it's
Right,
the impact
that's
to the
correct.
customer, because it all adds up. I think my question to you is 2910 the first year? Is the second year, the third year, you're going to keep adding?
So one thing that I want to clarify, so you won't see 2910 next year, right? Because we haven't incurred all the cost. This is a large project. That'll be, the impact will be gradual over a period of time.
Yeah.
And then what happens is and Camille will have to correct me if I'm wrong as he did the numbers, but as our cost of debt service increases, then, and I'm going to divert to Camille here a little bit. I don't want to mislead you, Councilwoman.
Thanks.
Yeah.
For a simple answer, no costs remain the same like in your household. If the cost of electricity goes up, the cost of all of these operations of any project, of any, getting the water from the Nueces River, getting the water down Mary Roads, it will go up. So 2910 is the initial cost, but of course, as the project continues, there's going to be inflationary costs. So just like we adjust the rate on an annual basis, yes, that cost is going to go up.
And that's what I'm asking you. Is
Excuse
it going
me.
to go up every year?
Yeah,
Is it going to go
Councilwoman,
up every 3 years?
I'm going to try to answer the question.
Thank
So
you.
the 2910 assumes we issued all the debt right now.
Okay.
And we're not going to do that. We're going to issue it if we did these over 3, 4, 5 years. The 2910 assumes that, just take let's take any one of these here. The
'Cause it won't be
seawater
built until
desalination
2030.
assumes we issue $978 million right now.
We're
And the
not.
payment would be $14 right now, but that would be phased in, that debt would be phased in over 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
So it's not going to be 2910 in year 1 or 2. It's gradually increasing over time with a maximum of that 2910.
Because we won't be spending all the money because it won't be
Correct,
completed
right, we
till
won't be able to,
2030.
right, yeah.
Okay, and the other thing, how soon do we start paying that SWIFT loan back?
We're already paying for the SWIFT.
We're already paying it. So how much do we pay every year, about? I know it goes up.
Anybody have the debt schedule?
I don't want to lie, approximately $14 million.
14 million. reason I'm asking that is because that's going to take a while to pay it back, and then we know that we're going to be paying $32 million for operation and maintenance.
Once the plant is
Once the
operational.
plant in 2030, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what it's going to be in the future. Okay, thanks.
Councilman Scott.
I find some of this, I'm just going to tell you, I find some of this argument fascinating. We didn't have a problem committing $676 million to Evangeline without these industrial contracts. But Nick, we do actually have wholesale contracts, right?
We have contracts with our wholesale customers, and then as the councilman stated earlier, we absolutely have contracts on the wastewater reuse.
Yeah, so I think we're further along in this contract. I think the second part of that is, I think the whole conversation about how industry needs to have a contract, they ain't going anywhere unless they leave us, because we have a blended rate. That's part of why they're here, is that we have a blended rate structure, right? And that's why, that's why I've said, hey man, if you want to go buy water directly from Harbor Island, knock yourself out, man. I don't know that we need to be everybody's water provider, but they want to be on our system because it's a blended rate structure. So I just wanted to make that point as we go forward, because I've not debated that with other council members, and I just thought I'd get that in. I do want to point out a couple of things. Number one, tell me about the run rate if we commit to the contract tonight. So it's $78 million. I guess the first big thing would be the pilot plant. I mean, kind of walk me through how much we would be spending if there's this conversation to go forward, but also have a conversation about finishing these studies.
So, good night, everybody. Thank you for the.
Thanks for being here, by the way.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
It's taquitos in 30 minutes, so go ahead.
As you can imagine, that amount of money, it will cover a number of activities. It starts with some initial assessments that have to be developed. A key component of that is the ordering of the pilot plant. The equipment has to be fabricated and shipped over. It will be developed outside so it can be assembled quicker. It includes also the operation of the pilot, and it also includes the development of the 60% design. The way that we develop the schedule, we integrate some of those activities so that we don't wait for one thing to finish to start the other, so they run somewhat concurrently. I would say it would be a progressive effort that will continue throughout the initial year of that phase.
So when does the pilot plant going to happen, generally speaking?
We should be starting within 3-4 months.
Okay, I just assumed it might even be faster, because my second part of that is there an opportunity through the pilot plant process to also test impacts on the environment that might correlate to some concerns that we've heard this evening?
So with the pilot plan itself, there is not a setup to do that, but the time can be used for making additional evaluations and assessments that can provide further clarity, further data, further confirmation that the impacts that we have seen are not anything different than what we have evaluated.
Just as a side note, I think if we go forward, there ought to be an opportunity to create some sort of center of excellence on the site to let people test all these technologies that people are bringing to us and want to, full scale them. And I didn't know if that pilot plant process would allow people to test their product on site, and then maybe we improve our process. I didn't know if you had a thought, Dan, on that.
No, sir, but it's definitely a possibility, and for the time while we're going through the pilot plant.
You're on. Oh, no, you're not. There you are.
There it is. The time while we're going through the pilot plant, the impacts to the bay could be assessed. And then adjustments to the design, if necessary, could occur. But I think the existing design, basis of design that we're under right now, will address almost all those concerns that there is, which is salinity in the bay.
So you were here this evening, you listened to the lengthy presentation, and our question, which I thought was fascinating. I wanted to get your input. So you think that, just say it again, that you listened to the far field modeling and you think the design can do what?
No, we'll be well within the design parameters. Some of the things in the study that they didn't take into account was the mixing, the jet mixing that we're going to be having at our discharge point. In addition to that, under the permit requirements at approximately 200 feet, I believe we got to be within 2 parts per thousand within ambient. And in addition to that, in our monitoring, we'll have monitoring continuously going on according to the permit. And with that, hang on, I wrote down the bugs and bunnies, so to speak. But it's called, let me find it here, whole toxicity testing. It's a wet testing. And what that means is we have to put a mysid shrimp for 7-day survival in the effluent to the bay. And you have to have survival there for 7 days, and that's one of the tests that occurs. And also with a larval for the inland silverside species. So that will be ongoing. Another item we can do, depending how the far field continues, is at these certain times, I was noticing that in the model that there's seasonality, to the bay system where the salinity in the bay goes up and goes down. But it always stays within that medium range of between 28 parts per thousand and 40 parts per thousand. That during those times, if necessary, several things could occur. We could dial back the plant for that period of time of 14 days, reduce the amount of discharge that we have. Or at the same time, part of the permit is a minimum requirement of 3.0 milligrams per liter of DO, dissolved oxygen, in the discharge, which that could possibly be increased depending on the outcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. I want to ask a couple of questions on defeasance. So are we calculating that we're going to be able to spread the defeasance cost to all of our ratepayers?
Yes.
Like Sinton's going to, or I guess San Patricio is going to pay their share of that defeasance.
Right, because it's basically a debt service transaction, a debt transaction, and we'll spread that cost.
What would the cost be if we weren't able to share it with outside city limits customers? So that 4 cents per thousand becomes what if we're unable to share that cost?
I don't have that answer. I'm not too sure what that would be.
I think it is aggressive, having watched us and our lack of success and those issues. I think it's aggressive to think that we are going to be able to charge all of our ratepayers for a project that doesn't include water. I can't imagine they're going to just go idly by that. So if we do have a further conversation on this, can somebody provide that calculation?
Sure thing.
And we do have to pay the interest expense for 10 years on the 226? No?
Well, you will be paying the interest we're going to go borrow, let's say 21 million, and that money will service the interest expense and the escrow, but we'll be servicing the debt that we have to borrow to put the money in escrow, if that makes sense.
Not really.
No? Okay.
Sorry.
Let me try that again.
Nice.
So we have to go borrow 21 million to make the pot of money whole. So that pot of money is put in let's call it, let's say, a trust account, so it earns its own interest and services that debt that we took off the books. But we will be paying the debt interest that we had to borrow, which
I guess one of the reasons I got enough way over my head, and I apologize for that, but it just doesn't happen, right? Defeasance is a pretty rare experience for the state of Texas to be involved in. Is that part of what's going on?
The communication we've received, this would be probably the first time.
Jeez. Last thought, and then it's my time. Yeah, got it. So here's my take. If I'm king for a day, I never trust the lakes again. Never trust the western lakes again. I want to build a water system that doesn't require any water from those lakes. Now, then when I get that done, and way you do that is you get 16 on reuse, you get 20 from our wells, and you get 30 from desal, and then you get your 72-ish from the Mary Roads pipeline. And then when our lakes get full, we can shut the Mary Roads pipeline and take that lake water until we get the Mary Roads pipeline to whatever maintenance you need to do, and then we bring it back up again. I also think it's not accurate to say we're going to use 102 or 112 million gallons a day. We were averaging 135 before we all stopped watering our yards. And so I think once the lakes start filling up and we're able to water again, I think the summertime rate I thought was with raw and potable was 135 million. So that ought to be the number, and that's where I'm looking at this, is let's get to 135 without needing the lakes. When the lakes get full, maybe we use it and we do the maintenance on the Mayor Roads pipeline. Thank you very much.
Councilman Bonetta.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of different things with regard to, one thing I want to add, so Valero is investing $100 million okay.
Over 100 million, yes, sir.
Over 100 million, and it's going to be, at the end, it's going to be what, 8 million gallons a day?
The contract with Valero is up to 8 million gallons a day.
And then Flint Hills' contract is for how much, and how much are they putting into it?
So it's approximately, it's up to 3 million gallons a day. We are looking at other opportunities to expand that with Flint Hills. And I don't know that their capital costs input. They haven't shared that.
Could you turn around and see if Roger can mouth the number to you and you can say it out loud? No? Okay. So my point is number one, they've entered into some long-term contracts. What is it? $100 million is quite a large extent of money. So that shows commitment. The other thing is it's very hard to enter into a contract without any certainty that you're going to have a product. And right now, this council has been very indecisive, and so it's very difficult to engage into a contract when you don't have any of those. Now, when you don't have that certainty, I mean, if we don't have the water, the whole world says we're running out, then all of a sudden, why would you enter in a contract when you have a reluctance to invest in your infrastructure? So I think that's something that they consider. I'm confident that that's what they consider. And then I'm confident because of my relationship with all the industry folks that this is a project that they feel that provides the most certainty. And then I just want to further add, the challenge with them, the Valero disputing our water rates was simply because of the turnaround. They knew there had to be an adjustment, but they had challenges with the rate model. And obviously they still do. And I know even Flint Hills has some problems with how we're charging it, but they're working with us to try and get to some point. So that being said, I think with that concern about having validation as to what the water should cost, then I think there's a lot of uncertainty as to where you can charge the water to the outside city limits. I mean, it may be argumentative, and my daddy used to say, my father, and I swore I wouldn't say this when I got, as an adult, I hate it when I'm right, And so the whole same thing with Evangeline, I was very confident that was going to be disputed. And I was very confident what was going to happen with Valero when that happened, when overnight we basically told them, we're going to double your rates. So I just think we need to be cognizant of additional litigation costs, because we've been engaged in a lot of litigation over all these projects that don't really have certainty. In addition, and personally, and I want to thank our friends that are diligent and coming on a regular basis from the Nueces County Groundwater District, because they're our partners with this. But the thing is that we haven't given them confidence or certainty of what's going to happen to the water they're entitled to. And the Texas legislature, I was at a conference last month, and the state rep from Fort Worth they were very contentious about groundwater. And I think that's the thing, you can drill on your own land, but it's everybody's aquifer that's all around there. And the state of Texas, and there's already legislation that is being reviewed so we can go there. So now we're putting in $600 million into something that may be 2 years down the line. 2 years, and we've already spent the money to order that equipment, the long lead time. We've spent money on engineering. We've spent money on and engaging a construction company to be able to move forward with that with 0 permits and all that uncertainty, plus all the polarization from the community of people that are willing to help us in San Patricio County and Nueces County. And in the conversations that I've had with all of them, they said, okay, we're willing to support you on a temporary basis, but we have to have an abundance of transparency, which we obviously haven't had. And that's the thing. And then when they go to their lawmakers, because it's not just Nueces County, it's not just San Patricio County, it's all across the state. And we haven't been a good example of how to do that right. And all their argument is that we haven't done enough studies. I mean, they're going to do their own version of a far field study, and then it's going to be taken up forever. And then all of a sudden now, the groundwater district can say, okay, what is it? I'm sorry, next year we're gonna cut that back. I mean, and that's the uncertainty that I think we're gambling on. That we're gambling on, where this project is fully permitted. The majority is funded. What is it? We already have, I guess I'll come back to my thing. Can't believe I went on for so long.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't think this council has been indecisive. That is what I call due diligence. Due diligence that every company does. And had the previous council done the far-field study, you would have had a year or 2 years to do it. We would not be here right now. And you would have had a really good study, but that's not the case. And that's why we're asking the questions, because we want to make sure the bay is safe. Mr. Londecker, what design changes were made to lower the price approximately close to $300 million? Will any of those changes increase the operation cost?
Good night by now. I don't know.
Good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning, yeah.
So that's a really good question, and it's something that we definitely looked at. We want to maintain a balance between what are cost savings and what are life cycle costs. So we try to look for changes that would not have an impact of any material magnitude into the long-term operation. Some of the changes actually drive some cost savings. And it is something that we will continue to evaluate as we develop the design further. Right at this stage, we are just at a conceptual level, but the idea would be to continue to look at that in that longer-term view of life cycle costs.
Well, will any of the changes increase the operations cost?
The intent is that they won't.
You don't think so?
Right.
Okay. All right. Worldwide, how many municipalities do large-scale, like over 25 MGDs, seawater desal plants this way versus a P3?
I do not have that number.
Y'all have done a lot.
We have done some, but the P3 model, it's something that has not been aggressively used on the water sector. It has been used more in other types of infrastructure. It is gaining some momentum now, so it's something that we are evaluating a lot more, but it hasn't happened a lot. So there's not that many that have been done through the P3 model worldwide.
Okay. All right, I wrote this down, so let me read it because I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
The far-field study is about more than environmental science. It's also about understanding the full financial impact of a project currently estimated at approximately $978 million. If the study identifies additional requirements for monitoring, mitigation, discharge, modifications, diffuser redesign, or other engineering changes, those requirements could affect the project's final cost, schedule, and long-term operation expenses, correct?
It is possible.
It is possible.
Possible, yes. But I think the way we've also looked at this, Councilwoman, is if there is let's say, an increase in one area of the plant, we would look for cost savings to try to stay as close as we can to the number that we brought to you back in February.
I know you're going to try and do that.
Yes, ma'am.
But I like to know what's coming, possibly coming, because there could be some increased cost.
It's a possibility.
And I appreciate you being honest.
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing that if I may, can I add something else?
Of course.
When we looked at the results of the far-field study, one thing that we noticed, and we only received a high-level overview, so we didn't go into detail, but one thing that we noticed is that the impacts that are being seen are very minor. And what that indicates is that while additional efforts may alleviate the concerns and may be able to answer some questions and get people more comfort, the expectation is that there should not be any significant impact. So yes, it is possible, but the indication at this point is that it should be very, very minimum, the risk of that happening.
And that's the indications from their studies for us, whatever it's called,
Right.
from their study. I also want to know what the scientists have to say. That's important to me
Right.
because I think we kind of were ugly about that, but they are very important. They're not modelers, they're scientists.
Right.
And so if you had 13 come back with a study and say, look, I'm concerned, we need to be concerned about that because they may find something
Yes, ma'am.
that's going to change it. And so I think my question to you is, if they go in there and they find something, if something happens, can you fix it?
We can engineer the solution. That's the answer. We could engineer a solution. Where we get the confidence, Councilwoman, again, is that the model, the preliminary model we saw, or the model output, the difference in the, at the worst case model with having Harbor Island discharging in, having CC polymers discharging in, no freshwater inflows coming in, having taken all those conditions, the wind being not much wind at all, that the impact from the model, the physics of it, was between 0.5 parts per thousand and I believe 2 at a maximum. You place that difference in the range within the average salinity of the bay over the life of the bay, which is the average is 35 parts per thousand with a plus or minus 7, meaning it could go as low as 28 and as high as 40. So when you place it into that range, you're really not, all the organisms, this is me talking, this is all those organisms and the fish have been living between 28 and 40 parts per thousand for eons. And we're going to go in there and this impact might be 0.5 to 1.5 parts per thousand within that range. So the possibility does exist that something may be found, but we have confidence that the far-field study is going to show that it's the impact from the discharge of the desal plant with the monitoring, with the jet diffusion that we're going to have on the site, the addition of 3.0 DO meeting the minimum amount there, that the impact to the base system is going to be minimal.
Okay, well, you're telling me that there's possible that we could have some more money.
I can't talk in absolutes,
You
Councilwoman.
can't. So would you not feel better if you had the complete report from the Heart Institute on what they found?
We always take more information is better information.
Me too.
Better, so.
Me too. Okay, thank y'all.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, and I know y'all are engineers and you're can do anything, but when you say that you can engineer around, let's say this far-field model, would you still be able to produce the 30 MGD on a regular basis? I mean, based on what you're saying, you said you can engineer any solution, which I've heard people say that, but would you still be able to produce the amount that you have promised the city?
Yes, so the response to that question is in the context of what we have seen so far. If the initial studies would have found that the impact was larger, the answer to the question would be more complex. It would be more difficult to make that statement. But because the impact is so small, we are confident that if there is something that gets identified that is caused by that small of a deviation, we should be able to accommodate that within the scope that we have been developed with minimum impact to the project and still maintain the 30 MGD capacity. Yes.
So you would take full responsibility for anything that would happen into the bay that would not, that it would not harm our living estuaries.
Within the design that we develop and the package that we develop, yes. We will have a set of water envelope that we will be working towards. We will be developing a facility that will be capable to work under those conditions. And eventually you will have an operator that will be operating the facility to make sure that the facility doesn't cause any harm by meeting those criteria.
Well, as you know, we've been proposed other locations for a desalination plant, and it comes back to cost and where the location would be. So here we are willing to spend, almost $1 billion for the 30 MGD, and then we have another offer from another company saying that they can produce, double for about the same amount. Why would you, can you explain that?
My answer to that is that I would explore that option to try to understand what data and what details they use to develop those numbers. At first glance, they do not look like they are reasonable, but I have not evaluated that in detail. But if I would see something that appealing, I would look into it to see what likelihood it may have.
Well, and the other thing is that they would be willing to build it and to operate it, as opposed to us paying you to build it for us. So that would be the difference.
Councilwoman, if I could comment on that, I'd like to bring Camille back up. We have a slide that looks at, I've asked Camille to run an analysis over a 30-year contract versus of a proposed plan so that we can understand the actual cost over 30 years. So I'm going to bring Camille up and have him just
before Camille comes up, okay. I just want to make sure that the audience, if they're still awake, that we have been diligent about doing something about our water situation. We haven't just stood by. Yes, we invested on Evangeline, just like we spent money on the Inner Harbor. I don't know, how much have we spent? 70 million, I think? Something like that.
No, it's not
50? I know it's up there.
46.
Okay, 46 million. Okay. So, and still have not produced anything. So the point is that we have spent money on other projects and we still have not received what we paid for. So again, we do take chances, just like we did with our reservation fee and just like we just did with, again, the Barney Davis possible site. So anyway, again, Camille.
Yeah, thank you, Camille.
If I could get the slide brought up. There it is. Okay, so alternative one project versus Inner Harbor. So we looked at the first proposal that came to us that would be a take or pay, which averages around $7.40 per 1,000 gallons, right? It's a smaller project, so it's not an apples to apples. So if you compare Inner Harbor 30-year costs, so it's 30 years of operating and the debt, you're looking at $3.3 billion. At 30-year cost for, if that alternative could deliver 30 million gallons, would be $4 billion. If you look at a second alternative proposal, so this one came in a little bit lower at $6.50 per 1,000 gallons at 30 or more, but because it's apples to apples, let's do 30 to 30. Again, you're comparing at their cost at $6.50 without, of course, CPI escalation because it's a take or pay. You're looking at $3.5 billion versus, again, $3.3 billion over 30 years. So both of the alternative proposals at current are a less affordable deal. And the problem with those is they're very attractive in year one. They become very unattractive by year 30. Because of the escalation costs. You have a take or pay, which escalates by CPI. So yeah, it looks cheap year one, but by year 30, you're paying significantly more.
But then again, the other way around could be, yeah, then we have a 30-year-old plant that's obsolete and not working appropriately. We're not working efficiently if we were to go with the one that we own, right? In 30 years?
Sure.
Same thing could be.
The same applies to them.
Say it again?
Same would apply to them. They have a 30-year-old plan that.
But they would be the ones to be responsible to update it, to upgrade it, not us.
But they will charge us for it as part of the cost.
Not if we have a contract that says that this is a rate we pay and this is a rate we agree to.
Sure, but we would have to negotiate that, and I'm pretty sure, like any contract, once you get to a certain cost, nobody ever offers you a contract back to what it was 30 years ago.
Well, I've negotiated contracts, and I have been able to keep my same rate with...
From 30 years ago?
Not 30, but, at least 15. So, anyway, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. Well, he just stepped out. I hoped our city manager was here when it was my turn to speak, but he just stepped out.
I thought that was me. That's the reason I came back.
No, they missed you. Peter said something in our weekly water update that was, I think we cannot state it enough, because we continue to hear that this council cannot make a decision, and that's just false. You have an entire slide dedicated to projects that this council has taken action on. The fact that we are verging on a very well-rounded water portfolio says that that narrative is false. We are not a council that's incapable of making decisions. We have taken tons of affirmative action and decisions. Thank you, Peter. I was going over, you said in our water update that this council has made the most proactive decisions in water as has been made in a long time. And you've said that at our water briefings, through the community, the town halls. This constant discussion that this council cannot make decisions is false. The fact that we have this portfolio denies it.
Right.
We have a solid list of projects for the immediate water supply needs. And they're steadily coming online thanks to the hard work of this staff and the commitment of council to support it. And now we're evaluating what our long-term solution is. That's it. For myself, I see, of course, we continue to put a lot of work into the Inner Harbor desal project, but it still does not add up for me. The volume, the time, the cost, it's not there for me. I really, really enjoyed the presentation over the last item and being able to hear the collective scientific professional knowledge of the eyes put on that information. However, I still think there's a lot of good, meaningful data that should be recorded by venturing with the marine scientific community of what this study has impact on our region. It's important. We're going to continue to use that Inner Harbor channel. We need to know what we're dealing with regardless of this project. Certainly, if we're going to continue to entertain action on this one, we should have that in hand first. That's where I am on this project. I don't see any big landmark changes to it. I'm where I was in February and September and before that. It's not, it's not an admonishment on the work that has been done to it. To me, it just doesn't yield what this community needs. 30 million gallons doesn't fix it for the cost. It doesn't make sense for me. I know we have a motion on the table. I'm curious about those dates. I see there's one more person to talk. That's where I'm at. I'm not in favor of the project. I still just am not, because nothing has changed. But if this council does want to know what that looks like, then that's the only next logical step for me in consideration here for this item and the one after it.
Mayor, there was no second to the motion, though, that Mr. Hernandez made.
He said he was going to clarify.
Okay, but yeah, just to make it clear, there's no motion on the table right now because it wasn't seconded.
All right. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Dan and your team, you guys are trying to do as best as you can. You've been doing work with the city of Corpus, Dan, for a long time, and I trust you. I really do. I just, a couple questions about the contract. and you don't even have to answer it. I don't understand why we're paying $78 million for a 60% design. I mean, that's not even a full 100%. The contract is for $978 million, correct? So can your team guarantee no change orders on that $978 million contract? Can you guarantee this council that there won't be no change orders and this is not going to go to $1 billion to 1.2 billion or more?
So we always understood that that was a big component of the potential success of the project. And when we developed our proposal, what we took into account was an approach to try to help us achieve getting there. We developed a number of what we call levers that are flexibility that we built into the process to allow us to make changes as we may need to try to get to that number. Can we guarantee that nothing will change in the next year? We cannot guarantee it. But we feel fairly comfortable that with the approach that we have developed, we should be able to have the flexibility to be able to get there with the price that we are proposing today.
You got to understand where I'm coming from when you say you can't guarantee it, because once a contract's signed, there's no backing out. You have a change order, we got to pay it, and that just bothers me. I always been the voice of the people of Corpus Christi. I'm not concerned about making other politicians happy or against me or having a coalition against me. I don't care. I work for the people of Corpus Christi, and that's who elected me. Not special interests, not the refineries, is the people. And the people are ones going to suffer of paying this. Most people in this room could probably pay their water bill. But there's people out there who are on a fixed income, who live paycheck to paycheck. There's veterans out there that lives paycheck to paycheck. There's a single mother with 5 kids. There's a family trying to make ends meet with 4 jobs, and they still can't make it because everything's so expensive. And the last thing I want to do is make it hard for the people to pick their water bill to pay or pay for their medications, or pay their water bill and they can't go to the movies with their son on the weekend. I mean, just little things like that. And my district's very unique than District 5, 1, 2. District 3 is a working class people. It's a people that live in paycheck to paycheck. And I'm proud to be to the fabulous 5. I'm proud to be one of them. Then you say louder. Because you know what? I didn't get elected to be the yes man. I got elected to protect the people, protect their interests. I'm not going to make everybody happy, but it's disturbing to me that there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I still got a lot of questions, and there's no answers. The Farfield study is one of them. So I'm going to be proud to say that I'm going to second Gil's motion. But don't be surprised if I bring back a 3 Central memo back over here to put this project, Inner Harbor project, on the ballot this November, because the people should decide if they want to do it. This is going to cost over $1 billion just for 30 million gallons a day. I think the voters should decide, not us. Not us. Thank you.
Rebecca, can this go on a ballot?
I'm sorry,
On a
Mayor?
ballot?
Can it go on the ballot?
Referendum.
No, not to my
With a memo?
knowledge. Can it go on the ballot? Ms. Kellogg or Ms. Whitehead? Sorry, Janet.
That's okay, it's late. So if we did it as a general obligation bond, so you would have to put it, because there's still an amount of money we have to pay from the Texas Water Development Board. There's a gap. So if we put it on the ballot as a GO bond for the project. I know, but you'd have to do, so that's the only way, though, you could get it on. You can't just put it's not a referendum, you can't do a charter amendment. You would have to do it as a bond, and as the city manager says, we don't have the capacity in our debt, so really
So
it
it
cannot. Right.
What's that?
It cannot.
It sounds like it cannot.
Right.
You would have, we don't have the GO capacity until 4 years from now.
So we cannot put that on, and certainly not with a 3-signature
What's that?
memo.
Yeah. But we wouldn't be able to leverage that. We can't issue the debt until 4
Right.
years from now, so.
Councilman Barrera.
Hey, how old is Owen Stevens?
Owen Stevens was initially the Plant 1, 1954.
1954.
Yeah, so we refer to it as two parts of the plant. The addition
It's
was
about
in the 80s.
75 years old, Councilman.
And then what is what's the asset on our balance sheet listed at for that property?
Do you know, Sergio?
It's the building. The building itself is probably fully depreciated at this time. If it's 75 years old, the buildings, for accounting purposes, will depreciate them over 50 years. So most likely the value is fully depreciated.
Okay, so it's not worth anything.
Well, unless there's.
When we insure it, how much do we insure it for?
Right, there is some value, but from an accounting perspective, when you say on our books, on our financial statements, there's accumulated depreciation that offsets the value of that asset. But it does have, let's say, a market value, or there may be significant improvements that have been done to the building that have a value itself, but that I don't know, because it could be.
Okay, I don't know. It's a perfectly good answer.
Okay.
Is everybody going to the Miles Risley School of Answering Questions? But I just want to say it's an asset that we own.
All right.
Well, one of the reasons that prior councils didn't do a far-field study because it wasn't a requirement, but it is a requirement as a result of maintaining the project, because we have to do testing on a regular basis. So, I mean, the only reason that it's been enacted is because of indecision. We need to find out. Well, we had already found out because, and then here's what's the effect going to have on the rating companies? Because we already downgraded yesterday. So what's the effect? Because I guess that's where a lot of the questions are unanswered, because what this has done is it's not only tanked our ratings, it's tanked all the ratings around, all our customers' ratings.
They were put on negative watch. It didn't affect their ratings, but their watch was changed from stable to negative.
Yeah, so that's a challenge. So we're costing other communities, and in essence, it's also affecting our ratings overall. Am I correct in saying that again? Just
on the general obligation side, I think so. Yeah, I don't have that table in front
On
of
the
me.
general obligation side, Moody's did downgrade our rating there back in December. As far as S&P and Fitch, they reaffirmed our rating, but gave us a negative outlook. Here recently, since December, Moody's took action, downgraded us one notch. S&P took action on the utility system. This is all utility system only. May 4th, downgraded us 2 notches. And then Fitch downgraded us 3 notches. And I can advise you that most likely Moody will have their report out here in June. And will most likely be a downgrade as well. In their original report from December, they did disclose they understand that we're trying to bring on some new water supply projects, but they highlighted the execution risk of those projects and the continued drought as being a high risk. And if those projects were delayed, that we would most likely end up with another downgrade. And so any delays related to construction litigation would result in a potential downgrade here this month with Moody's as well.
And I just want to state, Evangeline and Lee Ranch, right now, there's not a lot of certainty. There's not a high degree of certainty there. The water wells, as I indicated before, even the western well, the wells that we own, and in addition have purchased, or at least have gone into an arrangement with the Rochelle Foundation. Once again, that can be somewhat speculative because of the fact of the uncertainty of the legislature that indicated, which is part of the brackish water deals, because that's also groundwater. So a lot of this of what we have, the only thing that we have is reclaimed water, and other than that, the other projects, Barney Davis is a decade away, so highly speculative. What is it? I would think that Harbor Island is, in my opinion, is not really a viable project, but it's still a long ways away. I mean, to have electricity, the lead time for electricity is 5 years. So it's not something that's going to solve any problem, and it's not permitted. So the other project, just like South Texas Water Authority, I said it was too good to be true. That project that we're going around, we have the same situation with Chapman Ranch, and then we have the same situation with what's the new project that you're pushing out? No, that's another one. Aquatech, there's another one. I mean, those are all, that's a challenge. They don't provide certainty, and it just puts us in a position as to where it's going to, I mean, how many times has our ratings improved since you've been here, with the exception of?
Well, it did improve like 3-4 times, but all of them have been downgraded recently.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, all the work that we put into it, that the prior council put into it to get us to that point, now all of a sudden it's all for naught because we haven't been able to provide any certainty. Now, the other thing is, the Heart Institute and the University of Texas, I guess they left. Have they seen this essential fish habitat assessment with regard to the Inner Harbor Desalination Project that was produced in 2024 that we needed to give, that was for the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, that was just, if I'm thinking of what you're talking about, was distributed to them.
Yeah, you just gave it to us right now.
Yes.
But was it given to them when as part of the Farfield Committee? Have they seen it, other than maybe today?
We distributed it previously at their request.
At the Farfield Committee meeting, right?
Yeah, we emailed it to them. It wasn't distributed.
They got it, Councilman. Yes, sir. We sent it to them.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. I wish we could have asked them that question, because here we are. I mean, that's the thing. We've studied and studied and studied and studied and studied, and when we have the market that we've indicated is what, 17% is the individuals, and we do want to protect them. We do want to protect them. But, it's just rhetoric that we're going back and forth, to try and not make a decision, or to try and placate a certain demographic, or to try and move another project forward, because the only way they can move their project forward is to sabotage this one. So I'm just really frustrated, and I know right now I'm only speaking for my own validation, because I think what we're going to do is a foregone conclusion. But anyway, thank you for all the hard work you're doing, man. I know you guys are playing whack-a-mole with all of us, and man, and it's 10 till 1, and I know your families miss you. Hey, thanks for your commitment.
Please don't quit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another one. It'll be another one. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure that, we understand that we already have over $3 billion in debt in the utility system. Okay, that's water, wastewater, all our utility system. We have $3 billion. You're asking to add another $2 billion. Obviously, you have some paid off and some coming off. But we're not even talking about our regular water CIP. This year it's $179 million on top of that, plus whatever we have planned in the future. So this is not just in isolation. And I understand that this is a lot of money that we're doing. And then the EPA consent decree on the wastewater side. We pay twice as much on the wastewater side than we do in the water. So we have a lot going on here. And I asked you about that, about how that's coming along. But I'm doing it for informational purposes only.
Okay. If I can add to it, Council Member, so we do have about $2 billion of outstanding debt principal. Of that, $1.4 billion is utility system related or tax revenue bonds supported. And then the other $535 million is general obligation, so property tax supported. I would highlight that isn't, the rating agencies do acknowledge the amount of debt needed, and that's not looked favorable.
They also look at how we pay for it, right?
Right.
So they want to make sure that we increase our rates consummate with what our rate is.
They're concerned with they understand that there's going to be a risk here with, even though we have the capability to raise rates, the ability to do that, there's going to be stress on the system over the next 5 years for these major capital projects, but they acknowledge that we need the water supply. And so although it looks unfavorable having all this debt, it's offset by the need of having that water supply project and these capital expenditures.
Okay, so going by that need, the projects, the water projects that this council has moved forward with, the Evangeline project, the wastewater reuse project, the brackish water desal project, and I don't think we're going to get all 36 million gallons a day from the western well field. I think that should be much lower, probably around 20 million gallons a day or 21.3 for the brackish water desal. But even with all that, if you combine all those together, I mean, we're looking at, 176 million gallons a day, not counting the Inner Harbor project. And that's not even maximizing all our water sources. And that's without Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. So, we have some opportunities for some other projects that are coming in lower on a per 1,000 gallon basis than this desal project. And you haven't put them on here. Obviously, you even didn't put Evangeline on your timeline. I understand that. But the projects with Aquatech and Seven Seas and Chapman Ranch both come in, around $7 per 1,000 gallons. So it's less than $1 than the Inner Harbor Desal project. $1 less, more than $1 less than the Inner Harbor project. Now, I understand all that. We need to get this water. So the reason I asked for us to table this was for a couple of reasons. If we need to guarantee funding in order for our bond rating, we need those contracts with our large water users. And then, also, honestly, I don't know what our demand's going to be. Maybe our demand's going to be less than 136 million gallons a day in July. If there's projects out there that our wholesale customers are doing and our large volume water users are doing, we need to understand that. Give time for the far field model to be completed and HR. Now, for me personally, I don't think this is the right location for this plant. It's too small. You can't grow it. That's why I asked our modeler, can we do 100 to 150 million gallons a day at this location? I doubt it. Probably not. So I'm going to go with that postpone for those exact reasons, to give you the opportunity to negotiate those contracts and to determine our water demand needs with our large volume water users and wholesalers. There's a lot of projects out there. Alice did their own brackish water desal plant. You got Mathis and Beeville drilling their own wells. You've got other large volume water users drilling their own wells, and not to mention our wastewater projects. And there's probably a third one coming up that's going to contract with us at that point. So that's the reason. I don't want to be spending another $1 billion, because we're already having to spend it already just to get back to equal. Because in case we got a reprieve, thank God that we got the rain here recently. But we got to operate under, just like Mark said, or Councilman Scott, that we can't count on our reservoirs. It may dry up. Okay, so we have to look at it from that perspective. We need it sooner rather than later. Those projects are going to be done within 24 months. Not, this one's what, 2030? So, I'm more concerned about running out of water and then making sure we get the most water for the lowest cost. This is not the lowest cost. And I think you should do a bigger plant so you can spread out the cost over more water. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind people about our credit rating. Okay, our credit rating has been going down, but again, even if we had approved, or the council before us had approved the Inner Harbor, we still would have been in the same boat. We still would have been in a drought. So I don't understand why we keep getting dinged for that. I mean, we keep getting other projects online, or at least we have other projects that are coming online, but yet that doesn't seem to matter. I mean, with the credit agency.
Right, yeah, we've told the council this from their reports. It's the acute drought is a leading indicator. The uncertainty in bringing on some of these projects, we've talked about it. The permits are a little bit challenging, was another one. Delay policy decisions was another one. But primarily it's the drought and the lack of water to backfill the loss of the water in the, and we spend hours talking to the rating agencies to tell them what we're doing, how the projects are progressing.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the inner harbor that, people are hung up on and saying that the reason that we're, losing our credit rating is because of inner harbor or because of our indecision. I think it's because, like you just said, we are in a drought.
Right, one of the rating reviews was that the fact that the last contract was voted down with no immediate project to backfill it, that was a comment they did make.
But we have remedied that.
Right, and that was prior to bringing on all these groundwater and effluent reuse projects, yeah.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure that we reminded people that we're not in this situation because of that. Thank you.
They look at a lot of things, councilwomen and community, they look at not just one, they look at a lot of different
So I guess
factors.
if it keeps raining, our credit rating will go up?
I don't know. Yeah.
Councilman Scott?
Mayor, we have public comment?
Not yet.
I know, well, I'd like to speak, but I'd like to hear.
Okay, well, I was letting everybody go, and, okay, so I'm going to make comment. Just a couple things to point out. Quick, I want to hear from Victor in a minute, not this moment. How would the defeasance affect our bond rating? And I want you to go into detail on that. This little chart here is interesting. So 13% is residential. So 13% of 978 million is 127 million. So you're saying that our residents are paying 127 million of the 978, not the 978. So let's put that into perspective. Here very, very soon, the city of Corpus Christi will have spent near, if not right at, $1 billion on fixing our streets over the last 6, 7-ish years. $1 billion to fix our streets. 127 million for a drought-proof and for water source, for certainty, for something that's never going to run out. Okay, I just want everyone to, 978, 127 million of that is what the residents pay, not 978. $1 billion on streets. So we spent I did not, but the majority of this council, $2.7 million with the NRA. That's out there. We don't know what's going on with that. Evangeline, $676 million. That's gonna be out there for years. We already know that. And I voted for Evangeline. But we need to keep these things in perspective. So when I hear council members say, you're wanting us to go out on a limb. Well, that limb's been out there for over 10 years. This isn't new. If you don't support it, don't support it. You can't draw blood from a turnip. You have to be very honest with what is happening with our credit rating. That is extremely important to me, and I feel that we're not putting the right emphasis on that. Absolutely, we were downgraded because DSAL was killed last year. You can't say it that way, I get it. And it's harsh, and I don't mean to be harsh like this, but you've told us this before. The fact that we canceled that project, yes. I mean, I don't know how else we have to be accountable for your votes. We stopped, or I didn't, but the majority of this council stopped DSAL, and y'all owned it, and you should own it. But that is a reason, Councilwoman, it absolutely is a reason Peter, is it not a reason? They told us because of indecisiveness, because we didn't pass, or because we took it off? I don't remember how you said they worded it.
There were numerous outlook revisions and credit rating downgrades in all the reports, because everything's written. And
Can't hear you.
I'm going to finish here. And all
I'm
the
saying,
reports
talk a little closer to your microphone.
Oh, and all the reports, only one, Moody's, cited that the canceling of the contract with nothing to backfill it, this was back before we had any of these other projects, was a reason for a credit outlook change, but not a downgrade. The issue repeatedly is this drought with projects that just aren't coming on quick enough, and the potential of a level 1 water emergency. Those are the issues. So they never said, none of the downgrades were attributed to not having desal per se.
Well, I didn't say that. I said the uncertainty of projects
Well, they do say that, yeah, the uncertainty of some of the projects and risk in some of these projects, and we know that. We've talked about it. It's not a secret. So, yeah, so the downgrade, yeah, that's it. That's a summary of it. Yeah. That's good. No, that's good, sir. We're good. Yeah.
Well, Victor, why don't you come up and answer the question I gave you?
Good morning, Victor Quiroga, Specialized Public Finance. The question regarding the defeasance is what you want me to address. So the numbers that were run by our firm to determine the impact of a defeasance assumes just a standard defeasance, which we're the borrower, and we went out to the market, borrowed the money, and that's the way the defeasance would work. The issue with the Texas Water Development Board is that this has not been done before, so it's been difficult for us in the city to get any guidance as to how that process would look like with the water board to do the defeasance. And so right now we think it's about 21 to $37 million in cost, but the one thing I did tell the finance team is that we don't know for certain if the water board, how they want us to handle it, so the cost could be more or they could be less. Right now, there's no definitive answers or guidance that we've received from the state and how that would work, and so it's hard for us to determine the exact impact of a defeasance with the SWIFT.
You said 21 to 37 million?
In that range of what we have to borrow, because right now we have about $204 million has not been spent. And
so you would use that to pay it plus take out a loan?
Plus, we'd have to take out to come up with a gap, because the way the defeasance works is that we would have to fund an escrow account or a trust account from the get-go, and when you do that at the closing date, you have to come up with the difference. If you don't have the difference in cash, then you have to go and borrow it.
Right. Okay. Did they talk about, when you met with them, about this vote coming up? Like if it doesn't go
No, but they're
through,
watching. They know. They watch everything we're doing here. So they didn't talk about it, but they're tracking it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess, I know there's a motion and a second to table this. And I don't know what this is to table. What is this to table for?
It was to September 30th, right, Councilman? September 1st? What is that?
Yes, September 1st. That's the day it's the first reading of the budget is on September 1st at that meeting.
Okay.
Just a reminder on we'll have the finance agreements due to the state September 5th or 6th. So it would be best to not table to September 1st.
You'll have what on the 5th?
Sergio, there's numerous timelines that the SWIFT loan will have. And we don't have them all, and we don't have them at 1 o'clock in the morning. So you can table it to September 1, but we're going to be back with some advice on legal documents. We may have to terminate or ask for an extension to the SWIFT. Right? It's just we're too tired to try to answer that tonight. I think this is good. It'll be September 1, but we'll come back before then if we need to tell you, hey, you're going to have to approve this, or we're going to have to ask for an extension. There's timelines in the SWIFT loan that are out of our control. They're run by the state. We just talked about one, June 14th. There's some dates in July. There's some dates in August. And we already talked to Brian McMath this week, and he knows where we're at. And so we'll come to this council. So the the September one's good for now, but we may have to adjust that, or you may have to take some subsequent actions if we want to keep the SWIFT loan.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yeah. What was that?
No, I said thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, well,
Public comment.
right, that's right. We have public comment on item number 11.
Michael Miller, District 2. I'm going to wear my sunglasses in solidarity with my councilwoman over there. And I'm tired and I'm cranky and apologies in advance. First of all, Councilman Roy, hydrodynamic modelers and marine biologists are two completely different things. What you said to Dr. Hertzka was a little bit offensive. So you basically said, asked Michael Phelps, do you build pools? And Michael Phelps said no. And you said, okay, you're not a good swimmer. So
you're entitled to your opinion.
So I also take exception with the assertion that P3s are relatively new to seawater desalination projects. They absolutely are not. 100% of the ones built in the United States of that size were P3s. 100% of the ones built in Saudi Arabia were P3s, and 100% of the ones in Israel were P3s, or boots, build, own, operate, transfer. The other thing is, I'm with Gil. How much water do we actually need? I tabulated all the projects that we have in various different stages of advancement right now, and we've got a surplus over our peak demand of 140 million gallons a day of 322 million gallons per day. We've got way too much stuff in our Amazon shopping cart right now, guys. We need to cull some stuff out. We need to focus on the stuff that really, really matters, okay? The other thing is, you know, bottom line, read this room. Why is it that everybody in this room is for desal, but not for the Inner Harbor? Why is it that everybody comes out in numbers against this one project and not all the other projects? And why are we so insistent of continuing to run this ball? Don't delay this vote. Take the vote. Vote it down. Be done with it. Because the bottom line is for some reason, we are hyper-focused on this one project. Some may say that it's just because it's the only one that's permitted. Bottom line is, I've seen the tracing of where this water is going to go. It's going to go to the refineries, and it's going to go to District 2. And it's going to be a huge benefit to the refineries because this water doesn't have any scale. Every single year, the refineries have to spend exorbitant amounts of money descaling their cooling equipment, running their processed water through RO systems. So there's a huge benefit for them. But it's like premium gasoline at the pump with regular gasoline. You know, if 3 people have Rolls Royces, you can't expect everybody else that's buying regular gasoline to pay for that premium gasoline. So let's figure this out. Our hair was on fire a couple of weeks ago. Our hair is no longer on fire anymore. Go outside. The best way to put out the fire is to go outside and stand in the rain. Thank y'all.
Yeah, I want to make a quick statement of fact. I do. Thank you. P3 is private funding, which is multiple percentages higher than a SWIFT loan. 3.9, look it up, Mr. Amazon, 3.9%, well, no, I'm talking about the percentage, but I'm just making a statement of fact. That's fine, you made yours, we're good.
It's much cheaper, thank you.
It's not, but okay. Next, anybody else?
Rachel Caballero, D1. I'm here to serve as a reminder that both Republicans and Democrats are in agreement that this project needs to go away. There's still a pending lawsuit against TCEQ regarding this project. As much as you guys want to keep saying that it's permitted, there's still a lawsuit against this permit. These are the following organizations that are still against this project, that were against this project in September. Corpus Christi Taxpayers Association, the Democratic Party, the Libertarian Party, SEA, the Saltwater Fisheries Enhancement Association, CCA, the Coastal Conservation Association, Coastal Bend Sierra Club, Texas Campaign for the Environment, and most importantly, the residents, the fishermen, the women, the captains, the guides. You had the people from the Farfield Committee, you have the Heart Institute, you have UTMSI, you have TAMUK. What language does this need to be said here today to end this? This is insanity. This is complete political theater. This is what this is. You have the majority of the community here staying at one of your meetings till 1 a.m. Staff is supporting this project when they should be unbiased. We are ready for this to be over. We asked for you guys. We cannot afford this. There are plenty projects on the table. A storm is coming in now. So I hope everybody gets drenched when we walk out of here. Enough is enough.
Did she say stuff when y'all were talking? Did she?
Today has been something.
It's constant.
My name is Dolly Gonzalez-Trolley. I'm from District 2. I want to say, first of all, thank you all for all that you do in service of the community. It's been a long day, and I know that it has taken a lot out of all of you. So I know that a lot of us are going to disagree on how this decision. This feels a little bit, silly to be making public comment right now because I would see how this is going to go. But given that we've sat here all day, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to start off by letting you know that I'm here to ask you to support this project. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I know you've heard from a lot of other people who feel the same way. There was a lot of other people in this room today that felt the same way. They're not here anymore because they couldn't stay here till 1 in the morning. I saw them come in. I saw them leave. There are some that are still here. But I'm also here representing Voices for Coastal Bend Energy. I'm sure some of you have seen what we're doing. We have a very diverse coalition of business leaders, residents, small business owners, students, everybody in the community who's been participating in community events, who've been submitting comments that I know some of you have received, phone calls that are for this project. They don't have the ability to be here in City Council every week. And that's why I'm here to speak up on their behalf. This is a project that a lot of people want to see move forward. You know I'm an education advocate, and when I think about our young people and the community we're building for them, I want to see sustainability and to see opportunities for them to be able to come and live in this great community that we have, and that we are going to have a future for them here. And right now, I don't think my kids are going to see that if we keep having uncertainty and insecurity. I think that today we've heard a lot about to be for Inner Harbor is to mean you don't love the city. And I think that's patently false. I love this city, and I love the beaches, and I love to fish, and I still support this project. I think there's a lot of people like me. I'm sorry, I'm tired, and I'm a little all over the place. There's this water crisis has been framed as industry versus residents, but I don't think that's the case. There is a lot of small businesses that are being affected. You've seen some of our videos, robust social media campaign that's going on that can highlight some of that. I know I'm running out of time, so I just wanted to end by reiterating that I urge you to support this project, and if you're going to postpone it, support it eventually. We have the funding, and we have our leaders in the state and federal government telling us they're going to help us with it. Let us help ourselves.
My name is Renee. Just some quick credentials for why I'm speaking about this. I've been working in wildlife rescue and rehabilitation for all my life, just about, specifically in herpetology. I work hands-on regularly with sea turtles. Of the 7 species of sea turtles in the world, we have 5 in our Gulf Coast, including the most critically endangered sea turtle species, the Kemp's ridley. They depend quite heavily on fish and crabs. They love to eat crabs. They are carnivores. There are blue crabs and other fish that live in the channel and the Inner Harbor. Sorry, I do have a stutter. That depend on that very heavily in certain water quality to actually be able to reproduce. And working in sea turtle rehab, we are seeing so many more increasing throughout the years, washbacks of hatchlings, juveniles, Kemp's Ridley's greens. We recently got in a juvenile loggerhead, these more deep sea turtles that are starting to come in now. We last year had a hawksbill come in, turtles that we never really see. And we are seeing much more cases of fibropapillomatosis, ulcerative carpatial disease, which are all affected by poor water quality. Dumping the brine into the bay is going to directly affect them as well as indirectly by encroaching on their prey. We also are looking at pipelines going down into the water. That is going to disrupt breeding habits, reproduction, and these sea turtles, the Kemp's Ridleys, they nest in 2 places in the world, Padre Island and a 16-mile stretch of a beach in Mexico, nowhere else. So they really, really depend on us to take care of our coastal system and our waters. There's already trash all over our nature reserves. I can only see this going downhill for these animals here. They are saline. What about they tolerate in their ideal amount is about a 5 parts per thousand range. So it takes very little to disrupt that. It'll also disrupt microorganisms that people don't think about, like bacteria, parasites, mussels that are critically endangered in our areas. We also have the protected species of the Texas diamondback terrapin that depends on our brackish water systems and our estuaries. They are already starting to see declines in sickness that is coming in from poor water quality, pollution. There are species across the world that we're seeing rapid evolution to deal with pollution. This can only go poorly with these guys. And I would also like to propose, I'm also wondering why no one has considered repurposing the brine instead of dumping it.
Hi, my name is Karina Libretto, District 5. I'm really disappointed that we're here having this discussion at 1 in the morning about Inner Harbor desal. I feel like everyone's made their voice loud and clear that we do not want this as a community. First of all, we waited longer than promised for the results of the Farfield study, and that's understandable. It's a pretty in-depth study. However, I think we've heard from, a lot of scientists today, including 2 who served on the city's environmental review board, that the model doesn't really indicate whether the Inner Harbor plant would not have detrimental ecological effects on our bay. Right, obviously we saw that it really doesn't say much about the biological or ecological impact. It's more just about the salinity. Even if the model did actually reflect that the Inner Harbor desal would not cause ecological harm, it would undoubtedly harm our Hillcrest neighbors who have repeatedly been the victims of environmental racism throughout the city's history. The answer to our water crisis is not to increase surcharge fees on the working class residents of the city. It is industrial curtailment. A desal plant is not a deal for the people of the city. It is another deal for big industry, petrochem plants, and refineries. Cutting a deal with big industry is a huge reason of why we're here in the first place. Instead of asking big industry to do their part, you are more than happy to allow them to slowly kill the residents of Corpus Christi, the Coastal Bend, and the people that work for these plants. We are seeing the results of a capitalist system which is more than content to put profits over people, profits over sacred land, and profits over the environment. We are saying no more. The people of Corpus Christi are saying no more. Do the right thing. Listen to your constituents and vote no. Also, free Palestine, abolish ICE, and solidarity forever. Thank you.
My name is Deanna King. I'm with District 3. I was on the Fairfield model committee, but on this part, I'm speaking on behalf of the NAACP, which I'm the president here locally. And so I have to stand up here for the residents of Hillcrest. Every time we have this vote, it's kind of scary because we don't know what city council is going to do. But I do know the Hillcrest residents have already been encroached on enough. Being on this far-field study committee, I thank Mr. Sononi for putting me on there because he didn't have to, but I learned a lot more. I learned that we don't have answers. And when you don't have answers, you don't proceed. It's just that simple. There's a lot of money at stake. There's people's lives at stake. And we can't put that on a vote, at least not right now. I'm not convinced that our bays are going to be protected. I think they're going to be, it's going to get worse. Even from the information that we have already received from the modeler, that it's not going to get any better. We do have to wait for their final report, which they said they would have possibly at the end of June. But we're voting, y'all are voting tonight. And I ask y'all not to table it. I ask y'all just to simply vote no. Thank you.
Hey guys, Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi. Usually just talk on constitutional based issues, but you guys actually have one coming at you and your hair should be a little bit on fire. But first, tech guy should change the banner to June 3rd. What I'm talking about is called the Defense Production Act. So you guys have talked about how you're going to protect the residents if it comes down to curtailment. I'm telling you, you're not going to be allowed to do that. So the refineries in Corpus provide jet fuel for a giant chunk of this country. DFW, Fort Hood, Houston are not going to shut down air travel for you guys to cut water. And the reason that's not going to happen is the Defense Production Act. So if it comes to it, federal government's going to step in and order you guys to provide full water to the refineries to keep national security going. Right now, there's such a jet fuel shortage in the world that China and India have banned exports, and countries like Vietnam have run out. So you can't refuel your jet in Vietnam, or it's damn close to them not being able to do that. We're talking days from now. So if you want to fly to Vietnam nonstop, can't do that anymore because there wouldn't be any fuel to get you back out. Other things would be you supply water to some critical national infrastructure. The Bayer plant produces ibuprofen for the entire country. They're not going to let you guys cut their water. A couple other places, it's going to be the same kind of thing. And God help you, I don't know, whatever the steps are, if Abbott wants to step in and just boot stomp the whole thing, I have no idea how that would end up. And then you've got new water that you're going to have to pay for because Nueces County is bringing in data centers. They aren't lying probably about closed loop cooling and low water usage, but the one thing nobody talks about is power. I believe that data center is going to request a 1 gigawatt permit for power generation. You know how much water a gigawatt of power uses? Now, I mean, natural gas turbines use a lot less than a lot of other systems out there, but it's not zero. And it's going to be a lot more than what the cooling system of the plant uses. So you're going to be forced to provide water for them at some point too. You're going to need more water. I'm not going to tell you how to get it because, like I said, for me, I stay based on the law and what the Constitution is going to have you guys facing in the future. But you're going to need more water. So don't rest on your laurels here. Figure out what you're going to do, because if you don't, somebody with a bigger boot's going to come in and just make a mess of everything. And it'll be what has to be done for national security probably, but nobody's going to be happy about it. You guys have a nice night.
Brad Bartleson again. I just want to make a request that as we delay this, let's get it right. If the model does not show that rise in Nueces Bay, then we don't have something that will reflect what the impact of Inner Harbor will be. You know, we had a buoy that went up over 80. We had questionable results at the time it was climbing. This was anticipated to be the effect of our years of drought. And we've seen that from a data standpoint as well, I mean from physical data. So if the model, as you saw a lot of those results, well, aside from seasonal variability in temperature, the salinity of most of the outputs from the model were very flat. But what we really needed to see was that climb, and we have had that happen in Nueces Bay. There's some other papers showing it going over 45. So what we saw here was 35, 32, 35. And I'd like to see that actually happen, because if the flows are cut very low, we should see that result, and we haven't seen it. So the group was talking about, let's let it run another year and see those results. And when it does that, and then we get some rain like we had recently to bring it back down again, what we're really looking is how long did that high salinity period go on, and did Inner Harbor make it worse? So that to me would be computational and marine biology put together to say we know what the impact is, because during regular times it's not a big deal, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else after this speaker? Okay. 3. Okay.
I guess
4.
I gotta.
No, go ahead.
No, I guess I gotta ask over here. Do I get a David Lebowitz 3 minutes, or do I get an actual 3 minutes? I'm just curious. I had to. Sorry. Okay, Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. The perception of impropriety must be avoided at all costs. It is part of y'all's job. And I say that because I had a conversation with somebody that approached me earlier when I was talking to city secretary. And I think about it here, and I think about when I first started coming here, and I'm really thankful for these folks in the audience that actually got me aware of what was going on here. But I wonder why we're still here talking about it. I'm with Ms. Paxton when she says to kill it. And somebody said that this Inner Harbor is not going anywhere back then, and it's here again today. And I kind of foretold it, and I told my wife and my kids and whatnot, as this is just my perception, and hypothetically, the harder or the more it comes to the deal that was discussed 9 o'clock this morning, the harder it's going to be pushed. That's what I see. And this is what I see. This is me sitting in the back, not knowing anything, picking up the little tidbits of what's going on. And it's going to be pushed harder and harder and harder. Look at it today. We're asking for 78 million, not even to study it, not even to do anything. We're asking for the full 78 million for a demonstration plant. It's not even a plant for 30 MGDs. Doesn't make sense when we have somebody that's willing to build it for free. So I ask, and I read this statement again, the perception of impropriety must be avoided at all costs. That's y'all's job. And I see a lot of that with the Fab Five, but I don't see it with the Thieving Three. It's not enough for officials to be ethical. They must also appear ethical to the public. Because that's what we base our votes on. And that's what we expect when we walk out here and we don't show up. We expect y'all to be ethical. And everybody else that comes before you guys to be ethical. And when y'all aren't doing that, or it's not even perceived that y'all are doing that, we have entrusted y'all with our decisions. And if you're not making that done right, that's why everything feels so uncomfortable when we talk about this stuff. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Who else is going to speak? Can y'all come around this way? Please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nikolai Steen, and I'm going to try and spare y'all any more statistics. I know it's been a long night. I just wanted to give a little historical anecdote. So gold was discovered on the Cherokee land in northern Georgia in 1828. As miners and settlers rushed in, pressure grew to take control of the area. The U.S. government ultimately forced the Cherokee from their homeland in the Trail of Tears, during which thousands died. Sure, that probably brought jobs and economic growth, but it did so at the cost of others. And the point I want to make is that while today it might not seem like such a black and white issue of what's right and wrong, we can look back at historical events like this that prioritized, individual profit and things like that over the most marginalized communities. And we see that today with like the Hillcrest neighborhood, those in the area who will suffer the most from increasing water prices and things of that sort. And everyone here, we aren't here to make your lives any harder. We just want a solution that we feel like we can put our faith in more, that it's gonna serve the best interests of our entire community and not be at the expense of the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Paul Fritsch. I'm a Portland resident. I'm a 35-year chemical engineer, recently retired, lived around the world and have done major venture projects of over $1 billion for the last half of my career. In my time working, I've dealt with a lot of big decisions, and you guys have big decisions upon you. But also the last 7.5 years, I've studied this water situation, and I've had the opportunity to live in places with very similar water situations and work in places that had kind of parallel situations. And what I can tell you from what I see, you are going to have seawater desalination as part of the portfolio of water here in the Coastal Bend. There is no doubt about that. The question upon you is, how do you get that? And do you want the cheapest project, or do you want a more expensive project later? You just saw this water is going to be $8.20. You saw from the NRA, who's actually had engineers look at their project, they're going to be somewhere between 10 and 15. My engineers looked at it while I was still working. We're probably going to be closer to 15. That's the reality. It's going to be in your portfolio. It needs to be in your portfolio. You cannot have just surface water alone. You cannot have just surface water and groundwater. Go study Singapore and what they've done. Take a look at countries like Hong Kong, places that have diversity of supply. Spain is one. The Middle East, sure, they have no water. 80–90% of their water has to be desal. That's why they're building 150 million gallon a day plants. Go look at places that have diversified water supplies, and they're building 30 to 50 million gallon a day plants. I think these gentlemen would probably back me up on that with their recent projects in some of those countries. So you've got the opportunity here to have $8 water. Now, sure, go study and make sure you're really comfortable with what's going on in the Bay. But when that data comes back, you need to make an appropriate risk decision of, do you want to proceed with water that's going to be $8.20, or do you want to go with what's coming next? And I can guarantee you, if it's desalination, it's going to be more than $8. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. I'm going to be cool. Aline Trejo, District 2. Just wanted to echo that our community members have been saying and have been saying for over a year now. If you table this until September, we will be back where we were last year, doing this rigmarole over and over again. And what hasn't changed is that you as a governing body haven't put pressure on the industries that use up 65% of the water in the area to curtail, even during drought. Residents have, for the past couple of years, saved up water, doing all kinds of stuff, rain barrels, everything we've saved up, Exxon has used. Exxon shouldn't even be here. That company was lured here by water that we didn't have, and everybody in that council at the time, not everybody, but a lot of people in that council at the time were very assured that, well, you know, we've got this nice little scheme going here where we've been giving kickbacks to these corporations, so why wouldn't we keep it going, right? But all of a sudden, all these folks showed up, you know, in support of their community, but in support of Hillcrest, in support of what has been happening to this community, and to stand in solidarity with them, because at the end of the day, none of us are free until we're all free, all right? If you can do this to Hillcrest, you can do this to any of us. If the governor has a vision for us that includes industrializing the entire coast up and down. The governor has stated in his plan that he wants to pursue uranium mining in our state. Uranium mining has never been done without contaminating the surface water. The governor doesn't care about that, okay? Governor wants this project done. He doesn't care how we pay for it. If he wanted it done, he could pay for it. He'd get federal funding to pay for it, but it's not happening. It hasn't happened. It's not going to happen, all right? Because these corporations were lured here under the pretense that we're going to give them kickbacks, and that's not right. That's not how us young folks, as we've been reminded of how young we are, we don't want that, okay? We want offshore wind, all right? We want solar. We want clean jobs, okay? We want manufacturing, real manufacturing in this area, okay? Petrol refining, plastic, that's okay. You know, those are necessary products that we need, but we don't need to manufacture them at the scale that we do. Okay, we need rail. Okay, we don't need to be driving our little singular vehicles everywhere. We need community spaces that allow us to walk to and fro so that we don't have to be dependent on cars. We need to completely rethink all of this. That's why nobody has taken the time to do that. That's why we're in this situation, and why every single meeting we are saying the same thing over and over again. We don't want you to do this to the neighborhood of Hillcrest. We don't want you to put us into more debt at the cost of service. We don't have libraries. We don't have anything. We barely have roads. Okay? It's not, no.
Okay, whatever. Laramie, Fane, District 2. Look, man, I really don't like this argument that's being made that, like, at some point you have to take action, because action was taken back in September. And this thing got shot in the back of the head. So nothing about it has changed. The location hasn't changed. The amount of water that's going to be produced hasn't changed. Sitting here and listening to y'all deliberate for however long that was, doesn't sound like any of your positions have changed. So I really don't see the point in tabling. Just take the vote and, you know, accept the outcome. Like, it didn't go the way you wanted. It didn't go the way that the governor wanted. It went the way that people wanted. It went the way that the majority of council wanted. So just take the vote. It's all right. There's other avenues to pursue water. So.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
James Perkins, District 2. We're doing this again, and y'all want to table this? On my birthday, y'all want to table this for my birthday? Y'all want me back here all night, all day again? I got up at 3 this morning for work because I work for a living. I got to go punch in. I got to go clock out. And then I got to go to work again today at 5 a.m. All right? So I'm going to be up for 24 hours today just to make sure that y'all understand the people don't want this. I'm putting my health on the line so y'all understand the people do not want this. Hillcrest don't want it. I don't know how many people up here have been saying it. I bet you $5 that none of these cops want it either, because then they're gonna have to sit here again and do this all over again, because again, like so many people have said it, nothing's changed. Your opinion hasn't changed. Your opinion hasn't changed. Your opinion hasn't changed. Your opinion hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. Why are we doing this? Why are we tabling it? Kill the damn thing. We don't need it, all right? Y'all are going to say, oh, but growth and growth and growth and the economy is going to be tanked when we don't got water anyways. The economy is going to be tanked when the desal plant fails because a hurricane fucking hit us and we don't got water anyways. The economy is going to tank because we are so driven to driving ourselves into the ground for oil and gas, and we cannot survive doing that. We got to learn how to pivot, people. Why are we doing this? All right? Y'all, oh, the economy and jobs and jobs and jobs. I'm hiring. Send people my way. I need workers. They come in, they sit for 2 days, they decide that's not what they want to do, and they leave. Okay? So if the oil and gas industry, they need to, they're people there, there are 10,000 jobs or something for 300,000 people in Corpus Christi. By the way, they're providing jobs for people in Port Aransas. They're providing jobs for people in Aransas Pass. They're providing jobs for people in Alice and San Patricio. They're providing jobs for people who aren't in Corpus too. So it's not just us. That's like, they're not helping just us, and it's not gonna hurt just us when it goes into the ground. We're doomed if you keep trying to put this on the docket. I don't know how many hours we spent today on this. An entire day of our lives. We don't get this back. We don't get this time back. The people have decided, they've told you repeatedly, kill it. You're for the people, kill it. You're for the people, kill it. The people have said it time and time and time again. And like, I don't know what you want. And all these people up here saying, oh, we're pro-desal. And oh, okay, they got paychecks for it. That's their jobs. Their jobs is this. Their jobs is to make the water. Their jobs is to have these things built. And you know what? I can't fault people for wanting a paycheck. I like to live. I like nice things. I'm not gonna lie and say I don't. But how many lives are you going to throw into the grinder to produce the oil and the gas? How many people are you going to sacrifice to get this stuff done? You know, even if we don't do it in Hillcrest, even if we do it in Padre Island, that's still marine life out there that we're throwing brine on top of. You know, it's not, the far field study isn't done. We have a model. The scientists haven't gone back and reviewed it. The modelers haven't gone back and reviewed it either. They tested it once and said, okay, we can package and put it out there. That's what they said. Kill it. I gotta go to work.
Oh, God. Maggie Peacock, District 2. I'm also really tired. I just kind of just want to stand here and fucking laugh. Like it's just so insane. And yeah, I also have to be at work in 3 hours, so I've been on and off on naps back there. But it's just so, we're just beating this dead horse over and over and over and over again. And like Larry said, it was shot in the back of the head already. This was, it died. Let's kill it. Stop tabling it, stop pushing it back, just kill it. And there's so a vast majority of people who are coming up to public comment and they are saying they don't want this. And y'all still have the audacity to be like, yeah, this is what the community wants. Obviously not. And I still just can't get over how people are coming up here and they're spilling their hearts and souls about how this will impact their livelihoods because they're fishermen or because they live in Hillcrest, and y'all are not moved at all. This was another desal meeting weeks or months or however long ago, and someone asked Roland, are you not moved at all? He's like, no. That's evil. That is evil. If you are not moved by these community members' stories of this is their lives. And what y'all are doing is just giving into the needs and the desires of corporations and capitalists and not the people. And yeah, I had a comment written up, but my brain is just complete mush, and like I said, I'm so tired. But it's just every time these capitalists are going into production, they are taking something from the earth, right? This is why we are in a water crisis. We are in this crisis because heavy industry keeps taking and taking our water to make more and more profits, and because y'all view water as a commodity and not something that we have a deep historical, intimate relationship with. A capitalist system on a finite planet makes no sense. The logic is evil and it makes no sense. And why do we keep beating this dead freaking horse? Like, it's dead, kill it, stop tabling it. Obviously, people do not want this. Capitalist greed knows no bounds. And that's just when I think of, like I said, all of these people who care so deeply about our home. I was not born and raised here. I was born and raised in North Texas. I moved down here for college, and I fell in love with it here. And I moved away for a year, and I was like, fuck it, I need to be back here. Like, this is my home. These are my people. And y'all have no hearts if y'all are not moved by this.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock.
And don't table it, kill it.
Alejandro Benavides, District 3. I think that your debt rating sucks because you guys keep giving away money, losing money, giving contracts that don't provide your money back if you don't get anything for it. If I was a creditor, I'd be like, why would I give you money? You keep just blowing it. You literally keep blowing it. Some people here are for water justice. We're here for water democracy. And if we don't get it, we want to shut it down. We're going to shut it down. Okay? Some people vote here. They advocate for the issues that we have. Some people are crooked. They advocate for personal financial things. They make things for contracts for themselves. Some people, even throughout this whole thing, have started advocating for political gains instead of financial gains, as some of you guys have, right? And I just wanted to say that that's the same thing. If you're trying to make votes for political gain over financial gains, then it's still crooked. Just vote, represent the people, and stop looking for gains for your own personal selves. So whether you vote to advocate for finance gain or whether you vote for political gain, like I said, is crooked. And with that being said, the elections are coming up. Be careful who you listen to, because so many of you guys, through the money, can't see the bay through the water. So many of our people can't see the trees through the forest. And what's going on is, because this is such a nonpartisan issue, we have a lot of us are communicating. Republicans are saying the same thing. The Democrats are saying the same thing. But then we have some people that are coming in and trying to play both sides. And they're like, I was there. Okay, but did you speak? I know where Armand stands. I know where so many of these people stand. And I don't have to question them. But when you're like, oh, I was there, what does that mean to me? Speak for the people. And if you can't, I don't know, just freaking give you dirty looks for voting against us or something. I don't know. But to be honest, I want everybody to just be careful. Everybody's trying to be the same. We got shirts out, and then they put out, blue shirts, coastal band voices for billionaires or something like that. It's a bunch of BS. They used to put out a bunch of green stuff and call it green and healthy for our environment, right? When now these snakes are wearing the shirts for the billionaires, and they're putting their worms into our grassroots community, and they're trying to influence us. So don't be influenced by these people just because they're not necessarily a Republican, because they're paying everybody. They're paying everybody. Okay. Hide your politicians, hide your mayors, because industry wants to pay everybody.
Thank you. Oh my God. All right.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Bob Hollison, Executive Director, Coastal Bend Industry Association of Corpus Christi, District 4 out on the island. I'm going to try to bring us back around to where Nick started us off quite a while ago. We've been in receipt of beneficial rains all throughout the month of May. That was great. And the lakes are filling, but they're still far from full. And we are far from being out of the woods, and given our water situation. Very grateful for all the activity and all the actions that you've undertaken on the groundwater front. But we still need to continue to build a diversified water supply, and seawater desal is truly a drought-proof source, and we need to incorporate it into the system. The Inner Harbor desal project provides the opportunity to do that. You heard earlier about the cost, $8.26, 1,000 gallons. Waiting will make it more expensive, and compared to other projects that are available, it's a very attractive supply to pursue. And I think that's one of the reasons why it will not just go away, because when you put it up against all of the other projects that have come through over the years, it's a good project. It's fully permitted. It has a majority of its funding. It's got support from the state. It's an incredibly important project and an excellent opportunity for us to diversify and strengthen the water system. And as Councilman Barrera mentioned earlier today, add some degree of certainty to our current situation, which is critically important. Certainty is key, and we need to take steps to improve the certainty of our situation here as it relates to our water supply. All right, the association supported the project for many years, and we still do today. If you don't support it tonight and you decide to table, we ask that you support it in the future. We look forward to seeing what takes place here on the far-field model exercise. And you've got a great team here with CC Desal Partners in Octheona, and we support adoption of staff's recommendation to approve the contract.
Hello. What to say, right? I hear blah, 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 blah. The suits are here, mad at me, looking at me with a death look over here, because they want their water. You know, you four up there, you right there doesn't even look at me. Look at me, Mayor. So they're on the phone looking at her comments. But Jesus, guys, like you hear everybody here give you so much information. And you guys meet a scientist. I'm not a scientist, but you know what? Every day I have to look for things because you guys don't. So let me go look for more stuff on the toilet bowl. Just look at my Google. But I learned so much already in this past year. And Ron Barrera knows everything because he's a scientist. You guys are going to run Corpus Christi to the ground. You know, you guys are trying to bring industry and all these people in here, but you guys are so tired. Look at you guys. You can't even look at, you're so tired. I was all day long working. I worked 2 jobs. I went out with my wife tonight, and I was watching this thing, and I had to come talk because you guys just don't listen. Like, you guys have all the answers, but you don't listen. You know, the people don't want this. Let's try this a different way. I want desal. Let's do desal. Let's make the best desal plant in that world. Let's put it out on the island. Let's put the brine to recycle. But putting it in a cup? Y'all talk about the river a lot and the lakes. None of that goes into the harbor. The harbor's a cup. Now, how much can a cup hold? 30 million gallons a day? Can y'all even count that high? 30 million gallons of brine a day in the water. Oh, it's not going to hurt anything. My far-field study is bull. Like, it's bull. It's not even real. What scientist does a time-lapsed study over 3 months? How are you going to know in 3 months? And they don't even know what fish are in there. They don't even know there's clams. They don't even know what's in there. It's just, it's water. And we're going to put oxygen. Well, we're going to buy oxygen now and oxygenate the brine? We're going to spend that money to oxygenate it to put it in? That's going to make a difference, Mayor? Not going to make a difference unless your pocket. Problem is y'all spent the money they gave y'all. And now you got to give it back. That's the problem. Somebody here is getting paid. Because there's no way that everybody can be against this, and y'all keep pushing the same narrative, the same thing. The lakes aren't getting full because the gates are broken. That's why it's not getting full. Tell everybody about that. I live on the lake. There's no gates there. Mayor looking everywhere but me. Look at me, I'm right here. This is us. This is a we thing, rolling by that. Roy, Scott, you sometimes swing back and forth. I like you. I saw you at the gas station the other day too. Remember? I wish I knew what you were thinking. That's it. I'm just here to kind of shine light at this because we're fighting for the same thing. We all want water. We need water. I can't drink alcohol. I can't drink jet fuel. And you know what? If we're providing for the nation and the world, shouldn't they pitch in? Shouldn't they pitch in?
Anyone else?
Christina McKay, District 1. I have to say, when I hear all this talk about money and defeasance and credit ratings, I hear the consequences of your actions. I would so much rather deal with the consequences of your actions than this desal plant. So we'll all deal with them together. I heard a really great quote the other day by Barbara Brown Taylor. She said, "The only clear line I draw these days is this: when my religion tries to come between me and my neighbor, I will choose my neighbor. Jesus never commanded me to love my religion." I'm asking you guys to choose your neighbors. We all know that the Inner Harbor is a bad idea. You guys know why. It's expensive. It's bad for the Bay. It's a manifestation of the systemic racism that this city's built on. So please, where money's involved, where power's involved in all circumstances, choose your neighbor. Melinda asked earlier, and the voices for billionaires were mentioned before. I want you to know that I got one of those calls. And they asked if I would answer a question about water. It sounded like a survey at first. And then it was a long, I'm talking long ad for desal. And they were talking about hospitals, they were talking about schools, they were talking about little babies and water and stuff. I would have been a monster to disagree with them if I didn't know that they were fucking lying. An absolute monster. But, you know, luckily I do know that, and I got to educate the person calling me. Also, happy Pride. We don't need this water. Inner Harbor desal will be low yield, high cost, detrimental to our neighbors. The council has already secured all this water. We've already talked about this. Industry is the only reason why we need it. Industry who exploits our community under the guise of economic development, yet provides 2.7% of the jobs in exchange for 50 to 70% of the water. Also, how many of those jobs are filled by men that live in fifth wheels and man camps up by industry? It's not a ton of Corpus Christi actual citizens that have these jobs. Industry is not our neighbor. Absolutely not. Industry gets special sweetheart deals to avoid paying taxes. They get special sweetheart deals on their water, and we get to subsidize them. Please choose your neighbor. I appreciate you, Gail, wanting to take a breath, but please don't table it. Please just kill it. We're done. We're done. We're done. We were done a year ago. We have the same 5 votes, I think, I hope. Just stop. Do something else. Have a little bit of character. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. My bangs are so greasy. All right, so God. Holy shit, y'all. First of all, I'd like to say shout out to the mayor again for trying to, sick her dogs on me. That was cute. It just solidifies, I gotta keep coming. I sort of had something prepared, but, fuck, it's been a long day, so I just want to reiterate what everybody said. Kill it. What's the point? Why are we here? It's a waste of time. Y'all wasted so much time. I think having to pay 4 cents per 1,000 gallons is much better than the rates going up by a whole, almost $15. That's insane. 32 million is less than $1 billion. I'm not a fucking mathematician, but anyway, I'll end it there. Yeah, kill it. Don't table it. Stop wasting your time. Stop wasting your time. Like, there's no point. Bye.
Armand Alex, I'm a resident here of Corpus Christi. For the love of baby Jesus and Texas pecan pie, pecan, not piscan, do not table it. It's time to ditch desal. And when folks in the audience are making noises, stop staring at me like if I control them. I don't lead this group. They're independent. If you want them to stop messing around with you, stop sucking at your job. I'm here today to urge this council again to reject Inner Harbor desalination, because I oppose sacrificing communities and ecosystems in the name of that guy's profit, of that guy's profit, of that guy's profit, of billionaires' profit and corporate expansion here in Corpus Christi. For years, residents have been told this project is necessary for growth, necessary for economy, necessary for our future. But again, whose growth? Because it's not residential growth, it's not growing. Whose economy? It's not our economy, because we're still struggling out here to make do, to make rent. It's not our economy. Whose future? It's not our future. But again, as a scientist, I am also deeply concerned that we are being asked to make $1 billion decision based on science that members of the far-field committee themselves have said is incomplete and deserving of independent review. I studied water quality and jellyfish. Talk to me about jellyfish another day. But water quality especially, it's not rocket science what dissolved oxygen is. It's not rocket science that salinity impacts the things that live in our water. Come on. Scientists and committee members have publicly raised concerns about those missing variables. That alone should give this council pause. And as a Black resident of Corpus Christi, I cannot ignore where this project is being planned. Hillcrest has spent decades carrying burden after burden that other communities where some of you live in, you wouldn't want to take on these burdens. My goodness, have some decency. They have never asked to bear those burdens. Highways, industrial development, displacement, pollution. At some point, a pattern becomes a routine, and at some point, racism is no longer an accusation. It is an observed description of your behavior. And as an eco-socialist, I remember the words of the Black Panther Party, who taught us that people have a right to clean water, healthy housing, self-determination, and dignity. Those principles are no less true today. Water should be treated as a public necessity, not as infrastructure for commodity, like Roland Barrera likes to say, for private accumulation or corporate profit. You have an opportunity to do the right thing again today. Fab 5, stand against desal. Do not table it. Ditch desal.
Anyone else?
All right. I have a lot I could say, but I'm going to read my prepared remarks just to spare anybody any more emotions this evening. My name is Eli McKay, and I live in District 1 on the historic North Side. Today, I have the honor of speaking on this item as the coordinator for the Coastal Action Network. The honor of my lifetime to serve as the coordinator of the Coastal Action Network, actually. We are a coalition of 6 community groups that unanimously oppose the Inner Harbor desalination plant. What I've passed out to you, to the dais, is a copy of our coalition's online petition so that you all have a copy. It has been signed by nearly over 1,500 Coastal Bend residents over the past just a couple of weeks. These names are a representative sample of the tens of thousands of area residents who strongly oppose this project for a variety of reasons. So on behalf of our coalition, I urge you not only to vote no on the Inner Harbor plant, but also, specifically, direct city staff to discontinue any further effort to develop a facility at this location. I know in the past you received another petition with over 4,000 signatures asking the council to get rid of the permits that was led by Chispa, Texas. Those are not just numbers on a petition, those are human beings. The negative impacts on the Hillcrest neighborhood, the environmental risks to the bay, and the huge cost to the residential ratepayers are each sufficient reasons on their own to permanently shelve this project. Again, taken all together, and along with the fact that you have already made over $1 billion in investments to solve our immediate water crisis, thank you for all that you've done this year. It is perfectly clear that the time has come to finally, once and for all, put out this dumpster fire and move on. Thank you for your time.
Okay, is that all our public comment? Okay, we're going to close public comment. You can come up front. Whoever else is going to speak, if you'll come sit on this front row on my left side.
Tina Butler, District 2. I just want to end, and I know we're all tired. We've been here all night, all day. Just wanted to reiterate that Hillcrest is a neighborhood. Hillcrest was the only neighborhood where African Americans could obtain land. Hillcrest has historical graveyards in it. Hillcrest had a park, Dr. H.J. Williams Park, aka Hillcrest Park, which still has not been renovated. It's been bulldozed down, but it has not been put back up. Hillcrest is on this side of the freeway, which used to be called the Cuts. That freeway was put there to cut the African Americans away from town. Everybody was on this side of town. And now, Hillcrest is the place that everyone wants to be. Some of the residents that still live there do not or should not have to uproot and move somewhere else and start a new mortgage all over again after their homes have been paid for. We know that the port or whoever it is wants the land. They don't care about their homes or anything like that. They want the land. But the residents should not have to move. The residents should not have to endure any more cancers and so forth. I live right down the street across Port on Winnebago Street. After my mother died from breast cancer, I realized that everyone on our row, every female on the road that I lived in public housing died of breast cancer. And that's because of the wind. They don't need any more industries in their area to cause any more cancers to this neighborhood. Yes, we need desal, but this is not the location. Pick another part of town, but let Hillcrest be. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Beatriz Alvarado, District 1. I'm going to stick to my script. I'm here to oppose the Hillcrest desal plant. I'm also here to oppose any desalination plant that would enable further industrial expansion in the coastal bend. It's deeply unpopular, in case you haven't noticed. We don't condone your panic buys that will raise our water rates and make Corpus Christi unaffordable. A lot of us have decided to stay, and we're not going to stop coming to City Council. You've helped industry prep for climate change while leaving residents behind, and it's catching up to you. It's really, really awesome to see. You have some of us praying for a hurricane to solve your political problem, and it's disgusting. I really wanted to say that out loud. Last thing I'll say is that we've never asked to be on this very expensive sinking ship. I'm here to urge you to figure out a way to cut them off. If not now, then when? This is the only time you will have any leverage. Their stocks are down, oil and gas, fossil fuels are done for, and they're looting cities across the United States, and you're just letting them. We don't belong on the sinking ship. We need water to live. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close public comment on item number 11. And we have a motion and a second to table to September 1. Councilman Scott?
Yeah. I waited. I got my last. I've been waiting for my second. Mayor, and those who are left in the audience, I think it is catastrophic to walk away from this project now. I think the impact of defeasance is something we cannot totally comprehend. I think there's opportunity for federal monies if we move forward, because it is, we finished the feasibility study and it's eligible for Bureau of Rec money. I do think the federal government ought to help us on this, but only if we can go forward on it. I think the other projects that we like to pitch, sorry, I mean peanuts. These, you know, it's cheaper at $650. I think Camille's left us, but he's shown the data that they're more expensive than Inner Harbor. So I think it is a catastrophe. And I do think, by the way, that Fitch did make comments, at least when they downgraded us, and included that it was in part because the city had canceled plans for a new desalination plant. Management already expected the water supply to reach critically low levels prior to the cancellation, but the desal plant would have provided a more definitive timeline for conservation and curtailment before supplies became available. So there is evidence that it did impact some of our credit ratings. I just think I think defeasance is a terrible thing. I think the fact that the Texas Water Development Board hadn't done it before is catastrophic, and I think this is a really big mistake if we walk away from that project tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I was going to quote the same thing, Peter. I'm going to send you that article, and I'm going to share it with the council. And it isn't.
And that was on the, if I can, Mayor, I asked Michael who was here, but that, right, and that was in the outlook. It's not the rating. So
right.
Councilman Scott said the rating, that what we just read was the outlook. And that's what I said earlier. None of the ratings, there was no citing of the desal in the ratings, but the outlook was.
It's still bad.
It is, but
it is still
the question was asked about the rating.
When you came here, our credit rating went up
three or four times, yeah.
I think maybe 4. So a lot of work, I'm preaching to the choir, a lot of work went into you accomplishing that. And that it may have had something to do with the council, but it had everything to do with you and your team and what y'all did behind the scenes to do that. So I am taking, I don't care if it's an outlook, I don't care if I do care if it's a downgrade. I realize that's worse, but there is an effect and it is not good. And so I'm vowing now, this last one, to go meet with them because I've researched it, to appeal it. And I'm going to request, I'm going to put some on the agenda next time, or the next, when the next few meetings. We need to know what this means, what the impact of this is. And that is, that's a presentation on what it means for all of these outlook ratings to go down, what it means to the city, what it means to the taxpayer. Because I mean, this is what we care about. So anyway, that's coming. But I would also add that Moody's downgraded the Port Authority because of the cancellation of Inner Harbor. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. We have to be aware, and I'll send you this article as well, because it's from them, that our actions trickle down. Who was it at the NRA? It affected their credit rating of their projects or something, wasn't it?
I'm not sure about that, but the local governments, like what is it called, San Pat Water District, they were put on negative watch as well. Portland.
Right. Well, it was the NRA. It was their not NRA, but one of their projects, something that falls under them. My point is the effect trickles down, and what this reads is almost all of POCA's customers obtain their water from the city of Corpus Christi. which recently canceled plans for a seawater desalination project at the Inner Harbor. An array of short and long-term solutions are being developed by the city and local industrial users to navigate. So
Right.
they were downgraded. So anyhow, I think we really need to know what the detriment is of being downgraded or whatever, all being dropped from where we were and worked so hard to be. I am echoing the councilman's remarks. I don't support this, and I wish that my colleagues would have seen this differently. I know this has been a council that has been extremely mixed in terms of what's enough water, what projects provide certainty, what doesn't provide certainty, what matters in the short term and the long term. And I wish that today we would have moved this forward for 1,000 reasons. And it all has to do with certainty for the people of this city and for this region. I know there's a motion to table on the floor, but I would ask that you would reconsider that motion. Okay, all right, I've tried. I just want to put that on the record. Okay. Please submit your vote.
Well, can you clarify your motion? Is it just 11 or 11 and 12?
On the voting button?
Yes, because so I just need to know, because you mentioned that to me. So I just need to know for the record, is it 11 and 12?
It shouldn't be, if I can here, we want to pull 12. We're not sure if the consultants still want to work by that date. Yeah, we'll pull 12. We have to talk to the consultant. We're not sure if they want to work.
So we're going to pull item number, I'll say staff's going to pull item number 12.
We'll pull 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so submit your vote on item number 11, please, to table to September 1. Okay, the item carries. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.